space
Any tag.
RPG.
No, I got table tennis. What the heck?
Are you doing tabletop's one word?
I haven't finished typing it.
We'll try tabletop. Try it. Maybe that will help.
Holy crap. No, it's not. I can't pull up a single tab.
If you type in tabletop RPGs, you should be able to just manually type in tabletop RPGs.
I did, and it won't pull it up.
I mean, you don't have to have it pull it up. You can just
What
click
the
and
heck?
it should save it.
It's not clicking anything. Jeez.
I think you should just do the table tennis one and leave people very confused when they join the stream.
That could be.
This is not table tennis at all. Yes, it is. It's advanced table
It
tennis.
won't. I'm not. What the heck? I can't
Forbidden.
save it as a tag. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
I hate this.
Tech support issues are fun. So, tabletop. Okay, close it and then try to go live again and try it again. See if it will pull it up this time. Sometimes you just gotta close it, like turn it off and on again. As like.
I know, because I've had it pull up the things before. Like, I don't get it.
As much as tech support is fantastic in that front.
I'm trying to erase my old title, and that takes 5 minutes. So. Come on. Okay.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Where's his tiny tablet? He can be able to have that now.
He has it.
Oh, he does have it? Perfect.
Oh, do I have to find it in the game first?
Oh, no, yeah, you have to... The title's different from the game. It's not going to be a tag, it's the game.
No, I know. I couldn't get a tag. Do I have to put a game in there first?
The game is what you want to put to Tabletop RPG, and it will add all the tags for you.
Tabletop Adventures? Tabletop RPGs.
Yep, and it should add all the tags you need.
There we go. Thank you.
But wait, table tennis has its own tag, is what I've just learned.
So we could tag it as table tennis.
And still leave it as Tabletop RPG.
Okay, do I need to have a tag, or can I just leave it as the
You can leave tags, man. You can leave tags blank.
You can leave them as it is. Personally, I'm adding the table tennis one.
I'm going... Go for it, Gray.
I'm going live.
You're going live? Okay, well, I think me and Gray are already live.
We're live.
We're
live. We're playing table tennis, so far as the tags are concerned.
Ding, ping, ping. Gotta ping that ping-a-pong and back and forth all day long.
I'll just play some ping pong ambience in the background. Play some white noise.
All right, I think I'm live.
Suddenly adding a mental note to include a table tennis in the cigar lounge, so that it is pertinent. What other trending things can we reference?
Okay.
Hold on. I don't think table tennis is trending. I don't know that we're going for trendy. I don't know if table tennis is.
Let me see. NFTs, Bitcoin. What else can I say? I need search terms, guys. We need to boost the algorithm.
Oh goodness, I don't even know what's been going trendy lately. I've been intentionally not paying attention to the news right now.
The boat, Suez Canal, boat stuck.
Suez Canal, boat stuck.
I came looking for news on the boat Suez Canal, but man, this game about...
What is it?
It's not like recording to Twitch. Like, I don't know what it's doing.
Did you hit go live? Hello,
I did, but I can't pull it up.
Okay, we are... Let me see if it says... It says you're on live on my end. No.
I know, and I'm trying to watch it on my phone, and it won't load anything. I don't know what to do.
Is that just the phone being the phone? Yeah, I show you.
I don't know.
I'm showing you as live, so you are working.
Well, I know I'm live, but
I can hear you.
It's broken.
I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear you?
I can.
Can you hear like Luke or Ben?
Let me see that. Yeah, it is more table RPG banana. Hello, we're still getting set up. If you can't tell, we're having fun tech supports. Okay.
It's a trip.
Can you hear anybody else on my
Test,
video too?
test.
Because I can't pull my.
If you're talking, I can't hear it over. Okay. Test, test, test.
Test, test, test.
You hear yourself on mine?
Test.
Test.
Test, test, test.
Test, test, test.
Oh, I can hear my own video now.
Okay,
But
you're
can I
also
hear
on
you
your
guys?
starting soon page. That's what I'm showing. Hello, Max. Hello. So on your screen, I think I might actually know what's happening. On your screen, on the far left, next to sources, you want it to be on live scene, not starting, or something like that.
Oh, so because they can't. Oh, yeah.
And that's probably why
Right.
they can't hear us, and also why they'd
Okay,
only
now
see
we
starting.
can wait and see if people hear. Sorry, I don't know if anyone's even gonna watch mine, but it's there.
It's okay. I think Luke's just gone off and started playing some Dark Souls, like a
I was
boss.
for a minute.
Okay.
Once we started getting rolling, I was back here.
Do you want to throw us onto the city map until we get started?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I have all y'all's on the map that you're not supposed to be on right now. 1 second. That's the wrong one. This
The
one.
spooky mystery map.
Ah. Nope, that didn't work.
Our mystery mouse Cthulhu.
There we go. Now y'all are on the right map.
Yeah, thank you.
Ta-da. I gotta that's like the only downfall about my name is whenever I say ta-da non-sarcastically, it sounds like I'm making a pun. Okay. Have you switched it over from the starting soon scene?
Yeah, I did. I moved it over, but my video is like behind where I was streaming, so I think that's why.
Oh, yep, I
So
can
now
see
I'm
it.
waiting. Yeah,
And
I'm waiting, so we can wait and see if we have audio.
test, test. Test, test.
That's some very loud breathing.
Oh yeah, sorry. I probably had like on a weird spot for my mic. I was just trying to see if I could hear. I can't hear myself through your feedback. What mixer options do you have now? Is it still the same
Wait, for me?
for you? Because I can't hear myself, so I'm assuming.
Oh, is it gonna be different?
Yeah.
Nope, same ones.
Then I have no idea. Unless if you go to sources, so extra sources and click the plus, you might be able to add an audio input source. Wait 1 second.
Okay.
Or
If
an
anybody's
audio
ever watching
output
our stream,
capture.
they get to watch.
The audio output capture is
Okay.
what I think you
Audio?
want.
Found it. Desktop audio, right? And
Yep.
add it.
And that should let you play our audio.
Okay. It wants me to select an option.
You
Whatever,
should.
it's probably fine.
Whatever's probably like just for the first one. Whatever's probably fine. We can do
Audio
more polishing
output
later.
capture is on max, so okay, I just gotta wait for my
Stream to catch up.
and we can test it.
Yay. Okay. In the meantime, is there anything that needs to be handled about our characters before we launch into this?
I'm just
My character has
finishing up.
laser vision.
Okay,
yeah, that's important to
roll
know.
for Constitution check to see if your eyes are strong enough.
I don't have eyes.
Okay, it's an automatic success because you can't fail what you don't have.
Yes, I do not have sight, so the lasers just shoot off in some direction, causing havoc. I also can't turn them off. It just mass destruction ensues.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, something like one of the most crazy things to me about laser vision? It's Cyclops. Cyclops' laser vision isn't like heat lasers, it's just pure kinetic energy. And his eyes are just portals to a plane of pure kinetic energy. And I don't know what the comic book artists were on when they wrote that, but it's just the most beautiful take ever. Like, it's not a laser, it's just basically the force of a punch times a billion shooting out of his eyes.
Continuously with no stop.
Continuously.
Luckily, we have glasses that can
Huh.
that negate.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's like canon, by the way. That's not like me pulling something. That is like the canonical explanation for his laser vision.
The kinetic force does generate heat, though, because I
That's
think when
great.
they originally wrote it, it was probably just laser vision. We don't need to think further than that.
And then they
And
probably said, we need to
eventually,
make this unique, and it got
let's make this
convoluted.
let's make this unique and
I
interesting.
mean, that sounds like most comic books
Yeah, that's
and
true.
stories, really.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
Okay. Can you hear us, Vivorian?
It hasn't caught up anywhere close.
You can close it and reopen it.
That's exciting.
Causes a force refresh.
That sounds lovely.
Well, I change the opacity of my overlay so that I can actually read what people say.
Sorry, guys. I really appreciate you suffering through this with me.
Okay, now that I've rebuilt my character with very good stats this time instead of the just okay stats I had before.
Did you just remake your character sheet?
Yeah, I wrote down all my origin stats, luckily,
But-
so
Me?
No, Ben. I think Ben had to just remake his character sheet.
I did. I had to remake
Maybe he's
remake
still
it.
muted, so I can't hear him.
I'm not muted. I'm not sure. Taylor, you can hear me.
I can hear you.
right?
Yeah, he's not muted on my end.
But yes, I did.
You guys
just-
on a Discord call or something?
No,
No.
the only audio I have is from Roll20. If you mouse over his portrait, is the volume bar white, and all the way
Yep.
to the left?
There's just a little purple mic with a cross through it.
Yeah, you should be able to turn his volume back on your end. It sounds like you muted him somehow.
I guess. Speak, Ben.
Speaking.
Strange and archaic. So be it.
Is he unmuted for you now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
Yes.
Alright, I give up.
That's about,
No-
about summarizes
no
my
audio?
feelings today.
Occupation. What was it? It was
None. I don't know what to do.
Soldier?
The only option I would know of is the.
officer.
He had officer, I believe. The only option
Yeah.
I know of would have been the output audio. If that's not capturing it, I don't really know what to do. But I do think
have
just having it
no idea.
on your view with your audio works perfectly fine too. Oh, we lost her.
Disappeared.
She disappeared. No.
And next will be
Who has taken
Gray.
her?
Then me.
Next will be Gray.
Next will be Gray. I don't like that. Where am I going? I don't.
I mean,
not
well,
back.
actually, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Next will be me, then Gray. You're a bit, yeah. If she's the
Okay.
epicenter, then,
Okay, looks like she's rejoining us.
She's coming through. Anytime now.
Anytime now. Quick, we gotta say bad things about her so she doesn't think we all like her so much.
Through the
Uh,
ether.
She,
She is a wonderful mother.
long straight hair.
I'm back in.
Hi.
So let's just look
Ah,
up, so
hey, we weren't
we'll
talking
get
about
her
that.
on the potty. Get back.
Okay. Phyllis,
I'll-
the Phyllis has woken up, and she is gone again. I am going to start, though, I think. We can start with a bit of a synopsis. I'm moving all y'all back to the screen that you were on at the beginning, but shouldn't have been. But we're back here proper now.
We returned.
You've
Like
returned.
a dog returneth to its own vomit.
Oh, sure enough.
Okay. I've got the baby on the potty, so I'll be back soon. I'm just back in GM view because screw it. I'm really mad.
Okay.
But I will look around on your Twitch chat and
Okay.
yeah, you can delete
Are you-
whatever half
so-
of the video I created.
So you aren't, you're not going to have a VOD then?
No,
Oh, that's
and
okay.
I'm really, really pissed.
That's okay. We'll fix it for next time. When she is
You
back.
thought you were gonna help me this week, and you didn't.
I know, I got busy. It's been a busy week. With the whole move and everything. Anyway. Okay. Ba-ba-bum. I've just muted her real quick while she's taking care of the baby. I guess she forgot to unmute that. But anyway, as for the rest of you. Okay. So we are still at the manor, if you remember last time. Do you want a quick synopsis of what happened last time?
Can I give a quick synopsis of what happened last time?
You are more than welcome to give a quick synopsis of what happened last time.
So, previously on the what are we calling this campaign?
I think the name Victorian Lovecraft was the most that I came up with, and that's not a very creative name.
All right, Victorian Lovecraft. I actually have a guy from the UK in my chat, so I'm sure my accent's gonna be great. Love you, Sludgepunk. All right. I am just gonna go in character though, so feel free to berate me and be offended. I won't be mad. Go ahead. All right, that's totally fair. All right then. So I showed up at this here madhouse on account of some rich man sent me pap a letter. My pap hides out in the sewers from folk what shouldn't find him, so I went on his behalf instead. Um, Needless to say, it went fairly well at first. That is to say, I got in the door, got introduced by the butler, and then we heard a blood curdling scream. We ran upstairs only to find out that, well, the guy who invited us here has been dead for a number of days. Dead as a doornail, so to speak. Having said that, me, Bellamy Jack, and Estella have sort of taken it on ourselves to investigate the murder. Along the way, we've met a number of folks, but none we suspect of having done the actual deal themselves. Along the way, or more recently, we went toe to toe with a creature made of slime and ooze. Something strange and different, what don't belong in this here world. And I am butchering this accent. You're gonna have to deal with me. Anyhow, went in there, started causing some havoc with it. Lit the sucker on fire with my pocket full of coal dust I keep on me for street spats and all that. And between Bellamy, Stella, and I, we managed to finish the thing off. Save a young man named Ebenezer. He's in a bit of a bad way and was marked for murder, more or less, by the occult powers that be. I think that about catches us up, unless there's something I'm missing.
That sounds about like we caught everything. So
we met a number of guests as well with interesting backstories, but I don't know how much we need to go into detail with every guest.
I don't think we really need to go into a couple. There's been a couple guests met. Guests of note, I suppose, would be the Ebenezer, who has now gotten some kind of mark from when the creature attacked him, and the fact that, again, everyone here has some kind of connection to this Lord Fenric.
Ebenezer's being that he is Fenric's nephew.
Ebenezer's connection being that he is Fenric's nephew.
There's also, let's see, what was his name? Randall Ebenezer, Mr. Praggins. Yeah, Mac Praggins. He's the
Max Praggins.
Yeah, we have him more or less keeping an eye on people in this room, in the formal sitting room. We kind of brought him abreast of the situation, and he's pretty well informed, and we trust him.
Okay. Oh, and Theo the there was very occult information around the murder. Mark's runes looked like a ritual. However, none of it was legitimate occult, as far as your knowledge is, versus the butler does have some legitimate occult items with him. Is kind of the only other thing that comes to mind, as well as does Janice Douglas, the estranged fiancée.
Yeah. Who seems to have other occult connections as well.
She is a witch, pretty obviously.
Yeah, I guess.
I guess.
It's fine. She seemed like she would have killed. She seems like the kind of person who would have admitted to killing him.
Probably. Yeah, she wasn't a fan of his, but probably would admit to killing him. Okay. And it looks like Favorian has returned just in time, maybe?
Yeah, so I am eating and I have the baby and she's super loud. She just woke up. She's very mad.
Okay, well, you can mute. Can
I'll
you
be
hear
on
me?
and off mute. Yeah,
Okay,
I can hear you guys. We're good.
perfect. Babies waking up they always get a little cranky sometimes.
Not true. My nieces and nephews are perfect. They've never cried.
I'm not going to call you out on that lie as someone who has met your nieces and nephews, and they were crying at the time that I met them.
That's not true. You're having a false memory. It must have been Luke. It must have been Gray's nieces and nephews.
My
Okay, right?
neurodivergence strikes again.
My nieces and nephews are actually stone golems. They are
And,
incapable of producing sound.
and yet they do somehow. It's the bizarre thing about your nieces and nephews. They just
No, you're
find a
confusing
way.
it for the psychic drone that you remember them having made in the
Hey,
first
hey.
place, but they never actually made. It's just the false memory of a sound.
The only
Listen,
thing
my
that we can be
memory's
certain is it
infallible.
wasn't Ram's nieces and nephews, according to chat. He's got that coming.
Made my
I
day.
got golden brain. I don't make
Made my
mistakes.
day.
Ebenezer
Okay.
Giza.
Okay. Well, let's. With that being said, only 40 minutes late. Let's actually dive into the session.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you are currently standing in a hallway. The hallway is rather long and narrow. Behind you is the door that is still open to a closet, where you're aware that somehow Ebenezer was pulled into this closet from the neighboring hallway that is separated to you from a series of pillars kind of lining that middle room. I'm going to point this out on my stream. There's also a door to your left which is open, revealing two guest rooms that you've already explored. One of which is in fairly pristine condition, and the other one that has been trashed between lighting we're going to call it slime creature on fire, skinging the room, and then overturning furniture trying to put the fire out before it spread to the rest of the manor. That room has been thoroughly trashed. In the meantime, you are standing in this hall. You had just sent Ebenezer, who was definitely not doing well, back down into the formal sitting room. Down here. To kind of be with the rest of the guests. Most of the guests have kind of been gathered in one of three places. You have them in the formal sitting room with the body, or there's both Gilbert Johnson and Bonnery Walters who are still in the bedroom. As far as you are aware, and you haven't really explored the rest of the manor.
They brought the body down to the sitting room?
No, it's probably up in the bedroom still.
Okay, gotcha. I misheard.
Yep. I keep moving the GM. I have two views of the map, and so I keep moving the GM one. They're all here, still in the bedroom. This is kind of explaining where everything is. Okay.
All right. Let's get our story straight. The guy who just sort of trashed the room. Who was Cole the one I like? Or who's the other one?
Oh yeah.
So there was Cole and
his brother.
Oh, the brother that went. Actually, he went off to the dining hall, I believe. Where'd he go?
I think I intimidated him into going into the formal sitting room. Actually,
Cole Soto was the one that you didn't like. His brother,
Yeah.
his brother, Jeremy or Jerome, but he said call him Jerry. Is he went off to the other group? So you kind of
Gotcha.
split the brothers apart.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
They were not.
So if anybody
friends.
asks, it was Cole.
Yeah. All right.
All right, just to get that clear then. So I'm going to go examine this here wall that's inconspicuously marked with a big S.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a look inside this see a closet. Open the door. Take a little peek inside.
I love this map. There are certain things that are fairly obvious. No metagaming. I trust you too. But you did see someone get dragged through the wall. It's like you know there's something up with this wall.
Yeah, Smokestack is gonna go just along this wall here, and give it a look over.
Yeah. Bellamy's gonna do similarly inside this here this closet right here.
Okay.
Just gonna open the door, look up and down.
Okay. So I'm going to have both of you roll the spot hidden. It sounds like one's on one side, the other's on the other. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You. What am I rolling?
D100 for spot hidden.
Spot
Yes.
hidden.
Yes. Hold on a minute. All right.
52. What's my spot hidden? 75.
42 regular success.
Regular success over here as well.
Okay. From the outside, looking at this hall, there is a fairly flush mirror that you find yourself staring at. This is from Smokestack's perspective. Not a mirror, but a portrait. It's a very tall, beautiful, ornate portrait, kind of mounted against the wall. Nothing about it seems to be kind of odd or innate in any way. In fact, as you kind of chase around, you can see a little bit of an unnatural gap along the edges between the frame of this rather large portrait, not enough to quite interact with. And if it hadn't been that you had just seen someone get pulled through the wall, you would be suspicious of it. You wouldn't be suspicious of it. But kind of with the knowledge that this something happened here, you kind of see where the gap of the edge was, but you can't quite see any way to activate it. On the other hand, with Bellamy studying from the inside, kind of in the back corner, there's a little piece of molding right along the base floor that kind of you give it a push with your foot, and the moment you do so, the painting kind of drops and collapses back, giving you the chance to fairly easily, you can kind of see Smokestack right there, would be a fairly easy way to grab someone and drag them into this room quickly.
I give him a little bear hug to test it out.
Oh, yeah, you reach over and hug Smokestack. It'd be fairly easy to get the leverage to kind of pull someone into the room. And the moment that you let go of the piece of molding with your foot, the painting kind of quickly snaps back into place, and Smokestack doesn't really notice that it's a very clean fit again.
Yeah, so the second the painting pops up and Bellamy gives Smokestack a bear hug, Smokestack goes, "Gah! Gah!"
Yeah, it's got a little mechanism on the inside here. You push it against it, it all falls back, and then you do a little snatch like that.
Well, I guess that makes sense. I guess that's good to know for later, and more specifically, how the thing got Ebenezer.
Yeah. I'm wondering though, what was it doing hiding out in this here little closet?
I don't know. Waiting to eat Ebenezer. It looks like it was smart enough to hunt.
Yeah. Wonder Bellamy's gonna like check around the floorboard and the walls and the ceiling to see if there's any like indications of like a nest or if there was something in this closet beforehand or if there was an intended use for it.
Okay. Oh, this is going to be. I'm going to have you do another spot hidden check here. But
Yeah,
this is
okay.
going to be a much more specified one to the room rather than to the portrait this time.
All right. Rolled a 56, which for my spot hidden is a regular success.
Okay, what's your spot hidden? I'm kind of impressed.
My spot hidden is 75.
Oh, nice. Okay. We got one observant one. Yeah, so looking around the room, there's a couple things that you do notice. There doesn't seem to be any kind of nest here. For all intents and purposes, this does seem to be a relatively normal supply closet. One where there are kind of like towels and kind of a lot of stuff that you would associate with like a bathroom closet in a lot of ways.
Uh-huh.
But there's just kind of some towels and various other cleaning supplies kind of stored throughout this closet. The biggest thing is the monster kind of leaves a very faint trail where it walks. Just kind of like this little bit of residue. There is not a lot of residue in here, as much as you would expect of it, like having been something that was camping out. It didn't spend a lot of time in here before. If you were to have to take a rough guess, there's just not a lot of that residue in here.
Yeah, okay. Not a lot. So it looks like my guess here is that it's probably only here for a brief amount of time, not too long.
All right, so I'm just going to throw this out there. Sounds like he was getting up to some spooky experiments. Since the butler mentioned something about his work or something, his research.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like science went a little too far awry, if you catch my drift.
I guess so. Suppose I could understand. Uh, yeah, okay. Let's so you said well, okay, so wait, are you saying this was a creation of science, some kind of a little Frankenstein slime?
Well, I will say this much. You know what you find anywhere in the pipes that don't have copper on them, especially in the older places what existed before steam power really took off.
Right.
You find slime mold, another sort of lichen. Most of them are pretty harmless, but some of them are some pretty clever hunters. And I guess what I'm getting at here is, I think that thing was some kind of very intelligent lichen or slime mold thing, sort of the basis of all life, as one
A,
of my rat catcher friends once put it. He's
a
very
walking
smart. We call him
primordial
Big.
soup then?
Yeah. We called him Big Brain Jerry, on account of his brain tumor.
All right. Did he live long?
Oh, he's still alive as far as I know. Uh,
Oh,
he's gone a
okay.
little kooky up in the noggin and lives down in part of the pipes we call the sewers. Not actually connected to the sewers; they just stink to high heaven.
But they're not connected to the sewer?
Yeah, I don't really know why they smell. I'll be honest. I haven't really had the desire to go look at them.
Yeah, all right then. Yeah, all right. I reckon. Okay then. Let's search a few more rooms. See what else we can find.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so kind of having found this doorway, you're all just kind of still sitting at this intersection. There's a couple different places that you have gone or haven't gone, really, to be accurate. And you kind of see this a little bit on the map, but kind of from the area that you're in, there are two doors. Well, there's two doors along the left hallway, that larger hallway on the left side of it, and another two next to each other, like a double door on the right. In this room, there are the two guest rooms you've already explored, and then there are two doors on the opposite wall, kind of opposite of where those guest room doors are. As well as you did catch a room at the back of the cigar lounge and another room, another door in the formal sitting room.
All right, I'm gonna go check out the door at the back of the cigar lounge.
Yeah, all right. I reckon it might not be too good of an idea to split us up, so to speak. Those hunting lichens, they're a bit rough.
Yeah. Those things are pretty brutal.
Okay. As all of you kind of head back through the cigar lounge, the kind of pungent smell of tobacco still lingering in the air from where the Soto brothers were having their little bit of a debate. You kind of reach to the back of the back room of this place, and as you kind of grab the handle and give it a jiggle, the handle uh, it does seem to it turns just fine, but you can tell there's some kind of deadbolt lock on the door, and what appears to be a fairly general skeleton keyhole, kind of underneath it where this door has been locked. Doesn't necessarily look the most complex lock, unlike the one on the ballroom, which was an actual kind of reinforced door lock. This is just kind of if you've ever been into an older house, they sometimes have like a skeleton key lock.
Oh, this would be a great time to have fast hands with me. Unfortunately, we don't. We're nowhere near the pipes. And are you guys good with a set of picks?
Not even a little bit. Let me give it a little try though.
Okay.
I'm gonna uh, reach in to unpin one of my little pins on my officer's uniform and just have a little go at it.
Okay. You're gonna give me a sleight of hand roll.
Sleight of hand, you say?
Sleight of hand. Sleight of
Well,
hand
that
is pickpocketing, lock picking, or wait. For this one, I'm gonna let me double check stats.
there's
This
a
one,
locksmith.
there is a locksmith skill, but I think that this one is going to be. I'm going to count it as a sleight of hand check,
Well,
given that it
that's
is such a simple lock. It's just more, are you dexterous enough?
my
We're
sleight of
talking
hand
like
is
Yeah.
10 times better than my locksmith.
Well,
So
don't argue with it then. Just take the roll.
yeah, 50, incredible failure. 50 out
Incredible.
of 10.
50 out of 10. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it is literally probably just one very simple mechanism to kind of turn over in the keyway, but just try as you might, you just can't quite get enough leverage to kind of turn that deadbolt. And you kind of sit there fumbling around with it for a little bit, but just don't quite manage to get it to work.
I tell you what, mate, I'm very accustomed at pulling open the sealed hatches, not fine doors like this. I could kick it down maybe.
Yeah, no, I'll get you. I'm not one for breaking and entering generally, and I'm not sure what kind of deadbolt it's got on it. Which side of the door are the hinges on?
This side.
All right, then. I got a real simple solution.
The
Smokestack pulls out an ice pick.
Okay, you're gonna try to dehinge the door.
Yes.
Give me for voice. You know how many people that like this is just every time I put a locked door, they're like, "What side's the hinges on?" Like every time I run GM sessions. But
Well, it's because it's a major security risk.
it is genuinely. Anyway, but yeah, as you try to get the leverage you need to kind of get the ice pick in it and to undo the hinges, they are fairly reinforced iron. So I am going to have you roll.
Strength?
Like it would be strength, but there's some level of dexterity in terms of not just permanently warping the hinge together.
Will there be a, let's see.
It's not gonna be locksmithing or sleight of hand, but it's like something between strength and dex.
Intelligence?
There's not an athletics.
I'm going to
Power. I'm using occult magic.
occult magic to undo the door hinges. We're gonna count it as a dex check because I think your character is more than strong enough. It's how accurate are you?
No, I'm actually exactly as dexterous as I am strong, so. 92. Failure.
Failure. You have more than enough strength, but as you kind of hit the ice pick in the back of the ice pick, it launches into the bolt. You rolled a 92.
Yes.
And kind of just warps and bends the hinge and kind of actually snaps part of the ice pick into the hinge joint. The hinge is even further jammed up. You could probably open the door if you could still get past the lock because you'd have kind of the counter leverage, but that bolt is now just wedged good and truly kind of firmly into place on that one hinge.
Hey mate, I've just had a brilliant idea. Just a moment. Bellamy's going to stand next to Smokestack and knock on the door. Say, "Hello, is anyone in there?"
How loudly?
Loud enough to be heard on the other side of the door.
Is it a bit of a bellow or is it just like?
I'm calling out to the other side of the door.
Okay.
So a bit.
A bit. Oh. You kind of sit there for a moment, not sure if it would work, but after a little bit, you do hear footsteps kind of faintly in the distance. And then a little bit longer passes, and the door does swing open. Just give me 1 second.
That actually worked.
Do you need an NPC token or anything?
I got one.
I thought so. I just didn't see it move.
It took me a bit to actually move it. Anyway, as the door swings open, you see a fairly portly man wearing glasses and a nice outfit, clearly panting as if he's walked a great distance. As the door kind of swings open, standing there. Boop.
Oh, mate.
Okay. Oh, as you, the man just kind of pauses. Oh, you're lucky I heard that. I was up in
Yeah.
I was up in the Owlery. I thought I heard something. I just came and checked, and sure enough. Oh, you're a bit of an odd bunch, he says, particularly looking at Smokestack while he says that. kind of scattered about the room behind this portly man, there are books and specimens and all sorts of kind of what you would expect in a general kind of study or a collection place. Like there's animals on display where he's been working on them, like half mounted creatures, notes and diagrams, and then just kind of storage crates. Like this is a bit of a hodgepodge mess. Oh, hey, wait, may I ask why you're trying to get in this way and why you didn't just go through the other door?
Well, see, it's the thing is, we were in here and saw this door.
Yeah, we're kind of
Right.
Anyways,
exploring the place. So who might you be?
Oh, the name's Willard McDaniel, Doctor Willard McDaniel, ornithologist. And
Oh,
ornithology.
you might want to get that looked at.
uh, what?
I mean, something wrong with your mouth. It's not good. You should get
No,
that looked at.
ornithology's the study of birds.
Birds. What?
Yes,
How's that?
I'm one,
What the oral means mouth, doesn't it?
but not oral, orni, with
Oh,
ORNI,
well, that's a lot of
ornithologist.
isn't that a lot of letters real close together? I think that's maybe a little much.
Well, I didn't name it. It's Latin.
Oh, Latin.
Let.
All right,
Yeah.
fair enough. Fair enough. You want to have your strange language. That's all right with me. You
Oh,
seem a
it's
learned
not.
man.
It's not. It's also Greek, by the way. It's treating of birds, the study of birds.
Yeah,
Right. You
right,
seem to have a
Birdman.
you seem to have a right number of birds right there.
Well, I mean, I wasn't down here. I was up in the owlry or the falconry,
Hmm.
whichever term you prefer.
Did
Mostly
you get a
falcons
bunch of
and
owls or
pigeons.
falcons?
Well, mostly pigeons actually, but he usually called it the owlry or the falconry, depending on his mood. We were study
Oh,
partners for quite some time, actually.
Oh, who, you and
right.
Fenric?
Estella just looks completely like unamused by this conversation. By the way, if you didn't read Estella face palms in the chat there. Yes, me and Fenric, we were old study partners. I was actually quite thrilled that he invited me here. It's been so long since I've been by.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I imagine it's been a while since you've seen him then, yeah?
Yes, actually, I didn't even see him this time round, unfortunately. Theo
Yeah,
told me
well,
he
you
was
might.
busy.
Yeah,
oh
he's
yeah.
real busy. When you see him, you might see quite a lot of him, in fact. So that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, I
It's
don't.
really a side of folk you don't normally get to, you know?
I
He's
Yeah.
really opened up.
I can't say that I'm quite a fan of the way you're saying that.
Hey, tell me if you're a fan of this. What did you and old Fenric get up to studying back in your old study days?
Well, he was a biologist, a very good one at that. Wrote
Oh yeah.
many treatises and study journals on our time at the university together.
Do you have any sort of specializations? Any special projects? You
Uh,
know.
Not particularly. He was a bit of a what would be a phrase for it? I don't want to say amateur because that sounds a bit in rude, but he was an amateur in the sense that he was someone who did it for the love of it. He studied biology because it fascinated him, life and
So
animals and creatures.
just kind of a passive man, just in it for the fun.
Yes,
Yeah. All right.
he rather liked birds. We often touched base on birds and talked about them quite a bit. We used to go bird watching quite a bit actually, but that well, again, it was all quite a bit of a long time ago.
Oh, so you haven't really maintained much contact since your studying days.
No, not really. Not that I can say.
Well, don't mind me prying, but was there much of a reason for that, or was it just kind of a life is and they
Well,
drift apart?
I this is a bit of a lot of questions about our host. How do you
Ah,
know
yeah.
him?
Oh, we served together. As for me,
Oh, that would make sense. What department?
oh, I was mostly facilitating transportation via boat for his platoon.
Oh, that would actually rather make sense. I actually met him a little bit too back in my army days too. Didn't do much more than surveying, of course, but
Oh,
everything for
yeah.
crown and country, as it were, and all that
Sure.
kind of stuff.
Real patriotic, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
That's real
No,
good of you, mate.
Yeah, I just um I just do suppose that, well, no, it was a little bit of a mixture of things. He kind of stopped returning my messages. He'd gotten a bit, well, I like to call it, well, we used to always joke about it being, um, the, well, the scholar sickness. It was when people started, getting a bit obsessive over their work. He was always on the brink of a big breakthrough. And whenever he felt like he was on the brink of a big breakthrough, he tended to stop communicating
E-
as much and taking care of himself.
Engaging with the world.
Yes, and it started out
Yeah.
like that, and, well, to be honest, I thought I might have offended him in some way. That's why I was absolutely thrilled that he invited me here again.
Yeah, my pep gets like that from time to time. Well, I'm sorry that I'm the one that tells you this. He is very dead.
Oh, oh,
Yeah, as of like 3, 4 days ago.
oh, I only got here like 2 days ago.
Yeah, you and most of the blokes here actually, which is quite nice. I like most of the blokes I've met, and I wouldn't really want to pin one for a horrible murderer personally. So I'm quite happy that to hear that.
Um,
Hopefully we have somebody that can corroborate that story because you seem like a right good bloke.
I, yeah, I arrived a few days ago. I, well, I'm sorry, I'm just a bit shocked.
No,
I,
you're all
I,
right.
I,
And
I
losing somebody's always hard.
yes, I do suppose so. Um, I, no, I arrived a couple days ago, and, well, they kind of had us divided out to where they could. There honestly wasn't quite enough room for all of us here, I noted. Normally, back in the day, we would set up in the ballroom, but the ballroom's been locked up.
Yeah, we have an active bet about that actually right now.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten.
Mm. Yeah, they had, um, most of the men who were arrived to the party. They had sleeping in either the old servants' quarters. There's again only the butler left, and he has his own room. So either us we were sleeping in the old servants' quarters, or I think a couple of us had even started sleeping in the nearby study. As for the women, they were given the much nicer guest rooms, with of course the exception of, well, the Johnstons being given the bedroom. Gilbert Johnston and Fenric go way back. I believe they were raised together. I mean, they've known each other the whole time I've known him, and I'd consider myself one of the more knowledgeable people to Fenric, to be honest.
Oh, well, we might have to talk to Gilbert some more later then.
Yeah.
Um, Say, have you noticed anything spooky roundabout in this here sciencey place you've been hanging out in?
Perhaps a scream heard,
Oh,
within the last hour or so.
well, I do understand that the sight of a specimen's room can be a bit unruly at times, but, uh, well, no, everything here does seem to be in order about the way that he left it, actually. Come to think of it, actually, it's not as some of these specimens have been sitting here for a while, if you understand what I'm saying.
He hasn't been hanging out here much.
Yes, I definitely think he was working on something, but it wouldn't be in here, or the other study for that much. I mean, as far as anything else that seems to be odd, it's an old manor. It makes creaks and groans in the middle of the night all the time.
Yeah. Loud, like human-like screams of being murdered.
No,
Very common in old manors.
like the sounds of creaking doors and the
Yeah,
banging of
yeah,
the
yeah.
boiler.
No, I'm talking right. No, I'm talking about if it's haunted, which it definitely is. But also, there was recently a murder in the last 4 days, so
I
I'm
suppose.
afraid. I'm afraid that if the murderer's still around, if he didn't hip off and get out of here, then well, we might be onto something kind of nasty.
Well,
Uh,
I do just want to clarify something, though. I mean, given your dress and attire, and uh, y- you are aware that there aren't any such thing as ghosts, right? This manor is just old.
Oh
Hey,
yeah, no, that's
Willard,
the reason
Willard.
the armor in the hallway sprang to life and tried to took me head off.
Yeah, Willard, look, mate. You're a man of science. You like to understand what you say. Everything has an answer, right? It's just we haven't found it yet.
But
Right.
like,
Right. So until we find the answers to what all is going on around here, I would prefer you go and hang out in the formal sitting room, where a murderer who might have been dressed up in a suit of armor and me and my friend just didn't quite see him or something like that. Some sort of easily scientifically understandable explanation of some kind, um, where you're not in danger. Does that make sense?
the
I.
homies.
What do you mean? The murderer's still here, you think?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Well, if not a
if
murderer, then a bunch of dangerous, just like fauna and flora and stuff.
Okay.
a corpse
Um.
defacer at the very least.
Well, I suppose in that case, I mean, not to cast blame, but Theo was acting a bit odd.
Yeah, no, Theo's been a weird duck this whole time. I don't think he's related though, because the runes what were marked around the defiled corpse looked more like they were trying to incriminate somebody rather than actual runes.
I. Where was this body?
Oh, it's up in his study, his personal room and such.
I
You can go give it a
rather.
look if you want.
I think it would be rather good to have a man of science take a look at this. I
Yeah,
mean,
we got a medical doctor up there.
Oh, he'd arrived then.
Yes.
We arrived about the same time. And I
Oh,
understand you wanting to go up there and not let the spooky old occultist handle the situation. I think it makes right sense to have a man of science go and give it a look, in fact. That's a great idea.
yes, absolutely. Let me just go grab my things from the owlry, the falconry.
Of
All right,
course,
I'll come
scream if
with
you
you
get
and let you
murdered.
show me around.
Of
Curious
course.
about these pigeons.
I'm going to go look around this study down here. I'll scream if I get kidnapped.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so Smokestack's looking around the papers. It is worth noting Estella's kind of been looking around the study while this conversation's happening. She's not one to kind of sit in place. She kind of does the wander. Y'all are talking, so she's kind of looking to see what's over here and what's over there. Just kind of giving it a passive look through. Smokestack kind of joins her in this, and Bellamy follows Willard kind of up to the falconry. The first thing that you go through is a small hallway with two doors, and we'll kind of just keep this on the map as we go. And then it kind of leads into the base of a tower. One sec. Boop. There's nothing more than stairs and further storage. Kind of, it's like the overflow of storage from the previous room. And then one good last reveal here. And as you kind of go up these stairs, it is quite a bit of stairway for a bit, kind of multiple
Mm-hmm.
flights, and you just kind of follow him all the way to the top. But all in all, you do pass by kind of the first set of stairs. There's another little closet you just walk right by in the moment, and then there are spiral stairs up into the falconry itself, where there are just cubbyhole after cubbyhole, lining almost 2 stories worth of building.
Mm-hmm.
um, just full of pigeons. It clearly at one point was meant to support maybe falcons or owls or birds of prey, but it's been substituted with having more pigeons than any room realistically should. And to be honest, the pigeons are surprisingly aggressive, like on edge. They're spooked, if that makes sense. Kind
Oh,
of
he's
keeping an eye
feral.
on everything. They aren't pigeons that are used to a lot of contacts, and in the short time that he's been gone, they've kind of started to rip apart Willard's notes, and he kind of quickly just oh no, and starts to kind of gather his notes back up, shoving them in his bag.
I love Willard.
As he kind of does get the rest of the notes in his bag, he kind of like starts to kind of retreat toward the stairs. We should probably be off. They haven't been quite taken care of properly. They're a bit vicious, to be honest.
Ain't
Something's
nothing
got
a
them
little
spooked on
smack.
edge. Don't smack the poor things.
Oh yeah, no, listen, you gotta. It's like with chickens when you're smaller than them, you gotta beat them up in order to establish yourself in the pecking order.
Are we eating gator chickens?
No, not right now.
All right.
I'm. I,
Yeah, Birdman. Pigeons is just like chickens, right? They got pecking orders.
I don't quite know where to begin with this conversation, to be honest. I do think I am going to go find the body now.
Yeah, all right. I'm telling you, it's true though. Used to have this mean old cock in the yard. My little brother, he used to knock him down and try to soft him with its little talons there back there. He's terrified of it till one day we just gave him a little willow stick. He went out there, started smacking it about the neck. Never bothered him again.
This
True
as
story.
Bellamy's telling this story, going down the stairs, Willard's looking more and more mortified. Until you get back down, kind of into that main base hallway. He takes off kind of through the door to your right there, and kind of makes his way towards the Mac thing. You don't really quite see what's through that door. He just kind of takes off that way, and you do assume that it is kind of heading on his way back over to the rest of them.
Yeah, okay. I'll just as long as we're here, I'm just gonna look through the door and just reveal the hallway a little bit.
Yeah. As
As
you
long
kind
as
of
I'm here.
peek through the hallway, there's another long hallway with another little offshoot that is partial display cases, very similar to the last one. And just kind of, it's just a long hallway with display cases and storage, kind of very similar to the first room that you've entered. It's one of the other prominent areas he displays, except in this one, rather than a giant turtle, he actually has what appears to be a skeletal structure. You're not quite sure if it's fossilized or not, of some kind of large uh, elephant-like creature. It seems to be missing several bones. It's not quite complete, but it looks like he might have been on the process of finishing the display. Who knows how long ago?
Someone's burglarized this pachyderm corpse. Got to find the other pieces put together and unlock a special door for us.
Kind of right there. This isn't
Gotta
Zelda,
find
but
all
I
the
do
secret
appreciate
files.
that. Anyway,
You can't hide a puzzle from us,
and
David.
as he does kind of take off, you kind of see him take off to the other end into what is clearly that formal sitting room.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right then. So he's definitely not the one that did it.
Yeah, probably not.
He's
Although I
just,
will say, a soft-spoken man, it's the last one you expect, isn't it?
I mean, that's fair. It's just he very clearly cared about birds, and it seemed like he was taking care of the birds just fine before his inevitable demise.
Hey,
So,
well, that's the trick in it. Someone cares about birds. You think that sounds nice. Someone that cares about animals, it's a good quality in a person. But the trick is, birds is all bastards. They're all wicked creatures. Terrible, even. Anyone that associates with them, they gotta be reflective of birds in some way.
I mean, I have a hard time arguing with that. That's right, science it is.
Hey, basically.
Am I right in assuming that Estella has wandered off at this point?
Smokestack and Bellamy have one brain cell to share between the two of them, and Estella has it.
I purposely made education my lowest stat.
Okay.
I completely rolled my stats and my education ended up very low.
I love the two of you. Okay.
We have
Surprised
high
they let me.
intuition, right?
Yeah, they made me an officer based on merit, not on education. I'll say that much.
Rose through the rank through experience. All right, I'm gonna go look at this door over here real quick.
Okay.
Right. I'll peek through this one. I'm assuming this one just is a back door.
Okay. As you walk up to, we're gonna start with the back door one, Bellamy. It is clearly a door out to the back backyard. There's woods, dense woods that kind of do kind of just dense woods that are kind of everywhere.
They fill
Yeah,
up
all
the
right.
rest of the property.
But this particular door, as you kind of grab the handle, very similar to what Extella explained about the front door, it doesn't budge. The handle doesn't even turn. It's like it's as if the door isn't there. It might as well just be a solid slate of stone.
All right.
Is the texture changed at all? Or is
No,
it
it,
still
it still
door
feels like a
textures?
door. It's just you can't turn the handle at all.
That
Do
is a
some.
magical charm if ever I've seen one.
I'm gonna do some minute peeking about. I'm gonna look at like inside the the little lock or the screws that hold things together. I'm just gonna peek around to see if I can see anything that could be holding this together. Could have bound the doors in such a way.
Okay, like anything physically bending the doors, you can roll a spot hidden for it.
I'm doing it, trying to get real up close and intimate. 89 failure.
89 failure.
Yeah.
It's a door. It's a door that doesn't want to budge, and it feels like genuine witchcraft to you. As far as
The
you can tell in
mind.
any single way, witchcraft is probably the best way to explain it.
The mind. My mind, it boggles.
On the other hand, getting to the less boggling case of what turns out to just be, um, it's just a closet. It's a closet with, I'm going to use the phrase sciencey supplies, which is probably exactly what Smokestack would think of them are. Pipettes, flasks, display cases, and other things. It looks to be where originally all of this stuff was stored before it had clearly started to spread to the rest of the study and become less and less organized.
Smokestack's gonna find a random vial.
You're gonna grab a random vial.
Yeah, grab just like a random vial. Are they like labeled or anything?
Just like lots of boxes full of various like Erlenmeyer flasks, test tubes, etc., etc. Sciencey supplies.
All right, Smokestack's looking for like a small one.
Okay, yeah, yeah. There's like it's a like if there's any kind of flask or vial, you can probably find it here. It does take a little bit of time looking, but you do find one.
Okay, he's gonna keep that on him.
Okay.
Yeah. Then at some point during the next intervening minutes, he is going to find a time to get over to the guest room and see if he can't find any of that ooze that was left lying around.
Ah. Okay. Well, realizing that you've kind of explored everything in this room, it does seem to be very similar to his office. These are old projects. Old projects left untouched.
Oh.
So you kind of write it off and realize this isn't really what you need to worry about a little bit. So you do kind of take off to the guest room. You maybe pass the Stella. Where has the Stella gone off to? Would you? Oh, you're leaned against the pillar. Okay. She's kind of leaned against the pillar. You kind of like literally walk by, probably give her a little bit of a head nod as she kind of keeps an eye on this hallway.
Hey, Stella.
You are muted. Oh,
Hey.
kind of walking past. You see Smokestack walking past and kind of heading back off to the guest room. There is quite a bit of still slime and everything everywhere, and where it's hard to find like a not like I'm gonna say a pure slime sample, you do find the cleanest looking spot you can, and scoop up a good vial full of it. Even
All right,
putting
then.
even putting a little cork on the top, because you would have been able to find that.
Cool. Does microbiology exist yet?
Does microbiology exist? Yes,
By
technically.
the 1800s, yes, it
Yes.
does. I know this for a fact
Yes.
because one of my favorite subjects and theories on certain microscopic subjects and objects and creatures was conceived in the 1700s.
Excellent. All right, then. Well, gonna have that sciencey guy look at this later, I think.
Yeah, right.
See what he can make about this primordial ooze hunter thing we found.
Hey, let's kick down these two doors in this hallway opposite the guest rooms. Just get those out of the way real quick.
Yeah, you thinking just like a simultaneous bust them in just in case there's anybody hiding in there?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Let's give it a little 3, 2, 1 kick.
Yeah.
All
Should we
right.
check if they're unlocked first, or do you just want to kick them
Uh,
in for the...
Your choice.
Yeah, all right, let's kick them in.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Both of you give me a strength check.
3, 2, 1.
You
Nice.
basically, of course, this is the one I get a hard success on.
Okay.
I did as well. I got a 30 out of 85.
Okay. Both of them walk, and then kind of in like some level of odd unison, just boom and kick both doors. The doors kind of fly open a little bit, quite loudly. It's like again, it's just happens to be near perfectly timed. Where rather than being like a thump thump, it's just one loud thump as both doors kind of fly open. The door on the left in front of Bellamy, um, quickly it does appear to be some kind of little. I'm gonna call it like transition room, as it were, like a maybe like a little private room where one can kind of go. Like it's not quite a hallway,
A
it's very
waiting room.
small. There's like a little bit of a mirror and a sitting space. One could probably step outside, and there's a door on the opposite end. And I just realized I need to move the map that Okay, here we go. Yeah, there's a door on the opposite end of the room still, but there's kind of like a little mirror and just a comfortable little sitting room. On the other hand, the room that Bellamy kicks open, or not Bellamy,
Snow.
Smokestack kicks open, has an immediate turn to the right that you can't quite see around. But kind of, I'm assuming stepping in, and a door straight across again, just like the other one. But kind of as you turn and look around, it appears to be a powder room or a bathroom, as it would be. Wash basin, mirror, place where someone could
Oh,
freshen up, and probably the one used by the women who were in the nearby guest room if they needed a little bit of a private place.
yeah. That's much less exciting than what I was thinking powder room meant. So we're
No,
good.
not a black powder room.
Ah, okay.
It's
I
not that
still
kind
think
of
I'd found
manner.
the armory. This is where all the hunting rifles and gunpowder is kept. Looks like it'd be like, yes. Walk out with an armful of firearms. These them on now. Nobody's getting them back.
Anyway, that's
All
what
right.
these two rooms appear to be. Both rooms have again almost right off exact a door in front of either of them.
Yeah, that goes to the ballroom.
Mhm. As you kind of test out the handle, it's again a locked door, and you're assuming, given what you can kind of loosely piece together, is most likely the ballroom. It'd make sense for the little waiting room and the powder room to have kind of access to the ballroom for when it was in use.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right then. Melanie, you find anything exciting?
Now, just a small room with another door in it.
All right. Yeah, this is just a bathroom. I stole the soap,
All right.
Add soap to your items list, please. Just for that
of
one
course.
line. Okay.
Nice soap.
Nice soap. It is very nice soap. Theo
Very
spared
nice
no
soap.
expenses. Like, you can tell when Theo's been doing something in the manor, because it's actually really well done. For being the only servant in this manor, and it's a very large manor for one servant, he has been doing a very good job.
Very nice soap. Spared no expenses.
Okay.
All right then. How about we go finish searching these other doors before we go?
Settle our
I'd
bet.
actually. Yeah, well, I think I'd like to talk to Theo a little bit first. I found something in his stuff that I think might have some additional information that could be useful to us. I could be wrong on that, but I have a suspicion.
Wouldn't be bad to double back and make sure, there's not more of those little locking things.
Yeah,
They,
yeah, yeah. Also,
yeah.
maybe double check on the body, see what our medical expert has to say now that he's torn up and his. I guess his sternum was already torn open. Looked at more of him,
Yeah, all right.
I'm gonna go see if there's any food in the dining.
but for right now, maybe we just check these doors.
Yeah.
All right then.
Where are you guys going?
Opening the store.
Okay. As you all walk towards the store, you do kind of just walk. It's an unlocked door. It's actually the door. Oh, nope, not what I'm trying to do. Okay. As you try to open the door, it opens up quite quickly into what I would classify as a fairly crowded little dining room. There's currently 4 people in here. It looks like it would be decently suited to maybe fit. Technically, you could probably fit everyone in the room if like everyone was taking a seat at the dining room table. It's a bit of a smaller dining room table. Um, Clearly not one meant for a lot of guesses, but it is what it is. And as you kind of sit in there, there's a lot of people in this room. Again, 4 of them. You kind of see them spread throughout the room accordingly. Giving you quick little descriptions here of them. The room itself, the table's immaculately set. There is food here. There's bottles of wine and glasses. We are getting into the spared no expense kind of category. And as you look kind of towards the south end of the room, currently not sitting at the table. This is Alma Hardy, for context. You don't know that name, but they're kind of sitting there. Is currently sitting there, like spectating a little hors d'oeuvre tray, quite like standoffishly, like a little bit aghast at some of the choices that are here, even though they're very nice food. Clearly doesn't look quite pleased.
I totally get some food.
Immediately, Estella's going to kind of grab some food from the table. You notice another two people talking, kind of just right next to each other. The Hattie and Aldrich, according to the markers on the map. The first one is... Oh, where's my notes? Oh, the first one is a very... He's actually literally wearing a lab coat in this moment. Very small, round, wire-framed glasses. Hair is not kept. There's kind of stains and soot on his outfit and on his hands, and he's kind of talking very excited. You're not quite sure about what, but he's very excited about it. To the woman kind of standing across from him, who is very clean and well dressed and groomed, and looks to be just about as enthusiastic of this conversation as he is. Clearly, just as whatever he's talking about, she's equally excited for. And the last one is a rather large man standing in the corner. He looks much more of the type that you and Bellamy would brush into in your day-to-day jobs than anyone else at the manor. But the moment Estella walks by him, he loudly proclaims, "Oh, hey, boss!" Giving a big wave as she walks to the table to grab some food, and then kind of walking over to her with a big old grin on his face.
Hey, I didn't know you had connection to Fenric.
Oh, you know me. I do jobs where jobs are. Fenric, he needed some of my line of work every once in a while. Can't say I usually get to come to these kind of parties. At least when I do, it never ends well for me. Seems to be doing quite fine today. Who are the other two that walk in with you? He kind of gives a bit of a, like a...
I can gesture to them and introduce them. Smokestack and Bellamy.
Smokestack.
Hello,
You
mate.
work in the pipes, I take it?
Yeah. Keep them clean.
Oh. And Bellamy, you got the man of a bit of a naval officer look to you.
Oh, yeah, it'd probably be the coat, mate.
Oh, that's exactly what I assumed. It was either Navy or... Well, I don't really follow officer things, but it was fancy. But you sounded a bit not posh enough to be Army, so I had to assume Navy.
Oh, yeah, that's me. Rough and tumble off the sea, you know, mate.
Mm-hmm. Is it true what they say about sailors?
Yeah, everything.
Oh, right. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
What brings you all out here?
An invitation to a party.
Oh, I suppose it's the same as everyone here. That makes sense. I forgot to tell you my name. It's Wellington.
Oh, Wellington.
Mo Wellington, to be exact, but Wellington's the name.
Right then. I hold out my hand to shake.
Yeah, he gives you a stick. He's got surprisingly delicate hands for such a large guy, but they're not unworked hands. They're just hands that have had an odd level of light care taken to them for such a big guy. Clearly well used and a little rough, but there's been this a little bit of someone who uses his hands. There's a dexterity to them.
My hands have cuticles that are very untaken care of and a few scabs.
Okay. Kind of extends the hand next over to Smokestack as well, if you hadn't shaken your hand already.
Sure. Smokestack extends his hand, and though his hand is still covered in coal dust, as is bog standard for somebody who just threw a handful of coal dust into an explosive environment, that besides, his skin is very clean, like somebody who lives in a constant steam bath most of the time.
Just pipes, yeah.
So his skin is very exfoliated and clean, though he takes care to keep his nails short. I don't know if they're well kept, but they're not going to catch on things.
Kind of gives a bit of a smile and kind of goes back. He's gotten currently, by the way, Wellington is holding a full bottle of wine that he just takes a swig from occasion, breaking all kind of manner of etiquette.
Ah, good. Quaint.
Anyway, you lot walked in here like you had some business to burn. What's going
Yeah,
on?
you heard a scream in the last hour or so, mate.
Can't say that I did.
Oh, okay then.
If I had, normally the scream comes from the room that I'm in.
Oh, fair enough. Good to know. So there hasn't been any screaming in this room.
No, not really. Well, I mean, whatever those two are talking about, they're speaking some kind of foreign language. And then there's that lady over there who, frankly, needs to learn to shut her mouth and just stick the food in it rather than staring at it like it's some kind of tainted whatever it is. It's just cheese. I
You
don't
know
get
that
what
type,
the thing.
though.
Well, I know that type, but I don't like to deal with that type unless they're paying me. And no
Oh,
one
yeah.
here's paying me. I only came because I assumed that there would be a job or something interesting would happen. Been here for a full
Oh.
day and nothing interesting's happened.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. Hehe.
Speaking of which, by the way, this man keeps his coffers locked up tighter than anything else I ever knew.
Yeah, you already been around to check.
Yeah, a bit disappointed to be honest.
I'll take it from your previous statement. You didn't find anything too interesting along the way. Nothing like suits of armors creaking about. Nothing like I don't know, monstrous lichen.
No, not what your liking is either. But no, ballroom's locked up, which is where the good stuff might be. And other than that, everything seems to be quite normal. Theo's kind of been watchdogging letting anyone go up to the room.
Oh yeah.
I
Well,
tried to sneak past him, but well, I don't really do stealth, and well, I had no reason to bury the man, so kind of let Theo be. Figured if I needed to look up there later, I'd find a way.
nah, I wouldn't waste your time. There's nothing very interesting up there.
Oh, sounds about right.
Yeah. Well, Stella, why don't you
Not what you'd find interesting anyway.
Not anything I
well,
would
that's
find
okay.
interesting. Oh, that sounds about right.
Well, Stella, I suppose you seem to have some sort of prior relationship with this gentleman, Wellington, right here. I'll assume you could vouch for him.
I would.
All right. Excellent. Mo Wellington, my good man. You seem a stand-up gent. If I were you, I'd
First
keep
person
your
who
eyes
said
up.
that.
Oh, listen, you don't understand the context in which I'm calling you an upstanding gent. Listen, I want you to do something that you're gonna want to do as well, mate.
What am I doing?
Keep an eye out for something interesting.
Right? I hear you want me to do something, but I ain't hearing a value on that.
Oh no! This is for your own
That-
self-interest, I believe.
It also would depend on how few dead bodies are left in your wake.
Oh, well, I don't do that kind of work.
Ah.
If I see something and I'm feeling generous, maybe we'll talk. But for the sake of the boss, I'll try to keep bodies a bit limited on this one.
I reckon that'll do
Try
Matt quite
to.
nice. Wouldn't want to
Smokestack's
muddy the
gonna give
water.
a Stella a concerned look.
Anyway, I'm gonna actually take off from this room. To be honest,
All I do is shrug to Smokestack.
I think I'm gonna take off. Macklin's here, isn't he? I thought I saw him lingering around.
Yeah.
Mac
know.
is back in the normal
guys.
sitting room.
We'll see if Macklin's got anything interesting to say then. Unless you need me sticking around, boss.
No, you're good.
Alright, well, find me if you need me. You know my prices.
Yeah, we'll do.
He kind of like takes off and kind of walks out of the room. He's got, like, you realize as he walks by, he's got like a revolver stuck to his side. He's got a couple knives, not too. He doesn't have a care in the world in terms of looking deadly. Like
You
looking
keep
ready for a fight.
You see, you keep strange company, Estella.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I'm gonna go talk to Alma. Hello there.
Oh, hello, she says, looking you up and down with immediate disgust and contempt.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I've kind of come with him for this conversation.
What is it that you want? Are you here to... I mean, you're not what I'd expect serving staff to look like, but are you here to handle this? She kind of gestures exasperatedly at the food tray. I'm not
Oh,
seeing a single pairing here that is worth my time. I don't
oh,
know
nice.
what half-wit they put in charge of this, but it isn't... This is just... Ugh.
What is this? Cheese and crackers? Bellamy's gonna make a little stack of random cheeses and take a big bite and wander over to these guys.
She looks abhorred at the mixing of cheeses that you have done. Like, you had just
Eat
offended
'em.
everything near and dear to her heart.
I put them in a stack and eat them all at once. Is the thing as well.
I
This
she just like looks abhorrent at the three of you. What is it that you want?
I'll be honest. I'm mostly just wondering if you've been here more than like 2 days.
No, well, I arrived exactly yesterday, to be honest, and was immediately told that I had to share a guest room with all things, and I had to share it with her. She gestures over to the lady talking excitedly in the other corner. And
Uh,
she's not the kind of person I generally like to associate with.
yeah, no, I think that most of the people here probably aren't people you generally like to associate with. I apologize for your discomfort, ma'am. Um, Having said that, I must admit I am unfamiliar with a lady of your bearing. In these particular instances, more especially. Um, if I could have some sort of formal introduction, seeing as the servants are a bit lacking on that matter. At which point, Smokestack is going to give a low bow,
Okay.
and I can roll charm if you would like on that
I
one.
I'm gonna say she's a little bit relieved. Like, you look disgusting, but compared to whatever abomination of mixing cheeses Bellamy had done, you are the more tolerable of them. She doesn't seem to give a lot of a side eye to Favorian, or to Estella, who has a bit of like an actual could pass off in this kind of environment if she needed to. Um, but Estella's kind of like got the taint of proximity to her with you two. But she's like not as standoffish, as she kind of reaches a hand out daintily. Alma, she says, Alma Hardy, wife
Of
of
course.
the eminent Jonathan Hardy, second in
Oh,
line, head of the culture committee.
Pleasure
oh,
to.
really? Head of the culture committee?
Yes.
My goodness, I'm so sorry. I would have treated you much nicer if I had known. I apologize, madame. Please forgive my rudeness.
She
And
kind of like
he takes her hand lightly,
mm,
doesn't kiss it, just bows.
okay. She seems to be like she's getting the proper attention she feels that she deserves, and also for both Bellamy and Estella, who rolled psychology checks, and both passed. So this is kind of something that both of you are going to get. She is too shallow to have anything deeper going on.
Yeah.
This is her. There is no extra level of depth to this person at all. Anyway,
Yes, I could have told you that.
Yeah.
I didn't even need to roll enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Haven't said that. Um, so what brings you here? Do you know Mr. Sir Fennec?
Lord.
Lord Fennec.
I do suppose that we've crossed paths every once in a while. Back when he was on the culture committee, he used to work quite frequently with my husband. Oftentimes, my husband's a bit... Well, he's a very important man. He couldn't actually come this yourself, but I'm never one to miss a party like this. It's the first one in years, so I made sure promptly to show up.
I think that was a right good idea of you. I'm sure he'd be happy. He'll be happy to see you whenever that comes up. In the meantime, it's been a pleasure chatting with you, ma'am. I hope you continue to have a nice evening. I'll see if I can't get somebody to figure out this whole travesty, what are being called snacks.
Yes, thank you for understanding that. I never expected someone like you to understand the finer parts of cheese, but thank you.
You're more than welcome, ma'am. I am full of surprises, as people often tell me. You have a lovely evening.
You too, sir. He kind of goes back to like picking through the cheese, trying to find parts that are to her standard as the group of you head back off. Where do you head next? You head over to the last little group hanging out in here?
I'm listening into their conversation a little bit to see if I can get any sort of grip on what they're talking about.
I am going to have you roll. I'm trying to think. One second. I'm looking at the character sheet to see exactly what this would be. You were going to roll knowledge. It's a knowledge check. Does it have its own? It doesn't have its own. I'll have you roll a science check unless you have any skills in specific sciences. Just a general science check.
So, I'm assuming accounting doesn't count as a science.
No,
Let's
it's in the
see.
far right column. There's science, and usually it
Oh
will be
yeah.
like science, biology, physics, whatever. This is just if you have science physics, you'd be rolling science physics, but just science if you don't.
All right, just science. You got it.
1%. Come
Come
on, one
on,
in 100.
baby. Come on, baby. Nice. 69.
Well, that's
Nice.
nice, but doesn't help you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Completely useless.
Considering that I think base science is 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay.
Look, hey, I'll say this: worth rolling, because all the odd chance you get that one, you get to put a little check mark there,
You
huh?
can prove you would have like absorbed some knowledge of science.
Ooh.
You hear something about space and something about gravity and something just just a lot of just it's all like
Is this
it's smart
astronomy?
person talk. It's not astronomy.
It's
This is
astrology.
like it is we are talking like straight up. This is as if you walked into a conversation between Neil deGrasse Tyson and Albert Einstein.
This is
This is
astrophysics.
astrophysics at its finest. You would assume because some of it's about space, but you honestly don't know. They could just be talking about how a car works in levels of conversation that you don't understand. You vaguely know it's physics, and
All
that's
right.
about
Good heavens. Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. Did either of you murder Ken
it.
Kenneth?
uh, what?
Yeah, he was found disemboweled and sort of carved about with occult symbols. I was trying to go about this all nice like, but I don't understand a bloody word you're saying, so I just kind of had to stop that real quick. I'm definitely way out of my league here. Just if you could answer that question for me real quick, that'd be great, and we can all go on our ways.
As you kind of just walk up and just bluntly say that right immediately out of your mouth, they have two very different responses. Aldrich clearly has a second, like, shocked, stunned, how process this kind of reaction. On the other hand, Hattie, the girl, has a very surprised but measured response. Like, oh, something's happened. And it's Hattie's the first to speak. What exactly happened? I'd really like to know a little bit more.
Yeah, just real quick, just to double check, so I'm not accidentally giving away evidence what could allow you to be non-incriminated if you are incriminate. I'm not. Okay, look.
Tell us what you
Have you
know.
been
Hey,
here in in the last 2 days, 2, 3 days?
Yeah.
Hattie kind of gives you a bit of a smile. You're okay. I understood what you were saying just fine. I've been here. I only actually arrived here earlier this morning. Um, I haven't been here terribly long, and I kind of am honestly a little bit out of place.
Well, you
I,
should try walking in my shoes for a moment. I'm not even a scientist.
I suppose that's true. No, I mostly came because I was curious about Fenric and what had been going on. It's
In
something
what
you
way?
said murdered, And
yeah,
a
we can talk about
cult?
that later.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh,
Sorry. Yeah, you ask your questions. I'm
yeah.
more than happy to help. Are
You
you with
say
the police department?
totally, absolutely. Look at my little symbols here.
Roll fast talk.
You got it. This is a skill
as
I'm
you try to
actually trained.
breeze past with that.
Oh, hey, that's a regular success. 53 out of 65.
She doesn't believe it per se, but she's not gonna question it because it's just plausible enough.
Anyways,
And she doesn't want to be wrong.
She doesn't want to be wrong.
so as we what's your relationship to good old Lord Fenric? Considering that previous statement, yeah. Tell us a little bit more about your relationship with Fenric. How'd you manage to snag a little invitation here?
I wasn't invited.
So you potty crashing?
In a way, I suppose you should take a step back, especially if you are working for the police department. I need to absolve myself of this. I've never met Fenric before. I was fascinated by the stories of him. I remember growing up and hearing a couple of the little sciencey things, and I mean, he's a very prominent man, both in science and in um, well,
Politics.
politics. I don't really follow politics much myself, though.
Yeah, I
Um,
understand politics a lot more than science.
but I was always curious what happened, and I happened to know Theo.
Oh, okay.
Oh, how do you know Theo?
We went to a book club together.
What sort of books?
Well, Theo's a surprisingly well-versed man when it comes to literature. He reads a little bit of everything. I mostly got involved, I guess, through friends of friends, if that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
I met at the university's library every once in a while to discuss kind of new topics and theories that had been brought up in everything from science to politics and history. I obviously was only there for a lot of the science stuff, but other subjects interest me too. But yeah, I met Theo a little bit like that, and I was quite surprised when he asked me to come here.
Hmm. Wait, so he asked you personally?
Yes, he says I know I didn't have an invite, but he knew I'd been interested in Fenric for some time.
How quaint. Interesting.
Yeah.
He hoped that I guess he hoped that someone might be able to talk to Fenric on a scientific level. I at first I assumed there weren't going to be any other scientists here, but then I met Aldrich, who's a legend in his own right as a physicist, and I think I even saw a brief glance of Dr. McDaniel, Fenric's old lab partner, but he's a bit of a he doesn't talk to people too much.
Bit of a
Oh, yeah.
recluse.
Bit of a bird man, if you ask me.
If I could interrupt for just a moment, Aldrich.
Oh yes.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Aldrich
Oh, it's a
Jenkins.
pleasure to meet you too.
I've This is going to sound maybe a little funny, but you don't happen to have been involved in the very scientific discourse around heightening and what is it called? Hydrostasis or something like that. It had a big long name. They used it to upgrade the pipes recently. Made my job a lot easier.
Well, I do work quite a bit with the pipes. I help put in a lot of the original groundwork when it comes to them, and quite a bit of actually most of the pipes were designed by me and a couple other scientists. I mostly handled a lot more of the pneumatics and making sure that we could maintain the pressure through the long terminal distances, and that the pipes were capable of handling the load that we put upon them, and that kind of thing.
That's the one smokestack holds out his hand. Put it there, mate.
Oh, it's
I
always wonderful to meet a working man.
Oh, it's always wonderful to meet the man who made the pipes.
Hmm.
Those things. I hear horror stories about what it was like being a rat catcher before the pipes were installed. Dark days those were for us.
The early days of working and playing the pipes in there were also fairly interesting. You see things down there.
Oh yeah, no.
He like kind of spaces out. By the way, the moment he says it, like there's like 1,000-mile glaze behind Idric's eyes before he kind of snaps back too.
Yeah, as he has like this 1,000-mile glaze, Smokestack slips a defensive charm into his science go pocket. Just sort of passive.
Anyway, yes, but so you worked down in the pipes. Are the pipes still working all lovely and nice and all that?
Yeah. There's a couple that have sustained some damage due to geothermal activity and whatnot, but nothing too dangerous. I've been talking to the lads about it. They've been getting technicians on it. I think we've only lost what 20, 25 people this year. That's a pretty good rate
Those
for the
are good
pipes.
numbers for the pipes. I
Yeah.
remember when we were doing the original expeditions to build the pipes in there. I think we lost. Oh, it was about on average 2 a week.
Yeah, that's about right. I had a couple of family members involved in that. Good work for them too. It was good pay. Hazardous work, but good pay.
It, you
Much
don't
better
happen to
than tunnels.
much better than the what?
The tunnels.
Oh yes, much better than the tunnels. The pipes are much safer. You don't happen to be related to I believe he went by Pap.
Yeah, Pep's my granddad, in fact.
Oh, wonderful to see that you're still in the family business. We wouldn't have been able to do it without him in the early days, to be honest.
No, Pep knows how to navigate the tunnels and the pipes, especially the deeps. We've only got maybe 1, 2 deep delvers in the whole family, and Pep's the only surviving one, as far as I know. My parents were the other two, and they've disappeared recently. So, uh, yeah,
I remember the deep's collapse of must have been 1798,
yeah,
about 50 years ago.
yeah.
That's when
It was a
Pap
bad
lost his
time.
brother.
It was
We
when I
tried to dig him
lost.
out, but we just
Oh,
couldn't get through.
no, it's I've heard this story a lot of times, in fact, from a lot of different people. Never from Pap though, I guess. So
It
anyhow,
took a toll on
it's
him. He was stuck on the other side of the collapse.
yeah, he never was quite the same after that. My dad said. Um. Anyway, it's been a pleasure to meet you, though,
Oh yes, pleasure
Aldrich.
to meet you.
With that in mind, Smokestack's gonna tap Pat Bellamy on the shoulder and just sort of just sort of indicate, yeah, you're good. Keep on keeping on.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Uh, so did we establish? Sorry, I blanked out when we were talking about mnemonics and pipes and such. You, Mr. Aldrich,
Oh yes.
your relationship to Lord Fenric?
To be honest, I didn't work a lot with the man.
Yeah.
I worked with him a little bit. I mean, obviously, he's the one who did most of the funding for the pipes. We had to get most of those projects approved for him towards the early mid years of it. So I worked with him a fair bit, but I was never close to the man. He called
All
me
right.
odd.
He called you odd. All right.
Yes. I mean, it's not the first time someone said that. The pipes change a man.
Yeah, okay. I'll buy that. Say, glancing at Smokestack. Yeah, okay. Uh, well, all right. I guess that's that then. You, Hattie, listen, Hattie. I got a question for you.
Oh,
What
of
is it
course.
exactly that dear Lord Fenric did in your science community that got you idolizing him?
It's not what he did. It was more the disappearance. You see, he actually wrote a thesis shortly before he kind of went silent. It wasn't quite complete, but it talked about. Well, he had a reputation for being a very logical and measured man. But when it came to this thesis that he wrote, there was a lot of, well, hearsay to it. It wasn't quite scientific. He pulled on old legends and stories as evidence for proof of things. It was very out of character for him, and I was kind of curious to speak to him about why. And that's kind of when I started interesting in his work. It's not that he really had any major breakthroughs; it was rather how he had them, and then they switched to such a lack.
So this final work that he did before the silence, as you say, it oh, Elmo's gone and big.
Ignore the Alma going big. Um,
Hold on a minute. You keep talking to Hattie. I'll be right. Miss.
I'm gonna have okay. Yeah, you
Yeah,
noticed that. I
go
was gonna
ahead.
say, I'm actually gonna have because you two are in conversation with them.
Good point. Yeah.
Kind
Spot
of.
hidden.
This is going to be more of like a spot. We're going to kind of do like a. I'm not going to necessarily have it be a roll because it's more of a passive thing. What is your spot hidden or listen?
My listen is higher than my spot hidden.
Either
Maybe
or
not.
is fine.
Oh, I should have passed that spot hidden earlier, actually, by more. Anyway, that's fine. Listen is 61, spot hidden is 73.
Spot hidden is 75 for me. Listen is 45.
Okay. You would definitely notice. You'd probably at least hear the door opening, and kind of see Alma starting to head out smokestack.
All right. Excuse me, miss.
Yes.
There's been some damage around the house recently, and some concerns about its overall structural integrity. As a result, there's been a collapse in the room that you was using, in fact. So if you could go and wait in the formal sitting room with other folk for a minute until we get this all sorted out.
And why must I wait in the formal sitting room?
On account of if you're by yourself, one of the things could collapse on you, and then nobody might be able to hear you under the collapse. You could be in danger if you stay by yourself. So long as you're with somebody, you should just be fine. It's just best to stay nearby people.
In that case, I think I will be leaving the party.
Yeah, that's
Especially
fine.
as I was informed of a tragedy. I don't want to be lingering around here anymore.
No, that's totally fair. It's just nobody's been able to get the doors open.
What do you mean
So
they can't get the doors open?
this is sort of the hard part. I have tried at the doors. They appear to be stuck shut with some sort of sciencey gizmo I don't quite understand.
She immediately kind of starts to run off towards the door.
Yeah, that's fair. Smokestack is going to not like chase after her, but follow at like a safe distance so as to
You're
be
not going to try to stop
non-threatening.
her? Okay.
No, she can run to the door.
Okay. Bellamy and Estella are staying in that room. As she kind of continues through the door, you following behind her, she's definitely trying to get a little bit of distance. And she kind of quickly takes off through the formal sitting room and kind of starts to make her way up to the foyer. The moment she gets to the foyer, though, and kind of you're following behind her.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
not
you're
like
moving.
he's not like
Moving.
chasing her. He's just like
Mhm.
quietly
Power walking towards her.
quietly power walking not towards her, after her. If he does manage to get too close, he just keeps his distance. He's not trying to spook her.
Yeah, no, you're good. As you're kind of sitting there, the moment you come down this hallway, you kind of turn down this hallway to the foyer, I'm going to need you to roll a sanity check.
All right.
Nice. Here we go. Been waiting all night for this. Oh boy. Yeah. That was me popping my knuckles, by the way.
65. That is a
Critical failure. Go insane.
that was a failure. It would have been a success before I lost my sanity earlier.
Pull your ears off your head. You're so crazy now. You're terrified of what you're seeing.
It's a failure.
Yes.
Okay. Bum ba dum bum bum.
To be clear, I wasn't anticipating and excited for you to fail a sanity check. I'm just ready to fight some eldritch horrors, baby.
Oh, you're good. I was gonna say this.
You kind of pause and you turn around the corner, and at the end of the hallway is the rather disfigured form of what appears to be at a glance a maid, some kind of serving maid. Clearly having been attacked and murdered quite violently, it's a bit shocking to see, and as you kind of turn and see it, you take 2 points sanity damage. Just as you kind of see the shocking form there. There's no need. That's not enough to have to do like a temporary sanity roll or anything like that. It's just a bit of a quick little shock to the system. How many did you take yesterday, by the way? It was 5, right?
I think it was 5. Yeah.
Okay. If you take more than a fifth sanity damage in a day, there's another thing that happens. But
Sounds good.
we'll see if we get there. But yeah, you just kind of see this thing. It's a bit of a shock to you. and it just lunges, it rushes at you down the hall, but it dissipates before it reaches any of you. It's just the view that sees it. As the creature rushes, she lets out just a massive shriek and just pure horror that kind of echoes through the building. It's very, very loud and just collapses to the ground, passing out in that instance, right in front of you.
Wait, Alma
Right.
does or
Alma,
the maid? Okay.
Alma, the maid rushes at them and disappears before
All
it
right.
gets to them. Alma
Okay.
screams in horror and collapses.
Do we hear it on the other side of the
Smokestack is
building?
going to come back in here and come to Janice. Excuse me, Janice, dear.
Where are you going?
Over here.
Oh,
Formal sitting
you
room.
take back off that way. Um,
At a bit
okay.
of a brisk pace.
Yeah, at a bit of a brisk pace. Do you take her with you, or do you just leave her collapsed right there by the door?
Yeah, I don't touch her.
Okay.
Janice, darling.
Oh, yes. What is it that you need?
Yes. So Alma has been attacked by a ghost and passed out unconscious. Um, could you maybe come take a look at her with me?
I would right love to, dear. She kind of stands up gingerly and kind of
Smokestack offers his arm.
yeah. She kind of stands up gingerly and kind of starts to follow you back towards Alma. By the time that you get to Alma, you aren't the only ones there. While you can tell that no one in the formal room, and probably by exception of the dining hall, actually heard the shriek, some of the people that were in the office clearly have. And it's worth noting that both Everly and Jerome have currently come down to check out what's going on.
Sounds good.
Jeremy currently kind of half picking up Alma, and Everly just kind of sitting there looking around, quite measured, but she's the one who had taken the sword earlier.
Yes. Is she doing all right? Have you done any sort of medical examination of her?
No, not right that I have, Gov. But she does seem to be doing right fine. Well, she's breathing at least. There's a pulse.
We'll take it. Mind letting Janice give a look her over real quick?
Yeah, he kind of takes a step back and kind of lets Janice take a look. Janice kind of pulls out several of her own charms and begins to closely examine her. As she does so, one of the charms that she kind of pulls out of her pocket and kind of waves ever so quietly over the marking lights up, and kind of like on her forearm of Alma, a similar rune. It's actually the exact same rune that now marked Ebenezer is emblazoned on her forearm. Oh, that's not good, Janice says.
No, it's real bad, in fact.
Okay. You two, she says to both Jerome and Everly, you head back upstairs and keep on the others, and keep a very sharp eye out for anything else. The two of them kind of nod as they take back off upstairs, and immediately Janice turns to you. Are you a practitioner?
I am a. I think if I'm picking up on things proper, like I think my pap is, and he never taught me. I've I've got knowledge and understanding. I don't know if that translates well to actual actionable spellcraft like what you've thrown around here. I've seen my pap do what you just did, but I don't know how to do it myself.
Okay. Quick little summary for Favorian, because she had to run off. Alma tried to leave. Smokestack followed her. She just kind of took off when she found out the doors were locked. They ran around the corner. If you want to have followed, you could have followed, probably too. I don't know if you would or not. You're trying to follow? Okay. When you got back, 1 second. Favorian's trying to get caught back up. Can you have your mic unmuted, or is the kiddos? Oh, it keeps moving the map.
Yeah, it keeps moving the map, so I'm not sure what.
Okay, we're by the foyer.
I'm aware where you are. I can't move my character without moving the map.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you need to restart. You need to refresh the page.
Yeah, the
That
baby
happens
sounded
sometimes.
off my keyboard while I was gone.
Okay.
I'll be right back then.
Okay. Well, she's got a little more technical difficulties. You and Janice and Alma are kind of sitting there. You back?
Yeah, can you hear the screaming in the background?
I can't hear the baby.
Yeah.
So yeah, make sure it's on pan view, and you should be able to get over there without moving the map. And then you can change it to select and make sure that you're on the objects and token layers, because you have GM view. So yeah, first icon and then the brush to change which layer you're. Oh, not the brush, the square. There you are. So you would have followed then.
Yeah, so I was on the right layer, but just it was doing both. It was really weird. Anyway, I follow kind of behind, so I don't see everything they saw, I don't think. But
Okay.
I'm probably entering now.
Okay. Well, then, yeah. Janice kind of turns towards Estella and kind of gives you a bit of a look up and down real quick, trying to decide on whether or not she decides that you can be. She gives you a questioning look for a moment. Are you a practitioner?
Of what?
The ways?
What?
That's a no.
Okay.
Thaumatological expertise.
You don't do witchcraft, as it's called.
Of course not.
Oh,
Anyway,
there you go.
she's been cursed.
All right, that makes sense. Yeah, it checks out.
Do you want me to mark her token with the same markings as the other guy
Yes.
on it?
What's that mean exactly?
It means that something has claimed her.
Yeah. All right.
Something in the manor. There's something here.
Yeah, there's definitely something here. I suspect I know where it's at, or at least something that'll guide us over in that direction. For right now, should we just move her over into the sitting room and let her be?
I'll keep an eye on her along with Ebenezer.
It's for the best then. All right then.
Although the formal sitting room is, well, it's a large enough room to house us all. But,
All right.
you know,
I don't.
keeping
Yeah,
too many eggs in the same basket.
yeah, I'll get that. We could move them over to the dining hall if you think that'd be a better place.
Dining hall's even smaller.
Well, I mean, just some other people.
Fair enough. No, for now, we'll leave it as it is.
All right then.
I do know that, well, Mr. Spriggins has been doing a fair enough job keeping everyone relatively calm, along with Macklin.
Yeah. All right. Good then. I am going to go have a brief chat with Theo real quick, and then I'm going to meet up with my friends and, Bellamy at least. Knowing him, he might be. I think he's chatting up. That little hatty heart. But anyway, gonna go talk to Theo. I think. Let's go. Actually, let's go collect Bellamy first. Is that all right with you, Stella?
I
All
think
right.
the group of you kind of start to head back towards Bellamy, kind of getting into back into the formal sitting room. As you pass through, Janice and kind of gets Alma laid down in a corner on kind of a bit of a lounger over here. Kind of starts to look over her and Ebenezer, who is currently taking another seat, while Macklin. Oops, sorry, I'm getting everything fixed out here. Macklin is currently trying to keep Ebenezer relatively calm and doing a fairly good job. You haven't really had a chance to speak to Macklin, but he's a very kind of suave individual. As you do this, though, Wellington kind of runs back into the room and immediately notices Estella and you coming in here. Boss, we got a bit of a problem.
All right, what?
Well, you see, I was in here and I was keeping an eye on things, and then what's his face with the uniform said that he had had enough and he was going to go into the cigar lounge. And then Cole said no, or not Cole.
Mac.
Mac said no. We need to keep everything here. And then there's something about superior officer and mind your place. And Russ called him off and threatened to have his stripes taken. And then, well, Russ took off out the front door. And, well, noticing a bit of a target, I thought maybe I would follow behind him. I think Mac thought I was going to help. And as I tried to follow behind him, he vanished.
I nod.
Right. Okay then. Where did he vanish at?
Up in the hole. I walked
Out
out the
here.
door and he turned out like he was going to the guest rooms and well, then he was gone.
Good to know. All right, Ben. I'm gonna go get Bellamy.
Bellamy is currently sitting there getting physics for dummies being taught to him in the politest way possible.
So is everyone else still back in the sitting room?
Everyone else seems to be there. I mean, there was a noticeable, and for what it's worth, Russ was there when you went through the first time. He kind of seems to have left in direct response to the group of you traveling through the room. Although, in hindsight, you realize he wasn't there when you went back and got Janice. So sometime within a fairly short time frame that happened.
Right then. Hey Bellamy.
Yeah.
You seem to be really enjoying that science talk. We've had another disappearance and another haunting / possession. What happened? If I could use some
Alright.
help over here.
Yeah, okay. Listen, Hattie, you're a lovely bird. I'm very glad we had this conversation. I've got so many important things to attend to. Goodbye, goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. Ooh.
He's gone. Bellamy looks noticeably relieved.
Oh man. Yeah, all right. Bellamy reaches into his coat and flicks his bush wizard boomerang still in his hand.
Bush was boomerang.
All right, got my bush wizard's boomerang. I'm ready.
All
What
right.
happened?
So Russ was walking out this way and then he disappeared.
All right, let's check the room. Bellamy's gonna go over and open the closet.
Okay, the closet for up here?
The secret room
Okay.
that we investigated earlier.
As you open the closet door, there's nothing there.
All right.
I think he meant
exactly
more
as you
like
would left it.
this hole over here. If there's one secret room, I think it would make sense there might be another around here somewhere.
Yeah, I guess you could assume that. One could come to that conclusion.
So I don't know what happened. Also, apparently it disappeared right in front of a sharp-eyed bloke. So could be a false floor or something as well. I'm not exactly sure.
Ah, good point. Let's see. I guess we'll just start knocking on
Walls and floors.
walls and floors, looking for seams, feeling for minor drafts. Also, trying to keep an eye out for those very faint slime trails we noticed earlier.
Okay. The two of you, as you start to kind of look around this area, please give me a spot hidden.
You got it.
Hard success.
69. Very nice. But sadly, wait, what was my spot hidden? Oh, wait, no, it's still a regular success. Very nice.
Okay. Regular success, spot hidden. And what did you roll?
I rolled a 33, which is a hard success for my spot hidden.
Okay. As you're looking around, it's not that you find a hidden entrance per se. What it is that you find a slime trail going into the wall right about here. Oh, I gotta adjust my map. There we go.
All right then.
Right there.
There. I'll go around
Smoke,
this side.
Smokestack's gonna give it a solid kick.
Okay, give me a roll. Strength check.
Hard success, 18.
Okay. As you kind of take a step back, and Estella's kind of watching this too. You bring your foot down hard at the wall, and with as much force as you can muster, you kick, and the wall kind of shudders, and you can kind of see the faint outline of a door kind of slightly give in. It's definitely stronger than your kicking force, but if you get something with a bit of leverage, you think you might be able to pry it open. But you kind of like breaks the seam where the outline of the door is, but it's still wedged very tightly.
Does it make a seam?
There's a seam, yeah, you can kind of see where it is, but you have a feeling you probably just need some kind of leverage if you're going to try to really force this door open. It's a very solid kind of stone construct built right into the wall. Like
Bellamy's
he was able
gonna
to move it, but it wasn't enough to like break the locks on it.
stone door, you say?
It's a stone door, yes.
Okay. Well, as for leverage, Bellamy is probably gonna roll up his pant leg and pull out a large, wicked kukri knife. See if he can wedge it in there a little bit, get a bit of the leverage. Let me try to kick it again.
So this is just real quick. This is a steampunk setting. Are there just like pipes on the walls and stuff?
Yes, there are pipes. There are some kind of level of steam elements. It's very Victorian, and I would say, well, there have been some kind of elements of more steampunk things, like a steam Gauss rival mounted on the wall, kind of test tubes and everything. You haven't really gotten to the bare bones area of this place yet. You've kind of just been in the more formal Victorian settings of this home.
That's fair. I'm just looking for like a sturdy-ish looking pipe, if there is one, or if there's one behind the wooden slats on the wall or something that I feel like I could find. Being experienced with pipe works.
It doesn't take you too long to find, probably in that cleaning supply closet, to be honest.
All right, hold on a second, Bellamy. I think you've got the right idea, but I think we need a little more leverage.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. As
Um,
both of you get that little bit of leverage kind of put into the door and start to kind of pry, you easily find a pipe in that room, by the way, or something that would
yeah.
work.
So he's gonna grab two pipes, and one of them he's actually gonna put around the handle of Bellamy's kukri, since the handle of the kukri itself is gonna have a much better prying edge.
Okay.
And the pipe is hollow enough to give it a lot more leverage.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. I'm going to have both of you roll a strength check with advantage.
82 and 80. Both regular successes.
32 and 30, which is a hard success for me.
So, to clarify, with advantage, you re-roll the tens.
Oh, right. Then it would be 82 and 62.
Okay,
Oh, I did that
82.
wrong.
Still a
Yeah. So you
wait,
roll
wait,
it. You roll
tens?
it. You roll it twice. You roll the
Yeah.
tens twice, so the ones will stay the same.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
In which
yeah,
case,
so
I got a
60.
7.
You got a 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Between the two of you, there's like a bit of resistance at first, but then the door just slams open, just like boom, slams against the wall quite elegantly. Like when the hinge gives, it gives with force, revealing a very narrow hallway. Oh, wrong one.
I don't remember anything that happened in this area. We should.
That one.
Oh, lol.
Okay.
Oh,
Revealing a very, very long, narrow hallway with a sharp turn at the end.
now would be the time to light torches, knight.
Reconcile, mate.
And there's absolutely no lights in this area. It's pitch black. And as the group kind of starts to explore down this hallway, before we go down those stairs, I think would be a good place to take our break.
I think
Sounds
it
good.
would be. I gotta go tend to my mine hound.
You got to attend to your hound. I am
Yes.
going to slip away real quick myself to, as you used it, use the water closet for a sec.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good.
Let's see.
And while I'm gone, I'm going to start a boss fight for my viewers. We'll be back to
By
talk a
the
little bit
way,
to anyone who's here.
Just so you know, Luke, there is an actual weapon listing for a burning torch. It uses the fighting brawl
Oh,
stat.
good.
It's 1d6 plus burn.
Excellent. Excellent news.
Touch range usually around 5 cents.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh. If
Right.
I can type.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom myself.
I will be right back. I will still have an eye on chat while I'm gone. So, but yeah, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. And we're doing this the hard way. Okay. If first you don't succeed, just nuke the boss out of existence by closing the program. That'll show him. Okay. Now, let's give this a round of 2. Okay. How's all my chat doing? How y'all doing? Oh, you're good? I'm glad to hear you're good. It's good to see you. I got lots of things going on my phone. Okay. Or like, stream for 2 hours and my phone's always blowing up. Okay. Could be worse. Could be worse. Could be worse isn't the worst thing to be. You know. Looks like Favorian did miss this boss fight as well. But that's okay. We'll take our little body friends here, see if they can do something for us. Anyway. It's good to see you guys here. Enjoying the stream so far? Just lurking or anything like that? I'm alone.
Hey, it's me. I've returned.
Hey, Gray's back. Now I'm not alone. Mortal Stream.
Hey, so quick fun thing.
Okay, I like fun things.
I like fun things too, just to sort of help inform Smokestack's treating of the two different people, because we had very clearly Cole Soto being a very pompous, sort of high and mighty, versus Alma, who was pretty much the same way. But Smokestack treated the two of them very, very differently. As sort of my thought process for his in-character decision making, Cole comes from poor people. Cole comes from people who know better. Does that make sense? He should understand what it is exactly is actually going on. The fact that he thinks that somehow being above people now that he's in a rich position, that's why Smokestack looks down on Cole. He's disgusted with Cole, frankly.
Okay.
Because Cole was just being polite. He was lying, and he's continuing to lie to himself. Smokestack doesn't like that.
Oh, I always like some deep character insight.
Yeah.
Very much makes sense.
Alma, on the other hand, is basically a child. Smokestack would no more be upset with a 12-year-old for throwing a tantrum because they didn't get a candy they like than he would be upset with Alma for complaining about the the treats that she got on a silver platter. Like, there's just not a lot going on. She's just not very mature. And in that situation, that's not somebody who's worth his derision or anger. Because it's not like he's going to teach her a lesson. But as a result, it doesn't mean that he gets to be mean to her either.
Yeah.
So that was Smokestack's two very different interactions. It's not that Smokestack has anything against those who are rich or powerful. He has things against people who treat other people mean.
Yeah. It's a good moral guideline.
Yeah, he doesn't like bullies. Smokestack is whether it's a good moral guideline or not, that's just Smokestack's character.
Okay.
He doesn't. That's how he rolls. Just to clarify, because there's been a couple of, like, he's gone toe to toe with Gilbert Johnson about the Bellatine tax, and like he doesn't really see other people as higher or lower than him.
Just sees him
So yeah,
there.
Yeah, they're people. Their different life experiences have resulted in different things. I think Pap is probably the one that taught him that.
Does anyone have any questions for any of us too while you're here? Anyone who's been following along? Always more than happy to answer questions as long as they ain't like spoilery.
Who done it, Taylor?
Who done it?
Who done it?
The butler did it. It's always the butler.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew I should have killed him the second I entered the manor. Before we even heard the scream, I should have just. The smokestack draws his double-barreled shotgun and blows Theo away.
What? This is a Call of Cthulhu and there's a butler? Blow him away. No second questions asked.
Instantly dead.
Instant justice. Why? You know it's got to be the butler. That's just how it be.
What would be even funnier if it always turned out to be the butler, regardless. No matter how no matter how unjustified it seems, it always ends up having been a justified measure. What is it with butlers?
They
It's
deal
the
with
butler.
like I actually have a theory like why a butler is the most likely person to have done something like this, and it's the butlers deal with the most rich people crap. Like if anyone
Yeah, they have the
closely
most
related to
motive.
the butler is going to snap or related to it's going to be the butler.
I mean, he's in the position to actually do them in too. He knows their sleep schedule and takes
Yep,
care of them.
it's knowledge, it's access, and it's motive. Butler's got all that.
They're evil. I don't know if they're evil. I'd say they can be easily disgruntled.
I support our butler, but I don't I don't know what I was gonna say there. It's a bit sleepy.
Sleepy. The boss fight's going well.
It is.
Might actually beat him this time.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Except I died. Nope, I didn't die, but someone died.
You're up next.
I am up next.
Assuming you don't bite it first.
I
Ooh,
want
there's
to
a big
see.
hit.
The boss scowls at NPC Bot 4.
No!
I will heal. I will heal a very sleepy moth. Well, if I can survive round to another round, I'll go for straw. Because I think they're both doing warriors. I went for moth because I'm like, they're a warrior. We'll keep moth fighting.
Gotta keep the tank up.
Gotta keep the tank up. I could actually scroll back and find out. Yeah, both moth and straw are warriors. So if I can survive to the next round, I will also heal straw. As long as straw also survives. Also, yeah,
Moth is also
everyone
on
but
fire.
me is on fire apparently.
Everyone is on fire.
Bum.
Mortal strike.
Mortal strike. I mean, all like none. This is not really a bad move here. Yeah, demoralize is a good one actually. Just drop the bust damage. You don't understand how Moltres is on fire? Look, sometimes you gotta have fire on your fire.
Yo, we heard you like fire.
So we put fire on your fire. Oop, don't kill me. Oh, am I still alive? I
Barely.
am. This will be my last act.
Unless one of your friends. Well, no, even then. Heal yourself, because everybody else looks like they're going to survive.
I don't think I'll survive through another round, though.
He hasn't been doing more than like 70 damage. Or like 50 damage.
I've already
in
typed out
the
that name.
rounds.
Let me have my noble sacrifice.
Alright, I'm just saying. If your noble sacrifice is with the intention of winning, you might be in a rough spot. There's the audio. There should be audio, Nate. I'm pretty sure there's audio on my stream.
Should be.
Let me double check. Should be audio on my stream. Hold on a minute. My channel. My...
Goodbye. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. You can
Noble
do this.
sacrifice.
I believe in you.
An unnecessary noble sacrifice, but a noble
Shh.
sacrifice.
All
Though Captain
sacrifices are
America's
necessary.
sacrifice. I don't think that's true. I don't agree with that.
All sacrifices are necessary. Just yeet yourself into the wind.
Just go.
How are you doing? Are you surviving the kiddos, Favorian?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Oh, there's a lot of damage now.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. There's a lot of damage now.
You might be
That's
able
the
to do it.
DPS. You guys can do it.
No.
Ooh.
Moth down.
It's all on you, Straw. It's all on you, Straw.
Moth doesn't
Lands
get
the
the
final
chance
blow.
to. It's up to you, Straw. Redeem us all.
Strike the killing blow. Finish him. Dies
Dies
dramatically.
dramatically. Yes. Straw avenged us. We did it. What was that about not healing, Straw? What was that about
You
not
still would have
healing,
been.
Straw?
You still would have been better off to
What
heal
was that?
yourself, so you could have healed Straw later. She would have been fine.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is I succeeded.
You play MMOs. How do you not know to keep the healer alive?
The thing is, I always play healer too.
This is rule number 1.
If I was playing like an MMO, yeah, I would have healed myself first. Because if the healer dies, y'all die. But I just couldn't resist. Moth's coming in hard with the dueling of the Grey Griffin. We will
Let's
see if it's
go.
enough. The duel of fates.
The duel of fates. The duel of fates. Except a soul still burns. No, hold on. Like, dang freaking. Hold on. No, don't. Go. Alright, there we go. My phone autocorrect had to space. I think when I do this, I need to use a different browser besides Chrome because I think it's eating my internet bandwidth.
Potentially. I use Chrome, and I can even feel like even that's a bit of it's a system drain. Chrome is very,
Yeah,
very system and heavy.
and it just really doesn't do that much for how much it takes.
Yeah.
I think I need to switch browsers. Well, I'm gonna stick with this tonight, but I think I might actually end my stream for now.
Okay.
And we'll just keep streaming on yours for tonight. I'll figure out my browser issues since apparently people are having a hard time loading my stream and it keeps freezing up on them.
So he's having internet issues. So I'm sorry to hear that. It seems like it's a tech issue kind of day for everyone.
Yeah, again, I'm pretty sure it's just Chrome.
Yeah. I know, like with Favorian earlier too, and just like, cause I mean she hadn't streamed it before, but like, it sounds like Streamlabs is just not picking up any kind of um audio output for her to be able to stream from, which is just bizarre. But
That is bizarre.
I know it could also be Twitch having issues because I was having a bit of a hard time loading in earlier, like amplified by everything. I don't know. Lots of variables. Lots of variables.
Lots of variables.
I appreciate you being here either way, though.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
got you
Have I
back.
used this accent for any characters yet? Not
Not
a
yet.
really good one, but we still stick with it.
We'll stick with it regardless.
We'll stick with it regardless. It will be just about fine. It'll be grand. Stick it in the wash and it will be grand.
Stick it in the wash. It'll be grand. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Where is the Nibberman? Did the hound eat him? Or is he removing another tree?
It ate him. Ate him right
it
up.
ate him right up.
Also, hold on. How did I miss that? Moth, you beat me.
Well played.
Yeah, you did get beaten by Moth.
And so the apprentice has become the master.
And
Watch
then,
out, Moth. One day your apprentice
how
will
much
kill
money
you
do I
as
have?
you killed me.
Do I have enough to do this? I apparently do. This is why I don't gamble.
I think you have technically infinite money because this is your stream.
I mean, that looked good. Yeah, yes, it was.
Doubled your money. I made half my money back.
I made half your money back. Maybe I need to gamble more. Bet all of my life savings on things.
Yeah.
Because I'm actually checking to see if I do have infinite money. Or if I'm just now very rich. Okay. Oh. What? Yay, it's actually working. I have a command that shouts you out automatically while I'm doing this stream.
Yeah.
Every so often. And it will shout out whoever I'm streaming with. Because, like, Drew wasn't able to make it today, and if Favorian... I'm going to make sure that we get it so she can stream next time. It will shout her out, too. Just so that you can kind of see different views and what people are looking for is kind of what my thought was.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense.
It makes
Yeah.
no sense. What are we talking about?
We're talking about you're freaking lame. How lame Tife is.
Yeah.
Weefei. Not Tife. Weefei.
Yeah, no, keep talking about Tife.
We like Tife.
No, I like...
Don't use the name of Tife in vain. He got me to affiliate. I still owe the man. It's like I got like some kind of weird soul pact. I don't know.
Tell Tife that their name's neat and we should collaborate.
First off, him.
Okay.
Second off, I do. He's one of the people that I stream with on Tuesdays.
Yeah, well,
if you watched my streams, you would know this.
Well, who has the time? I mean, come on.
Apparently, Moth watches a lot of my streams, and I freaking love her for that. She's always a joy to have in chat.
Well, Moth's a quaint, swell individual with whom I have plans to become a magic girl sponsored by Coke.
You're going to become a magic girl sponsored by Coke?
Yeah. Did you read that very long stream on the meme page after posting a question about which Coke drink are you going to drink? There's a bunch of alternative flavors like buttered popcorn, pool water, Coca-Cola Pepsi flavor, zesty guac, turkey and gravy, pink for girls, plain unflavored Coca-Cola. I forgot
sheep
wasabi.
What about pink for boys?
No, that's not true.
Released around Christmas.
That's simply untrue.
Pink is a strong, manly color that only men can wear.
For women. Guys, I don't know what
I disagree.
idea you're going with.
The baby also disagrees. Hello, baby.
Pip is obsessed with pink.
Oh yeah, No, that is my boyo's favorite color in the world. He's got pink chairs. He's got his pink dragon. He's got a pink T-shirt with a Triceratops on it, and he is the coolest kid I know. So
I hate to tell you this, Taylor, but as a colorblind person who's mistaked green things for pink before, he's also colorblind. He doesn't understand that he's simply wrong. Boys hate pink vehemently. It's one of those physics laws, unbreakable
and
in every way.
Ben,
It's just physics. It's simple, true life science. Okay, all right.
it's true
I
life
have some.
science, and your
I
hair
have
is
papers.
still the color of grass.
I can refer you to some papers. Okay.
Okay,
you to some.
you can refer me. I'm. You find them papers. You do it. I still say pink's a man's color.
Well, I mean, I guess you're just more colorblind than I
Hey,
am.
David, buddy.
I'm.
I can
I
find
will not.
papers that say anything.
I will
You need
not
to
stand.
understand. They
I
might
will
have a
not
sample
stand for this
size.
pink blasphemy. I am muting
They
both
might.
of you.
They might.
I have muted both of them. I actually have muted them. I can't hear what they're saying now. No, pink actually was a man's color. Anyway,
At no point in history has
okay, they're
the
unmuted now.
the dichotomy of colors ever shifted or mattered.
Look, David, I could find a dozen different studies that could say whatever I want them to say. I can just cherry pick the ones that I like, even if they've only got a sample size of like 2 people and like they're paid for by the
Hey,
industry for blue dyes. Like
hey,
I could find
hey, Gray.
Paid for the
Hey, Gray.
industry of blue dyes.
I
Big
can
blue dye.
big blue dye. Gray. I could do you one better than that. I can refer you to any paper that cherry picks whatever that improves whatever subject I want because I wrote them. All right.
Oh, that's pretty good. That is one step above. The best part is if you use like a slightly different name, so that if people don't look you up, they think that you're referencing somebody who's not you.
It's not me. It's Bartholomew.
It's been all of you going by your full name, your science name.
Bartholomew Blumen.
You have like your Christian name and your science name.
And my my Christian Science name.
Your Christian science name, your science Christian name,
And then
your cult name, the name of your cult, like as the horse, lots of different names.
and my name, if I just just set it backwards, Nebamin.
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 Which is also, we need to say, Nebamin is not your name backwards, but it
It's
is what
not
I
at
have
all.
consistently said your name backwards is.
It's
since
barely
like
even
7th grade.
an anagram for it. Barely.
I just flipped the first 3 letters and added a min, which isn't necessarily kinda Benjamin. If you couldn't guess, that was Ben's full name. Mine's Telotherus.
Telophorus.
Telotherus.
It's a good full name. I had no idea. I'm learning more about my closest allies.
Telotherus, Thomas, and Daffod. That's my full name.
No, could you say that one again?
Telotherus. I forgot what the middle one was.
All right, I was gonna if you got it that time, I was gonna have you do it one more time for me.
I think it was
Just to
Thomason.
see.
Telotherus, Thomas, and Daffod.
All right, it's too late. You didn't get it in the one, but I'm still impressed.
You passed, but not with flying colors. Speaking of colors, just want to bring it back to pink real quick. I'm still right, but also, is fuchsia considered pink?
Fuchsia doesn't exist. It's been invented by the FBI to undermine political regimes in South America.
No. That's magenta. Magenta was invented.
It's one of
Magenta's
those.
when it's not real.
It's one of those.
Fun
like,
fact:
fake
magenta
colors.
actually is not real.
Actually, yeah.
Technically,
that is a true fun fact. As well as what's the other one that's not actually real?
Stiggy and black.
Is it
somewhere in the yellows?
There's like another fake color. They're colors
There's
that are,
a few.
Yeah, they're impossible to exist. It's just our mind takes a spot on the spectrum that it thinks is unique and then just goes, I don't know, it's that.
We'll just
Yellow,
I guess
blue.
this is.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mom.
There you go. There's also Stygian black, which is when you put a particularly dark blue on a yellow background. It makes it look very, very, very dark.
Okay.
Much darker than it would actually reasonably be.
It's just as
called
dark as my soul.
I want to give a quick little very brief tirade about a statement I just made about it being imaginary and how that's not technically what I mean.
Is
It
this
is it is imaginary in that there's not a corresponding wavelength necessarily. It is the distortion between two wavelengths. It is still a real color in that all colors are imaginary, you know.
yeah?
And the
Well,
reason I have these strong
well,
opinions.
actually, the sky isn't blue. It is
Yeah, see that
invisible,
yeah, Taylor. That's exactly
and
why I have strong feelings,
and
Taylor.
and it's not actually colored blue. It is just the light reflecting off the air particles, and your brain says it's blue, and it isn't actually blue.
Yeah, because that's not how color works with every other substance. You Oh man. Sorry,
All
this is a
right.
So
family friendly
for
Now,
stream, but
for context, by the
ugh.
way, if you couldn't tell from the chiming in of Favorian, oh my heck, that kid, we were all in an art class together in junior high, and me and Ben legitimately had this argument with a kid, and like it was a heated argument, and he was the sky's not blue. And grass isn't. I don't know if he ever went to say grass isn't green, but he just kept.
I think that
Did he go
that
that
was my
far?
argument
That
saying
was
like
your counter argument. Yeah.
if the sky isn't blue, then the grass isn't green.
He's like, well,
Because
it's different. I'm like, no, it's the light reflecting off particles and your brain assigning a random color to that electrical signal. That's just what color is.
that's what all color is.
Just kept
You're not
defining
special
color.
because the sky is an uh intangible surface. Okay, it's not a surface, so it doesn't count as color. Yeah, no, man, no.
Wasn't your mom subbing that class that day too?
I don't even remember. I think this was also an argument we had over
No.
multiple
Okay.
days.
It's an argument that got brought up more than once while we were designing the next Halo.
Oh yeah, I remember that. None of
Hmm.
us knew anything about programming, but still decided that we
We're going
we
to
knew
design
what
the
to do.
next Halo.
Yeah.
well, yeah, no, I don't know. Anytime we start talking about perception, it just
And
reiterates to me
the
that,
tape Ben sculpture. Do we still have the tape Ben sculpture?
oh,
Sorry.
No,
I remember the tape man
I think that
sculpture.
got thrown away.
So go on, Gray. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just
No, you're good. I'm just gonna throw out there. Um, Perception in general tends to make our realities. For instance, all these colors that we're talking about, hypothetically, could look could objectively from an appearance standpoint be completely different than what any other person sees
Mhm.
those colors as.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because it's
Mm-hmm.
all how the brain interprets, and that's not just color. That's sound, texture, temperature, heat, everything. Because
Yes,
all of
so
it is just an electrical symbol that signal that your brain interprets.
the metacognitive nature of our reality allows us to interpret and extrapolate that there are entirely different worlds out there that we could never even begin to touch or mess with because we lack the perspective to even begin to understand or interact with them.
Yeah. I mean, to some level, you could argue that even to people who look at a square the same way don't seem the same shape.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I feel like that might be a little harder to argue, but
It is
It's
harder, but it's
it's harder.
still
It's still a perception of reality, though.
you can still dial it back. There's this there's
no,
a
that's fair. It's
I forgot
just
what it's called. There's a philosophy that encompasses all this that we were learning about in
Hmm.
existentialism back in college. That basically the root of it can be boiled down to everything that exists literally only exists inside your head.
Hmm.
Even other people only exist inside your head because all of reality,
is
everything,
perceived and
literally
interpreted in your brain.
yes, literally everything that exists only exists inside your brain because your brain can only experience what is uh what it perceives, uh
And
kind of thing.
the
I mean, that's
concept.
interesting.
So, like another way to put this too is like we all signals stay the same. A square is always going to be a square, but the way that someone looks at a square, the way that their mind interprets what four sides mean and what that plane means isn't necessarily standard. There's even like this recent concept that's being talked about more, which is that math isn't necessarily a universal language. It's like a big
Uh
thing you hear in science is that math is like a universal thing. But
Wait, you
just
mean
because we decided what pi is doesn't mean that like if another civilization existed, they couldn't come up with a equally logical, concrete, different number that defines what pi is. Or even not have numbers but have something else entirely different way to measure. it's all abstract.
Or just throw the whole system off by not counting in base 10, which is already something that happens in Earth.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's programming. Hexadecimal does a number on you.
Babylonians and their base 60? I think it was base 60.
Was it? Oh, or was it 60 or 16?
It's 60, I believe. Because they
The French already count
they
here.
count by knuckles.
And wouldn't that
So
be 16?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh
12
yeah.
knuckles, and then they count that 5 times because 5 fingers on a hand, which is 60.
I thought they only counted the 8 fingers.
So
Oh well.
it's one
See,
hand,
look, this just goes to show.
12 knuckles, and then put down a finger on the other hand. So 12 times 5 is 60. Which is why we have 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour.
There we go.
And then there's 24 hours in a day, because there's definitely not 60 hours in a day, but 24 is 12 times 2. And it happens
That
to
is
work that way.
interesting. I guess if you go entirely from a terrestrial perspective, all those arguments hold a lot of merit. But if you try to take into account other aspects, such as aspects of perception that we can't understand, which I wouldn't do if we were talking scientifically, but existentialism, especially as a theoretical, philosophical concept, often has a difficult time or leads to somebody considering a more spiritual side of things when it comes to philosophy, which is interesting.
Also, I'm just going to say this, and then we'll start the session again. Whoever designed the days in a month, I hate. I have a personal vendetta against this man. Because it should just be 28 days, there should be 13 months, and then we should have an extra day at the end to help make up the difference. It's nice and easy. It breaks up evenly. It lines up better with like so many other things terrestrially than this. Just what is the 30, 31, and then occasionally give or a 28, give or take
28
one
or 29
The-
every
I-
4 years or
every
so.
4 years. I don't know who designed that system, but I have a very personal vendetta against them. And I have a feeling it's the same person who named the months August and July and threw off the whole entire 8, 9, 10, or 7, 8, 9, 10 that we had for those months of September, October, November, December. Anyway, I hate the months. I hate how they're designed. But I use them because I don't have another option.
I use them. They get 0 out of 5 stars, but I still have to use it because it's the only operating system we have.
I mean,
0 out of 5, but it's literally DOS.
It's literally DOS. Can't do anything else about it. I'm stuck with it.
Yeah, that feels accurate. Unless you want to hard code your own new system.
Basically, how my wife feels about Mac.
Look,
That's
let's just
how I
set off
feel
a
about
few
Mac.
nukes, give a few years for everything to,
Just
settle and
hit the
reset.
global reset button to fix the days of the month.
Hey, I
Set
mean,
for a few
there's
centuries
worse
for humans to
solutions.
crawl back out and start caring about keeping track of time again.
There's worse
Maybe we'll do
solutions.
it better at that.
There's worse solutions is going to be the quote of the day in response to that. There's worse solutions.
Boy,
I'll
oh
add it.
boy.
Anyway, let's get back to the session now. Everyone's ready. We got everyone ready and back ready for swinging into it. Oh, now that we've had a rant about the months. Great conversation. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Moth. Okay. Is that everyone being ready? Y'all went silent. I didn't get any confirmation.
I am ready.
No.
There's worse solutions. Gray. Thank you, Gray. Perfect.
I got you. I'll add quote myself.
Yeah, that's okay. Technically, anyone who's
Okay.
anyone who's VIP can add quote, but you're the only person who's used it so far. But now that I realize that there's 7 quotes, I'm gonna need to check that quote list sometime.
6 of those are yours.
I know, but I can only remember like 3 of them, which concerns me.
They're pretty good. You should go back and look at them. I removed one of them.
I know you removed one of them. I know that one of those quotes is "You can eat anything once," which is still a philosophy that I stand by.
All right.
Okay. We are. There's a Terry Pratchett quote for that. That's what I need to create. I need to create a random Terry Pratchett quote generator to throw those into my chat.
Oh, I
Create a
love Terry
command for
Pratchett
it.
so much.
I'd be surprised if there isn't a random Terry Pratchett generator.
Random Terry Pratchett quotes.
Well, we can have those pulled up, and you can work this into Smokestack's backstory. You find
Alright.
yourself entering a long, dark hallway. I think having lighting one of the torches. You have 3 torches and a lantern,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yes.
Okay. As you kind of walk down this narrow hallway, there's a sharp turn to the left into what appears to be an open room with a set of stairs. Now, on the wall opposite of the stairs, as the light kind of casts along it, the stairs kind of lead down. 1 second. Going to do ourselves. I think everyone's heading in there. Also, all fungi are edible. Some fungi are not edible more than once. Thank you for that quote.
Unless you eat them fast enough.
They say
You
a
can
single
squeeze
bite of this is enough to kill a man. I intend to eat 5.
you can squeeze in a couple before you go. They don't kill you that quick. Come on now, cowards. Wait, you already ate the poison mushroom. What, you're gonna stop at 1?
I mean, do you have to like eat a mushroom between the poison mushrooms to have it count as like separate individual attempts? Like I'm trying to figure out the logistics behind what counts as a separate eating of the mushroom.
My favorite idea is that people are discussing this while some dude is eating the poison mushroom, not before. Like, hold on a minute. Wait, how does this count? Shut
Well,
up and count the mushrooms.
Hold
I'm
on,
dying
instead
for
of
this.
counting the number of bites or mushrooms, we should just go by volume and weight. How much mushroom can you eat before you die instead of how much is enough to kill you?
Well, some of it's already in my stomach, Terry.
Well, keep going. Don't stop. We see how much is in there till you die.
We'll measure it afterwards in the biopsy.
There we go.
Now that's a quote.
Anyway, you are in the dark hallway. Sorry. I am composed. I'm not. You have broken me.
I got a suggestion for the future because I don't anticipate this is going to be the only time something like this happens.
No.
We might have to figure out how to incorporate some duty-free music to reestablish the atmosphere.
I am currently looking into it, but currently
In
we
the
will put it
meantime,
in
I
the
will-
terms that Twitch's DMCA policies are a bit
Labyrinthian?
French words.
Ah. Baguette.
Baguette. They are a bit baguette. Yeah, I know we can
Um,
compose our own. I just don't have time to compose my own right now.
I could freestyle on the melodica for a minute.
Here, I'll beatbox with.
I don't. We'll beatbox while I freestyle on the
Boots and
melodica.
Yeah,
cats and boots and cats.
to set up the mood for our Victorian murder mystery.
Victorian occultist murder mystery steampunk.
We'll just
I can
we'll
get
just
in
set
there
some
with
harpsichord over it all.
Get some glottal stopping in there.
Harpsichord. Oh, harpsichord. All right, did we just make an indie band? I think we just made an indie band.
Or
Excellent.
folk punk. If you've never heard
I'm-
folk punk, that is a bizarre journey of everything.
Yeah,
Like,
folk with anything modern tends to end up being very interesting.
you're like, is that folk punk? It's like, is that a trumpet solo and screaming electric guitar and some guy who really can't sing screaming out lyrics and doing it with his whole heart?
That is what I
And
love to hear. Okay, all right.
and then there's another singer who has a beautiful angel-like voice, and you're like, where did the band come from? And it's like I got a wash tub. That's basically what listening to folk punk is like.
Have you heard?
He's
ever
just doing
heard
laundry.
I want to throw one out real quick, just real quick. Have you ever heard screamo scat with a swing
wild.
beat? I guess it would be called a screamo scat swing.
I don't think I have, but it sounds like something that
I've
would
only heard one
exist.
song that does it, and it's very good.
That sounds
By
pretty
They
wild.
Might Be Giants.
Oh boy.
I think They Might Be Giants invented the weird musical genre as far as mainstream media goes. We're like, we're just gonna do this. What are you singing about? I don't know.
I don't know, just whatever I
I
want.
think we sing about bags of groceries, and somehow tie this into the French Revolution.
It's all highly symbolic, we assure you, after we released the album. We definitely knew what we were doing when we were writing the lyrics.
My favorite They Might Be Giants song is called Minimum Wage, and some guy just goes, Minimum Wage. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's just like music. That's it. That's the whole song. And then there's just like vaguely Western music going on in the background. That's it.
It's like Western elevator music,
Yeah.
though. Do 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 bo bo bo. Yeah, no. Yeah.
I returned a bag of groceries accidentally taken off the shelf before the expiration date.
Metal Lo-Fi Nightcore, Sleepy Moss says. I think I'd enjoy falling asleep to that.
Metal Lo-Fi Night. I do kind of want to listen to that, to be honest.
I feel like the Nightcore would kind of cancel out the lo-fi.
Hey.
I mean, you can listen. You can do
Gray,
anything once.
you think that, and that's a logical assumption to come to, but I gotta tell you, it is possible. It can happen.
It can happen. Nobody can stop it from happening.
I mean, the Beatles invented heavy metal, and we just kind of brace over that.
The Beatles,
No, that's
what?
not true.
That's true. The Beatles,
No,
Beatles set up some of the preliminary stuff of what would become metal.
Hey, Taylor, I'm a Beatle expert, okay? I know every single Beatle and their wife, okay? All right? They didn't. They came up with pop, okay? All right? They're just a few fellows with crazy hairdos, and they just sang pop. That's all they did. Okay? Okay? They didn't innovate. They did not innovate anything or set up any industry, okay? All right?
Helter Skelter.
What?
Helter Skelter.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
You're ignoring the most fundamental Beatles song that became the heavy metal genre.
The Beatles didn't sing that.
Yeah.
If you trust in yourself and believe in your dreams and follow your star, you'll get beaten by people who spent their time working hard and learning things and weren't lazy. Time is a drug. Too much of it kills you.
Anyway, cue elevator music. The Beatles are fantastic. Let's
Yeah,
get
no,
back
that
into
was
the session.
in case people don't know me, that was
That
pure
was sarcasm.
sarcasm.
Yeah, that was
Pure
sarcasm.
sarcasm on my part. Okay.
Ben is the OG Beatles stan.
Yeah, I'm the only one. Okay, I'm sorry.
I think we can thank Ben for all of our love of Beatles. Actually, I don't know if Gray likes the Beatles, but I know both me and Favorian listen to the Beatles, and our first ownership of Beatles albums were the songs that you privateered to us.
Yeah, I like giving my friends nice things.
and my wife just says, it's thanks to Ben that I have over 12 hours of Beatles music. Yep. Oh, I just realized what Moth's I Love Beatles comment was. Because it's
Yeah,
Moth.
she spelled it right.
I love you, Moth. I'm just very slow tonight. I also love Beatles, Moth. But, yeah, anyway. Focusing back into the session. You've walked down the narrow hallway and take a sharp left into this room with the stairs. Along the one wall, there are stairs kind of descending down. If you couldn't tell by the D in the arrow pointing to the left. On the other side of the wall, though, you are immediately taken aback by what appears to be chains and shackles and other places clearly used to hold 4 to 6 people, and kind of stains on the walls and odd implements and tools kind of sitting across the floor in several spots. This place has got taken up to a 10 in terms of intensity as you walked into this room. There's even a skeleton currently chained up in one of these spots.
A human skeleton?
Is it Rango?
Is it Rango?
Yeah, from the Beatles.
Rango from the Beatles. No.
I don't know who Rengo is. Okay. I think he's actually a character in a movie. Anyway, so this is full of corpses.
Yes. All of the corpses.
Skeletons?
One skeleton. There's only one skeleton.
So wait. Is it full of corpses, or is it just
No.
full of torture devices and a
So
skeleton?
there's
Or not
chains,
torture
chains
devices,
and
chains.
shackles, odd implements that may or may not be torture. It's kind of very hard to tell. They're very old, and there's a skeleton as well.
Smokestack's gonna examine the corpses real quick.
There's no corpses. There's a skeleton.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, the corpses thing was words getting out of my mouth faster. There's chains and shackles. There's kind of like some stains and stuff, but it all looks older, especially the skeleton.
All right then. Maybe we should head upstairs then.
This took a fun turn, mates.
Yeah. I'm starting to feel less bad about him having been killed and torn open like a bit of the Christmas turkey.
Yeah, all right.
Important
Assuming it was
question,
even.
Taylor. Does Jesus exist in this universe? You don't have to answer that question. I'm kidding. You're good.
It's
That could remain.
alternate. Yes, arguably this is just alternate timeline. It has no pertinence to the story, but yes, it's just alternate timeline.
All right, Christmas turkey then. I stand by that statement.
Christmas turkey.
That's literally the only reason I wanted to know. Otherwise, I would have come up with a different holiday.
Okay. Oh, Moth has redeemed roll for. Let me see. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. So you're kind of sitting in the room right now.
So let's head on down these stairs, see what we might find. I don't mind taking a bit of the lead, friends.
If it's all the same to you, Bellamy, I would just assume go first, actually.
Yeah, all right. I won't begrudge you the first step.
Thanks.
Right.
Smokestack draws his sword.
As all of you head downstairs, you're going to have to bear with me for a second because we're switching to a new map. As all of you head downstairs, you kind of find yourself entering into... Nope. Okay. You're kind of entering into... If you scroll around, you should be able to find it now. You might have to zoom out a little bit. You kind of find yourself going down the stairs into a room that looks a bit like this. I mean, obviously, you can kind of see what it is. It's kind of like a little bit of a narrow hallway with the stairs that leads into a relatively large open room area. This room itself, and do you have GM view for Vorian? If you can put tokens in there, I would really appreciate it. The room itself.
Okay, there are tokens already down there, down by the name. Everybody's token is down there. And there's NPCs and red ones.
I'm aware. I was asking if you can move them for me.
Oh, yeah, I'll move them into the room. Hang on, guys.
Thank you.
Where are you setting us?
It's the room that's revealed.
Perfect. Boop.
It's a fairly small room. Again, each one of these squares, for context, each one of these squares is about kind of like it's only really like maybe 2.5 foot. So kind of coming down these stairs into this area, it's a very narrow turn and a very narrow stairway, kind of cut from old stone as you kind of enter into this room. It isn't very big. There is on one end, there's two doors in the room. One door seems to be an old, much older than the manor upstairs, old wood and iron door. The other one is made of pure stone and is flush with the wall. On the floor itself, there are runic markings and what appears to be a little bit of like a blood stain here and
there. Smokestack, this is more of that fakey stuff, right?
No, this looks like the real thing. You can have Smokestack roll if you like, but it seems like this would be the real stuff.
100% real stuff.
Are there any slime trails leading to either of the doors?
There is so much kind of stuff
it's hard to
on
tell.
the floor. It's really hard to tell.
Fair enough. But the one is a smooth stone door, even with the wall with runic markings underneath it.
On it.
On it. All
And
right.
that's the one to the left. The wooden door is the one that is, or sorry, the one down through the door was one to the left, or south and west, respectively. West is the actual door, the one closer to Smokestack.
All right. I'm gonna give this door a look over. Bellamy, maybe check and see if we've got Russ around here somewhere, just because I don't really want to lose anybody to that thing. I've been inside one of those suckers, and that's a bad way to go.
Yeah, all
Okay.
right, I reckon. I'll this door down here, this is the wooden one, right?
No,
I know you just clarified.
nope, that's the stone one. The one by
That's a
Smokestack's
stone.
the wooden one.
Okay.
Switch.
Okay. The stone one has kind of runic markings on it. It's flush. You can't see any kind of gap to it. You can't really see if there's much of a slime trail. There's a lot of kind of visceral, but for what it's worth, there's kind of like chalk lines on the ground that don't seem to be too much disturbed. But there's kind of like layers of use on this room, or in
Okay.
this room, really.
While Bellamy gets that door open or checks on it, can Smokestack roll an occultism?
Yeah. Is Bellamy trying to open the wooden door?
I think Bellamy's gonna listen at the door first.
Okay. Okay. We'll have
I got an 8.
8 on the doors on this one.
Yes. So I think
Okay.
I
It's like,
think that's a extreme success.
I think with your occult that would be an extreme success. As far as the door itself, and I'm actually going to give you some knowledge on the markings on the ground. The markings on the ground and the door are the same. This door is very, very sinister, and immediately Smokestack knows you're going to be wanting to look for another way around. The only way to open this door is to kill someone in a ritual spell.
Right. Okay, so this is the kind of thing that takes a human a sacrifice to get a sucker open. So let's steer clear of that. That's some bad magic.
You also know that any kind of tampering with the door could go very badly for those who tried. This is very dark, heavy magic.
Yeah, I've never seen anything quite like this except for in Pap's books. So let's steer clear of that one.
You also know a little bit of additional information here. It is the kind of doorway that is designed to seal something off from people who are willing to put that kind of seal. It's not something that's meant to be used regularly, it's something that's meant to be closed.
Yeah, it says the door's not meant to be open. Something nasty stuck back there, whatever it is. I can't imagine it's made to. You don't put that door on something to keep people out. You put that seal on something to keep something in.
Right. The other door, though, Bellamy has kind of walked up to this door and has put an ear to it and is going to roll me a listen check.
Got a quaint little 26 for you, which is a hard success. Oh wait, sorry, no, it's not. It's a regular success.
Okay. Regular success? As
Yeah,
you
regular
kind of
success.
put an ear to the door, you hear the sounds of kind of claws and teeth and gnarling sounds kind of just going on behind this door.
Hey, Smoke. Sounds
Hey.
a bit like some wild dogs behind this door.
All right. I would assume something a little nastier than wild dogs, but maybe get your torch and your weapon ready, eh?
Yeah, I reckon. I'm gonna have my kukri.
Smoke brandishes his sword and nods to Bellamy. Whenever you're ready.
Right then. Stella, you good back there? All right. Uh, I first he'll just try to open the door quietly. Actually, gonna do like a stealthy open.
Okay, as you open the door very carefully, kind of quietly, you said you're trying to open it stealthily?
Yeah,
Okay, you're going to roll me a stealth check then.
yeah, happily. 66, which is a failure.
It's a failure. Okay. It starts off good enough, a very slow roll until there is a kind of a bit of like, you get like halfway there and the door just squeaks, and as the torchlight casts into the room, two haggard, twisted figures quickly turn to look at you, covered in blood and gaunt skin.
Yeah, okay. I hurl my well,
Bush wizard.
yeah.
And between them, by the way, there is a motionless body.
Boy, hold on there, Russ. We're coming.
Okay. As the two of them notice you, as the door did give away your presence, we are entering initiative.
Okay.
So I need to know Dex's.
My dex is 75.
Okay.
65 for smokestack.
Okay. And Favorian's. I don't know what her dex is.
Sorry, I had to look it up. It's I just forgot it.
It's okay.
70.
70. Yours was 75? Bellamy?
Yeah, 75.
Okay, Bellamy gets to go first.
All right. I'm gonna hurl myself a little boomerang. Bush wizard boomerang. This one right here.
Okay, the one closest to you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Give me a roll for roll to hit, so throw. It's not close enough within you to kind of get a counter attack. So being that this is a ranged weapon, it's gonna try to dodge, but it doesn't get to fight back.
Okay. That is a regular success. 67.
Okay. 67 and Moth, you got the next roll. You are
Come on,
rolling.
no.
If you're still there, you would be rolling to see if our ghoulie friend dodges.
Ooh, my.
Ooh, you rolled a 67. What is that, by the way, for you? Is that a success? You said?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Regular success.
Regular success.
Taylor, can I just say that you have some of the cutest kids?
Oh, my kid just chilling there. Yeah. So to roll, by the way, Moth. The way that we were doing it, if you want to roll dice, I do trust you enough to roll a D100 and let me know. But you can also do !D100 for a command, and it will roll for you in the chat. $77. Okay. As you throw the boomerang, the creature kind of tries to dodge out of the way and kind of see it coming, but they're not fast creatures. It just kind of like sluggishly lunges to the sides a little bit, failing to dodge as okay, Greg gets the next NPC roll. Failing to dodge as the boomerang smacks it just clean, like right in the broad part of the body. A roll for damage.
Sure thing. That's a D8 plus a D4, which comes to.
You have
Oh wait,
D8 plus D4. Nice.
damage bonus. Yeah, boomerangs are even without the half strength as a bonus, pretty meaty. 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay.
I do like the image of you opening the door, kukri in one hand, curved boomerang in the other, casting an imposing silhouette.
10 damage. I'm going to say this for sake of argument. Does the boomerang count as a projectile or no, given its
Uh,
size?
I'm not
I
sure.
would be leaning towards no.
Let's see what it says on the table.
Is this for the sake of like creatures that have projectile resistance?
Yes, it's exactly for that. And I don't
I would
like
say it's a bush wizard thrown boomerang.
It's specifically a thrown weapon, not a
I think
form of ammo.
I think it counts more into terms of melee weapon.
Yeah, it's
we can
listed
agree on
with
this.
it's listed with other melee weapons.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say same applies to throwing knives as well, because
They're
they're more.
melee weapons that you can throw.
Yeah, they're melee weapons that you can throw. Anyway, these creature had projectile. I'm just gonna say it clearly. It had projectile protection, so that's why. Anyway, yeah, boomerang hits it. You said 10 damage, right?
Yeah.
It just hits and it embeds deep into this creature's chest as it
Oh,
staggers back a couple feet, kind of slamming into the wall a little bit, kind of stunned. As we then move on to Estella's turn, who's kind of been against the back wall but can kind of see what's going on. This is again a
Yeah,
fairly small room.
I'm leaned against the wall and I pull a dagger out of my belt this time and chuck it.
Okay. You are going to need to roll. You are throwing the dagger past. Are you throwing to the. You can only see the same one he just hit with the boomerang.
Yeah,
The other
so
one's
I'm
kind of
gonna
hidden around the corner.
throw at that one.
Okay.
Oh, fudge. I just lost one of my d10 behind the chest, so
That dice is gone. You can roll the same d10 twice, just once as a 10s, once
I'm
as a
gonna
1s.
have to. So it's 65.
65, which is
Which passes.
it's a pass.
Yep.
Gray, roll for dodge.
I rolled a 1.
Oh,
Oh, fudge.
you throw the knife, and kind of having been caught off at first by the boomerang, the ghoul seems to be very much more alert to its surroundings. And as the knife flies by, it just quickly, using kind of mustering some deep held speed, kind of dodges off to the side as the knife swings past it and kind of clink. You can hear it clink off of the stone wall behind it. And it is now Smokestack's turn.
All right. Smokestack.
Wait, you had 65 or 60?
Yes.
Yes, your
65.
turn. Your turn.
Smokestack moves in, and he's going to take a whack at this sucker
Okay.
with his backstreet blade, as I have it listed on his character sheet.
Okay.
So it's 28. Hard success.
Okay, and it is rolling. It's gonna fight back. It rolled a 49, which you rolled a hard success.
Yes.
Where did they put fighting? It's a fail. Yeah. So you hit roll damage. Thank you for
Okey-dokey.
shouting out Gray at that exact moment, Nightbot. You did good.
Yes. Good Nightbot. Good.
Good. It's a roll for damage.
Good.
Yes, my child. All right. 12.
12 damage.
Yes.
Oh, what kind of weapon are you using?
Longsword.
Longsword. You just bring this weapon down hard, being careful not to hit Bellamy's boomerang. You cleave this ghoul from top of head clean down the middle, just missing the boomerang as it collapses into two clean halves, as its kind of frail older figure just falls apart in twain in front of you, clearly dead.
Smokestack turns with his torch menacing in one hand.
Which one?
All right, you nasty
The
night
one that
walker.
Smokestack is next to.
Want to be turned into sandwich meat too? Come on then.
The other one, kind of eyes glazed over, this feral ghoul, just kind of runs straight at you. Oh, and
All right.
before anyone comments on this, I intentionally did not have them roll for sanity checks.
I was wondering
They've
about
all
that.
kind of seen enough dead bodies that while these things are up and moving and definitely shocking, it wasn't quite sanity inducing. They've been getting a little bit of an edge with everything that's going on, to where this wasn't a direct challenge. Okay.
Also with ghouls, I believe it's close up interactions are what triggers it mostly.
Mostly, and it's actually it's to see a ghoul. It's a 0 or 1d6 sanity points damage to see a ghoul. I chose not to have you roll because you've kind of been seeing some crap.
Well, yeah,
and
no,
getting a
but
little
I'm also
hardened.
saying that it is when it's up close.
Yeah. Also, I think all of you have kind of seen some dead bodies before, and you're kind of just like, oh, okay. Anyway, it shouldn't be moving,
my
but
field of work.
yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, okay.
as it rushes towards Smokestack, being the closest person next to you, it quickly tries to grab and bite into Gray.
All right.
Bum ba dum. And as it does so, wait, I lost my dice there for a second. Okay. Are you are choosing to try to kind of like dodge out of? Wait, would this would be a contested roll, technically. So let me pull up contested rolls because
So
it's trying to
brawling
pull a
versus brawling.
yeah, it's trying to pull a maneuver. I'm just double checking the rules on maneuvers.
You're good. Sounds good. I don't really want to get bit by a ghoul. Those tend to have ill effects.
Yeah, maneuvers are just a little bit different. Okay. What's your build?
That size plus strength.
In the bottom next to weapons, you should have a. If you're using the fillable one, it should have. There should be a little box labeled combat that has your damage bonus and such.
And
Yeah,
your
my
build?
damage bonus 1d4 plus 1. I didn't have my build listed.
The build didn't show up.
Well, I didn't add it. I must have
Oh.
done
The
it
sheet.
terribly.
Sometimes the sheet auto-calculates, sometimes it does not. I do not know the wheels of the sheet.
I know. I didn't know the sheet did that until Drew was filling his out.
Yeah, and it like all calculated for him.
I know. I had to fill my whole thing out.
Oh dear.
The sheet giveth and the sheet taketh away.
The sheet taketh away. Hold on just 1 second. Sorry about that. Let me, before you roll a dice, creating a new character. Constitution, age, damage bonus and build.
Yeah.
All right. I have a +1 build.
Okay. It's roughly the same size as you. So it doesn't affect anything directly. It tries to grab you. But you are it's basically it's a forced fight back is what that means for you.
Okay.
Because it is grabbing you, it's a maneuver, it's a contested roll.
Cowabunga it is then.
So you're gonna roll your fighting brawl against its fighting brawl.
Okay. 49 regular success.
49 regular success versus its 37 regular success, which means it wins as its fight back.
Okay.
As the creature grabs you and kind of pulls you into it, it pulls you in close and you can feel the teeth sink into your shoulder. And as it does so, you take 4 damage. What's your health? That's not half your health, is it?
No, my health is 13.
Oh, you're good then. Just making sure you don't have to like roll a Constitution roll.
Health is right above each character token.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, as it kind of grabs you and pulls you in, its teeth just sink into your shoulder. And with that, it is Bellamy's turn.
Bellamy's gonna rush in and try to muscle his way in between Smokestack and this ghoulish figure with his kukri and try to get a couple swipes and slashes at it and pull it off as his good companion here.
Okay.
I probably can't do both of them in the same turn, but
You can
that's just
you can either
flavor for
roll
attacking.
you can either roll a maneuver to try to pull the ghoul off of him, or you can roll to attack. So it depends if you want to count it as a maneuver or not.
Yeah, I'll try to pull him off.
Okay.
I don't want this thing biting into my friend. I saw him cut that other one in half pretty well.
Okay, you are going to roll a strength check to try to dislodge it.
Yeah, okay. 16, baby. That by 1 is a extreme success.
Okay. Running forward, kind of putting your hand on each of them, you just pull with all of your strength and quite easily kind of just pry the ghoul off of him. kind of just throwing him back a little bit as he stumbles kind of back a little bit into the room. We come to Estella. It's a pretty tight shot, but you can now see the other ghouls. It kind of staggers back a little bit.
Yeah,
Kind of
I'm
between the
taking
two of
another
them.
dagger. This one from folds in my skirt. Let's see. Ooh, pass.
Pass?
I think a
Regular?
regular.
Regular or hard?
Regular.
Okay. As you throw the dagger, the creature has just been ripped off of Smokestack. It's kind of staggering back. The blade just kind of flips through the air, end over end, and then just thunks right into the creature's head. Roll for damage.
3 damage.
3 damage. The creature just kind of staggers back, this knife sticking in its head. And all of you notice, by the way, these aren't throwing knives. They are like proper knives that she's just hurling at this creature as it kind of just sticks into the head and the creature staggers back a little bit. It is now Smokestack's turn. Your shoulder is bitten and bleeding a little bit. It hurts, but you're still in plenty good fighting condition as this knife just strikes into the creature's head and it staggers back a bit.
Yeah, Smokestack's mad. He steps up and shouts, "Whatever misbegotten mother gave birth to you is gonna be getting her son back pretty quick here." Except he doesn't because he misses. That's a fail.
That's a fail. Okay. As you swing, the blade kind of sails over the creature's head as it's still kind of staggering back. Kind of like a light little boop off of the dagger, but doesn't really do anything beyond that. The
Okay.
creature kind of regains its surroundings, its presence, and knowing that it's outnumbered and that you didn't fall with that grab and bite, it just goes in for claws, swinging at you with each hand. Do you dodge or fight back?
Fight back.
Okay. First attack.
Regular success for me.
Regular success
Mm-hmm.
versus a hard success. Oh. You have 13 health, right? And now you took 3, so you have 9?
Yes.
Okay. As the first claw slices into you, um, kind of cutting through your robes, you kind of feel a couple of the charms get knocked off. You take 6 damage.
Oh dear. All right.
Seemingly knowing that it's backed into a corner, it swipes again with its other claw at Bellamy.
Yeah, that's not part of the turn economy. It's not allowed. Stop. Hey,
Ghouls
what are
have
you doing?
3 attacks per turn when they don't do bite.
Any way I can dodge?
You can dodge or fight back. You can choose to dodge or fight back.
Okay. Fight back.
Fight back?
Yeah.
Okay. Now give me a roll.
Yeah. Okay. That's a 20.
Okay.
With which my is that? Am I going off my
Your
attack?
fight, yep, for your Kukuri.
Okay. Yeah. That's a hard success, baby.
Okay, roll damage.
Yeah. Okay. D8. 5. That's 9 damage.
9 damage. You kind of step back out of the way and swing the Kukuri down, and it just kind of slices across the chest again of the creature. Kind of taking a step back from Bellamy, it tries to get one last claw strike in at Smokestack again. What's Smokestack do?
Here on his last legs, this really could be the one that kills him. Never let it be said that Smokestack is somebody who isn't willing to give it his all right up until the end. He's gonna fight back.
Okay.
26. Hard success, barely.
Okay, roll damage.
Wait, I got him?
You got him.
Okay, I was really expecting to die there. I'll be honest.
He rolled, for transparity's sake, he rolled a 31 with a fighting of 40, which is a regular success.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Goodness gracious. That was a good damage roll. 11.
Okay. In the words of the patron saint of GMs, Matt Mercer, how do you want to do this? How do you finish him off?
So, so I think Bellamy, at this point, he has a knife stuck in his head. Bellamy's just cut open the top of his distended stomach. Um, as he stumbles forwards in sort of a flurry of claws, Bellamy fighting back. Uh, I think that it's really mostly focused on Bellamy as it throws one sort of frenzied fist Smokestack's way. And it's really Bellamy's distraction that lets Smokestack step in behind its blind spot using a fencer's technique, or not a fencer's technique, but some sort of sword fighting technique that he's probably a lot more skilled than he's maybe ever done before. And he rams the sword, Dark Souls backstab style, up through the thing's lower
Okay.
spine, up through its chest.
Okay. And as he does so, the creature kind of just slumps, kind of putting its full weight onto the sword. And you probably kind of like slowly tilt the sword down and let it collapse onto the ground. You just took a lot of damage. You're in a bit of rough shape. However, that's not to be said that you are still in better shape than the figure on the ground.
So any way I can apply some first aid to my companion here?
You could apply
I
first aid.
focus on rest. Keep the general alive. I'm doing all right.
I'll check the
He's
general.
Yeah, first aid is in Calling Cthulhu sense. First aid is used to stabilize the dying and not much else. That's neat.
Gotcha. Okay.
You kind of run over to General Russ, and he is in very, very bad shape. After a second or two of examining him, he's not quite dead, but he is very injured, barely holding on for his life. He doesn't have long. It's going to take an emergency first aid trick to try to stop this.
All right, and I'm just the man for the job. I take off my coat and then about to rip it up, I remember my bet and instead take off my shirt underneath my coat and rip off the sleeves and start preparing some a little bit of field cauterize it. Not I guess not cauterize it. I'll ask for the torch and do some field work on him.
Okay,
Smokestack
roll
tries to
for
hold the
first
torch
aid.
in a good position.
Roll for first aid.
Oh, I'm so sorry, General. That's a 98.
Could he maybe have advantage since I'm helping?
I will allow advantage this once because the two of you are there, but this is going to kind of count as the one chance.
Yeah,
I
that's
was gonna
fair.
I was gonna say this is because there's not like another chance, is there?
No, this is a 98, and he is very rough.
Mm-hmm. So re-rolling the tens.
You can also always push a roll. This is something else. You can
Oh yeah.
always push a roll that is not a combat roll, which means you get to re-roll, but if you fail, the consequences are going to be worse.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm going to say with advantage on this one because of the assistance, and then you could always decide to push the roll if you wanted to.
Okay. I'll try this luck one. No, that's a second 98.
Okay.
uh
Does Bellamy push it?
um probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll. Third time's the charm. Stakes have been raised.
34, which for me is where's my first aid? First aid. That is just barely by one enough to be a hard success.
A hard success?
Just
Oh,
barely.
that was the requirement. You wouldn't even have gotten it on a regular.
30
Like,
35 is my half, so 34 is yeah.
okay. It is, you have put your blood, sweat, and tears. Like, you started bandaging, you started cauterizing. The damage was, like, insurmountable. You don't know what you were going to do. and you kind of get the last of the bandages on, and his chest stops moving, and you just kind of see, like you've seen many times before on the boat, the last bits of life, and just kind of like out of pure frustration, just kind of do like that good chest thump, like I'm not going to lose you, and it's
I straight up slug him right in the
just
sternum.
enough to dolt him to where he like gasps for air, and seems to be some kind of semblance of stable. He's not going to die out, but he needs medical attention.
All right, I think I got him relatively well for the time being. We'll have to get him up to that doctor up there.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. Here, you grab his arms, I'll grab his legs, huh?
All
I'll go
right.
grab the doctor.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Have him meet us halfway somewhere.
Yeah, Estella runs ahead.
Let's get him onto a table upstairs.
Okay.
All right.
As we navigate back upstairs, what room are y'all going for?
Let's see if we come out of there.
I just
Probably.
run to get the doctor and
Yeah.
meet them wherever they're going to meet them. So.
Okay. You guys are just trying to find a place to treat him.
Let's depending on how fast that
The
doctor
dining
gets
hall?
through. Dining
No.
hall, yeah, that could be a good one. Probably we wouldn't have to carry a body through a crowded room.
Cigar lounge could also work.
Okay.
Yeah, good point.
Dining room or
You
cigar
guys
lounge?
were also really close to a bunch of guest rooms.
That's the one I was thinking about. I was about to say no, we destroyed them, but I remembered one of them is still in pretty good condition.
You are coming out right here. This one's more or less untouched.
Let's
All
go
right.
ahead and just drop him here in the guest room.
Okay. Kind of running into the guest room and getting him on the bed. It doesn't take long before Estella runs upstairs, kind of grabs the doctor in a hurry, and kind of takes back off down the stairs to go get to the two of them. As you all kind of gather in the guest room, you kind of take a second to kind of sitting there. The doctor kind of comes in. Hanley Cannon. Did you move him, by the way?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay.
Yep, they're all in there. And I moved Russ from this map back on there.
Okay. As you kind of all sit there and the doctor kind of runs in, he looks in. He kind of first glances over at Smokestack, thinking maybe Smokestack's the one that needed the help. Because Smokestack does look pretty rough between the giant claw mark
Smokestack.
across his chest and
Yeah,
the
he
teeth
just
mark in
shakes
his
his
shoulder.
head and points to the general.
Oh, he says. Immediately, the general just kind of runs over and starts to examining him. He kind of pulls out his medical kit and kind of starts to dig through his bag, looking through to see if there's anything that he can find to kind of, to be plain and simple, to help save this guy. As he does so, he doesn't say anything either, by the way. He runs in and he gets straight to work. Oh, barely a pass. Oh, okay. And as he kind of takes a second to start to kind of sit there and treat him, you kind of watch for a moment. He kind of looks at all of you, and if you're gonna sit there, you can help. And kind of starts to have you guys get things. Grab me a towel from this room. Can someone fetch me some water? As one of you runs to the nearby powder room and turns on the sink, kind of just doing what you can to stabilize this person, to kind of help. It's probably a good like 5-10 minute process before with some luck, or not 5-10 minutes. It's a good. It's like the better part of an hour probably, as he sits there treating this guy. And he kind of finally sits there and takes a step back. All of you are kind of feeling pretty exhausted after this. He seems to be breathing. He's out in the bed. He's gonna need some rest, but well, he's not dying anymore, so that's something.
Good work there, Doc.
Assuming we're still locked in here, there's not
Oh
much
yeah.
I can do.
Yeah, I think it's a safe assessment. Hey, I don't suppose you could give my shoulder a look. The claw marks are definitely bad, but if you've got some antiseptic, something's got a big bite of my big part of my show, my wing here.
I can see what I'm going to do. I'm not much to speak about what you're doing, but given the hour and the time as it fast approaches, we might want to start buckling down for the night.
Hmm.
Get some rest. I can take a look at your shoulder. We can kind of recuperate. I know things are getting higher, and if things are getting more dangerous, we might want to really consider buckling down. Why
It's a
don't
good idea, Doc.
the doc
I'm gonna
kind
go
of
out and see.
turns? Oh, sorry.
With that idea in mind, I might head out and try to scavenge some stuff from the supply rooms. Maybe some empty boxes. We could board up some doors, some supplies. I don't know, see what I can find.
Okay.
Regardless of what we're gonna do, we're gonna have to go look in the ballroom before we decide on too much else.
There, this one's me. Yeah, I reckon that's so.
Okay. Well, you said you're going to need to find out the ballroom.
Yes. So I don't know how medicine works in this at all. I can't imagine Cthulhu is a very forgiving system for healing, generally speaking.
I'm actually checking it right now. Okay.
While we're waiting for him to
Okay.
check on this,
Yeah, I just checked it real quick. Oh,
okay.
sorry. Go ahead. You can say what you're going to say though.
Well, Bellamy took his shirt off to help out those dying guys, so now he's been running around shirtless for a little while. He's got some pretty interesting tattoos going on. You know, normal Navy man tattoos you expect. You know, anchors, the numbers, various vessels he served on, and such. But there's also a very, very elaborate, sort of fairy tale esque tableau tattoos going across his back and his right arm of old pirate ships sailing on tumultuous seas with strange squid-like monsters rising up from the depths, wrapping their tentacles around boats, and mer people with uh, spears and tridents hunting them, and a number of other various sea creatures interacting and fighting in similar ways all across his upper torso there. It's very detailed, very drawn out. It's a lot of very small little stories play out in tattoo form across his torso.
Okay.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's actually it's pretty darn cool. So, as you're kind of sitting there, and this is kind of I think kind of listening to your tattoos there. Basically, I looked up the healing. He does kind of take a look and starts to do what he can to treat your wounds. Gray, as he kind of
Yeah.
sits there. I did also look this up, by the way. You need first aid to stabilize, and if you pass the first aid check, they heal 1d3.
Oh, should I roll a d3
You can roll a
or
d3. Correct.
let's see,
He was still
two.
in very, very rough shape and needed medical attention too. But
2.
you rolled a 2? Okay. So yeah, your first aid actually did a pretty good job on him, for what it's worth. But the doctor has kind of finished him up properly and got him laying on the bed. Um, as it kind of didn't take off further, you take off to go find kind of find out some supplies, and as you kind of said, the doctor mentions, we should probably buckle down and get some rest. We're going to be most vulnerable while we're trying to sleep, so we should best do so in groups. Have you explored the whole of the manor yet?
Not yet.
Not
Got
yet.
two last rooms, I think.
It's a very
So
large manor.
it is, but I think we need to do that before we can sleep soundly. Need to know what we're up against.
I suppose that's fair. In that
What
case,
did you roll on recovery?
for you,
Yes.
As he kind of patches up your shoulder, and there's kind of a little bit of a light check to the rooms that you already had, you heal 3 health.
Cool.
It's about he rolled as best as he could, actually, so about as generous as
Nice.
we're gonna get. Call of Cthulhu is not generous in medicine. So basically, what it is on an initial first aid or medicine check, you can heal 1d3, and then after that, it is weekly. And with a medicine, you can heal 2d3 per week of rest.
That makes sense.
Anything beyond that is like healing spells and potions and like voodoo stuff, magic stuff.
Ooh.
Anyway, as this is kind of all played out, and I'm assuming, assuming everything is, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, there we go. Kind of assuming everything's taken care of. He kind of patches you up, gets the bleeding stopped. You're still in pretty rough shape, but doing a little bit better. You kind of gather everyone that you do know the location of first, before the 3 of you kind of say that you need to explore the rest of the manor, before kind of buckling down for the night, as it is starting to get late and you are starting to feel a little bit tired.
That's a good idea. I think I think we might actually discuss the group, just kind of bring up that, I think it might be time we sort of drop the facade, get everyone together and just be plain and open with them.
Yeah, I think it makes about sense. Seems all nobody we've talked to, at least, save maybe that one swab fellow. But frankly, it seems like nobody around here except for maybe Theo is the murderer, and I'm pretty sure it's not Theo. So we've seen plenty of other things. What could have done something like this, though?
I'll say this while we're in the privacy of this room together. Based on our thoughts on Theo, I also have my suspicions on Miss Hart.
Well, the issue is Miss Hart. Well, she may have butchered the body, I guess.
She may
What
have. All I'm
what
saying
brings you
is,
to that?
well, mostly just her connection. She wasn't personally invited.
The
That's
other,
something to consider. Is all I'm saying. She doesn't fit the mold of everyone else so far.
That's a fair point, I guess.
the other thing is the murder might be completely separate and irrelevant from the butchering.
Hmm.
That's a
There's
fair point.
there's a lot we don't understand quite yet. The motives behind the murder, the motives behind the butchering, why those symbols up there seem to be less legitimate than the ones that are in the basement. What exactly has our benefactor of this party
All right.
been up
Now,
to?
I know this won't really help much, but there is a possibility that the butcherer, the defiler of our Lord's corpse, is a ghost. I'll say this because I heard the same scream as before, only this time from a maid ghost, what appeared and cursed the lady. Um, so it's possible that a vengeful spirit of some kind is what showed up and defiled his body and left a bunch of runes behind. And I mean, just because they're a ghost doesn't mean they suddenly know about eldritch runes any more than they did when they was kicking around. So
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, by the way, is this conversation happening in the room with the doctor still, or have you stepped away?
I think it's
Uh,
happening in the room with the doctor.
yeah, I also think it's happening in the room with the doctor while he's working on stuff.
Working on Gray. Okay. The doctor, kind of listening to this conversation, does chime in a little bit. Not to derail this conversation or anything. Whatever's done this, and I think we can kind of agree that it's time to buckle down and not to try to take any kind of leadership in the situation here. If you're going to be buckling the group down into groups, we should probably keep them in no more than 2 or 3 rooms tonight.
Yeah.
The only reason I bring this up is he needs medical attention, and who knows who else could. I mean, there's not much that I can do with Graybow at this point, but at least setting up some kind of safe place where I can have him or anyone else who's injured would be appreciated. Especially if you can get me some people who know how to guard the room.
You could probably do well. You're very close to the stairwell.
All right.
Probably be best
Smokestack.
to find rooms that only have one means of entrance and exit.
Yeah, it would be for the best. I think we might be better off just to use the guest rooms actually again.
Well, there's the large guest room. That could
Yeah.
probably several, but the one next door is damaged, and this one's pretty close to that secret hallways.
I know a lot of people. Well, again, just a potential suggestion here. There's the guest room with the powder room, where the Johnsons were staying. It's kind of absurdly large, to be honest. About the same time as the Lord's bedroom, Lord Greyborough's bedroom. It could quite easily fit a substantial number of people. The other one that comes to mind is the servant quarters on the northwestern side of the manor.
That's already set up for a bunch of guests.
Hmm. Also, only one door with an attached powder room.
All right, I'll keep an eye on that one. That's where most of the women, or no, that's where the men are staying.
That's where the men were staying, Chris.
All right, I'll keep an eye on the guest room.
All right then. Where should we set up, Doc? Sounds like those are our two rooms, or the guest room and
Yeah, if anyone complains about the arrangements, just let them know that there's been murders.
The
fair
dining
enough.
hall and the kitchen could be cleared out too, but it's not set up for bedrooms. It's just another vaguely
No,
secure room.
we probably want to keep it going so we have rations and food in the next morning.
All right, fair enough. So guest room and servants' quarters, yeah.
That's what I would suggest. If you wouldn't mind actually helping me carry this into the guest room right now.
No, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bellamy and you kind of take off to, or probably Bellamy and Hanley Cannon. Gray's probably decently able to help, but given his condition, still kind of takes the pass because
You
Dr. Cannon and Bellamy are
Uh,
quite able to.
They're perfectly capable, and Smokestack is running at about half capacity right now.
do you still want a marker on Russ?
Maybe something to indicate that he's injured, but
I know. I need to take the time to go through these.
All
kind
right
of
then.
helping get this. Kind of the two of you, kind of the group take off and probably sticking with them all the way kind of around to the guest room, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of walk through the formal sitting room, which definitely gets you some looks, and then kind of walk into the bedroom where a now well-dressed, like fully proper dressed, Gilbert Johnston and Barnaby Walters are. They kind of
Hello,
look a little
gents.
bit
Yeah.
shocked when you walk in with Randall Brass, but they don't say anything. Like initially. It's kind of
Oh
shocked.
no, opposite Taylor.
Huh?
Opposite.
Opposite what?
What?
I
They're setting the women up in that room.
The doctor said to help me to the guest room.
Then
Women were set up in the couple women that there were set up. Are you going to keep it the way that it
we're
was?
set up in the guest rooms. So we were going to move them all in the largest guest room, and then we were going to move the men where the men were already set up.
Okay, you can do that. The doctor said to go to this guest room. If your character would have voiced otherwise, you can.
No, we already came up with a plan, and now you're doing the opposite. Whatever.
Okay. The doctor seemed to disregard the way that things were set up intentionally.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Because this room was only set up. This room wasn't set up for the women. This room was set up specifically for Johnston.
The women were in various guest rooms.
Yeah, except
we're gonna move them into here.
Okay. Yes. The doctor just meant let's get people set up into each of the rooms, kind of probably in a mixed bag. He wasn't thinking about anything like that. You know, he picked this room probably because of the nearby bathroom. It's easy to work with. I'm just clarifying what the doctor said because there seems to be some confusion. That's specifically what the doctor meant.
Let's stick with that then for right now.
If you would want to say the room is already set up for men over there, you could easily have redirected it. He specifically meant the bedroom. Anyway. Also, hello, Raiders. Just a quick little hi to you. I don't normally address the stream during the Call of Cthulhu ones, but quick little hi to you. Anyway. So, does Estella direct him to the other guest room as you're kind of heading out? Or because it's already set up for men? No? Okay. Anyway, as you kind of head back around the corner through the formal room into the guest room, kind of Gilbert Johnson and Barnaby Walters are just kind of sitting there a little bit kind of shaken a bit as you kind of carry this clearly injured man. Without batting an eye, Dr. Cannon's like, okay, wait, move that bed over there. I need a quick table, and start to kind of clean up the bathroom up there. I need water. I need da-da-da. And he kind of immediately puts these two politicians, who are quite flustered, to work. Cannon has a very military presence, and he doesn't ask, he orders. And these two men kind of stunned.
I slip into the hallway so I don't get ordered around.
Okay, Estella just slips out. And it doesn't take long before Cannon has this place set up like a proper infirmary, using the nearby bathroom, which is quite large, to kind of turn into a medical prep room. With kind of the nearby bed kind of put there and setting up a couple places on the floor. As he kind of gets this room a little bit set up, he kind of turns to both Smokestack and Bellamy. Estella's out of the room. All right, you two, start clearing out the rest of the house, checking on everyone. Send some people here, particularly those that are injured, and a couple people to help keep the back. And whoever else you need to send off to the servants' quarters room where the men were staying.
Yeah, all right.
Janice should come in here along with Anna, Alma, and Ebenezer.
Yeah.
And then
Sounds good.
Perhaps
we'll
we should
send
have Mac in here,
Yeah,
and we'll
Mac.
send Stella's fella over to the other room. Keep an eye on the men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll stay with these within this room.
Okay.
All right. Sounds like a plan then.
Okay. Kind of heading off. You kind of first off head to the. Oh, thank you for the biddies, J Racer. I really appreciate that. Anyway, heading to the formal sitting room. You kind of walk in and kind of you're kind of sitting there. There's like everyone's kind of turning to you as you enter into the room because I did just watch you drag the general through this.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been some developments in the party's goings on. There's been a few murders, as many of you know, or at least one murder and an attempted one
Two
afterwards.
attempted ones.
Yeah, three of
I
them.
guess.
One of them quite nearly successful. So, seeing as in addition to that, the doors have sealed in a way we can't seem to penetrate and there's no way out of here, we're going to buckle down for the night and try to barricade ourselves a little bit to hopefully give yourselves a little bit of rest. Understandably, there's probably going to be a bit of a few questions, a little confusion. I'm willing to hear you out right now, but we do got to start getting moving.
For what it's worth, as you kind of say this to the room and kind of look around, Mac, you know him. He's good. He's on board. Janice
Mhm.
seems good on board. Alma's passed out, so can't complain. Ebenezer's still in shock. Macklin and Wellington both seem to be good, but naturally, the first person to speak up is Cole. What's going on? He says, kind of to a room full of people who are just immediately on board with this plan.
Murders, my fella.
Smokestack steps over to him, and
I shoot him a very intense look.
Smokestack walks over to him and just opens up his coat to reveal the massive bandaged claw mark, but still just soaked in blood. This was a near mortal wound. Look, Cole, this is way out of your pay grade. I'd listen to the military folk on this one.
Be a wise call, Cole.
He kind of just shuts his mouth, and as you kind of expose this wound to the room, which further adds to the intensity, Janice kind of walks up to you and just boldly in front of everyone, with the confidence of a woman with no F's left to give, holds up a rune and just mutters something in a language you don't quite recognize as light just cascades over your stomach, and you watch the wound kind of seal shut, healing 4 additional hit points. That should do you, love.
That'll do me just fine. Thank you very, very much, Janice. You do good work. Thank you.
And kind of as you do this, Wellington takes a look towards Estella and then just says, anyone who has a problem listening to them and making sure we get out here alive can talk to my boss and my manager, he says, holding up each of his fists.
Quite.
Good. Now we've got that all settled. Let's get moving, huh?
Right. Oh. Okay, first off, Moth redeemed another roll for the next NPC. Anyway, as you kind of take a second in the room, is there any particular order, any particular people in this room, where would you send them? I think the decision is probably lightly made. This is sorry to have a GM suggestion here.
I don't know about him.
But it would be like a
Start moving the people that we mentioned, right?
probably, yeah.
Where's Alma?
You haven't checked out the servants' quarters yet, so there's probably some hesitation to sending anyone directly to the servants' quarters right away.
Yeah, as well as we haven't encountered everyone here. Like, we're probably vaguely aware there's more people at the party.
Yeah. You're aware that you need to probably basically finish sweeping the manor, but you're working on setting this up.
Wait, we assigned Mac, not Macklin.
Oh, yeah.
Were we gonna explore the rest of the manor like before?
Yes, you are still exploring
Okay,
the
well
manor.
then I'll wait for that. Wellington we wanted in the other one.
Yeah.
Anybody else towards the other one?
So we
Or should
wanted.
wait?
I think we wanted Janice in this one because this is where the sick and cursed people are.
Yeah.
And Georgia probably as well. Are we keeping Barnaby and
We should pull
Gilbert in here? Or are we
up.
You should probably break them up.
Me as well. Oh.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, just so that there's not more drama on top of everything for one night.
Okay. I'm assuming then taking Gilbert out of that room.
Yeah.
Given that, Barbara and Walters are married.
Yeah. Gil, as Smokestack takes him aside. It occurred to me I made a bit of a joke that maybe wasn't taken too much of a joke. I'm not always good at that. Whatever you get up to in your private life is no business of mine, and frankly, I'm in favor of freedom more than just about anybody else alive. I think in a lot of ways, so you don't have to worry about that for me.
Johnson kind of gives you a light little nod, and it's a nod of, I'm going to use the phrase, distrustful thanks.
That'll work.
It's acknowledging it, but he has to be careful.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Gil. You don't have to trust me. Just however much the words are worth by themselves. And then Smokestack pats him on the shoulder. A little more worried about living through the night than political anything, frankly.
And kind of as all of you are doing this little bit of sorting, Macklin kind of gets a bit of a smile. Now, hey, hello. We were properly introduced a little bit, but I do have a bit of a question. Would you like me to go sort out the people who are hanging around the dead body?
That would be
Yeah,
great.
that would be wise.
I assumed that it needed to be done, and I know you two are busy sweeping the manor. It doesn't sound like you've quite finished.
No, you can kind of sort them however you feel. I'm sure the body will be fine by itself.
I don't think I'd rather move it. If it moves on its own, we know that that's probably a worse problem than we have.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd say it's about on par with everything else we've been dealing with, actually. I don't know that that'd be much worse.
It does sound like quite the adventure. Uh, there is a minor reason I want to talk to all of you here, though. Well, I mean, I don't normally do this, but I was wandering around and I found something of value. It might help a little bit. It struck me as odd first. He kind of pulls out of his pocket, pretty reasonably well concealed, a very ornate, valuable looking statue of a strange, inhuman figure. Kind of. It's vaguely human. There's two arms and a robe and a head, but the hands are very long, with the fingers extending down past the knees and almost claw-like points. The face has, I forget the name, like mandibles coming off the bottom, like you would expect from a spider or an arachnid. And the cloak is odd and ethereal, and it's all made out of a stone that, while it reminds you of jade, and it looks very, very valuable, including with like golden inlay, it's not quite jade. There's something about it that's just a little bit different. I found this, and it struck me as odd, and there certainly seems to be a little bit of an odd energy around it. And for full clarity, I found this in the some of the crates in the study.
Hmm.
Yeah, it makes sense. Estella, you're an archivist. Do you ever see something like this?
I could try to appraise it.
There you go. I'll try some occult stuff on it after you try and appraise it. Just
I'll,
see if I
I'll
can.
try to account it and figure out how
Hard
much money
success.
I could get for it.
Hard success on
Yeah, appraise.
appraise?
Yeah, I'm appraising it and its value.
Okay. It is. It's a bit hard to appraise, given that the stone isn't jade. Something like this is a bit of a collector's piece. It is definitely something that would sell for a very, very high dollar, given its uniqueness, but it falls into an even more interesting aspect that makes it tricky to appraise. It's because it's not from a distinct culture you recognize.
I kind of relay all of this.
Yeah. Its value in that is that it is unique and like nothing else. Probably could fetch for a fairly high money value, dollar value on the black market, but as far as what it is historical significance, there isn't necessarily one for historical or cultural significance because it's just too odd. It's too different from anything else you've ever seen.
Hard success on occultism.
This is very deep magic. It's an idol, quite clearly, of some long forgotten god of or deity of some kind, some ancient being. But everything about it demands obedience, demands you to listen to it, demands you to tell it what you know. You don't necessarily feel fully compelled to, like you're more than strong enough. A normal person might not even notice these pullings. It's one of those things that would wear down on you slowly. One of those things that would
Yeah, this
pull
is
the attention from those who are already slipping.
that's bad news right there. That's terrible news, in fact. Mind if I hold on to that for a bit?
He hands it over to you. I quickly realized it wasn't something that I wanted to deal with and figured it could do better for all of you to have. That's why I
As it
grabbed it.
as it changes hands in front of me and Estella tells us a little bit about it, I look at it deeply and consider uh how much how big of a like a tax break could I get if I donated this to a museum? I'd like to use my accounting now, please.
If you want to, that is. Did you put points in accounting?
I sure did, because I wasn't sure what it was for, and it said, "Hey, army officers, they know how to account." All right, and I'll tell you this much, Taylor. I rolled a 10. Okay,
Did you succeed?
a hard success even.
You could
So,
definitely get some kind of tax break for it. It's not going to be too significant because it's not an actual genuine cultural artifact that they'd
No,
be looking for.
the trick is fooling them into thinking it's a significant artifact.
But yeah, you definitely know how this could be used for like paperwork advantage. Accounting does mean like data entry and paperwork, right? You do know
I
that.
was going to say, hold on. We could have used you earlier when we were examining a bunch of paper, a bunch of like documents with
oh,
potentially useful information.
but that's boring.
It's like
I want to
balancing
know.
budget books and filling out data entry as someone who is currently an accountant in real life can attest to you. Yeah,
Yeah,
you could
you
probably
could have
get some
followed
kind of tax break for this.
you could have followed a paper trail and been like, oh yeah, he's been making deals with some foreign black market trader down on the docks.
Listen, this is a hidden skill that I don't share with friends. Okay.
It's a secret
The
skill.
second people know the second people know that I know how to file my own taxes is the second that I become a free referral to help people with their taxes every April. Okay. I'm not telling anyone I know how to do paperwork. I got an image of a single brain cell I got to maintain. Okay.
I can't
I
argue.
just why does Bellamy know accounting?
Because it was
I can't.
it was a
Okay,
whim.
It was
Okay.
David,
embrace. I'm embracing it.
David, I want you to imagine at your perfectly normal accounting job that a 7'10" Australian man covered in naval tattoos and dressed to the nines like an officer, strapped with weapons and wielding a whaling harpoon, walks into your office, sits down at his desk, and starts to go away at his perfectly normal accounting job for a minute.
Okay, so I'm imagining the unholy offspring of Crocodile Dundee and Ishmael. Not Ishmael. What's his name?
Uh,
Whale guy. Not Moby
uh,
Dick.
Captain
Ahab.
Nab. Yeah.
So yeah, the unholy love child of Captain Ahab and Crocodile Dundee is working at my accounting office.
Yeah. At the V. Just what steps in. Hey. Well,
I didn't do accounting for the V, but I can
that's right.
picture
You
this
didn't.
now.
Yeah, no, that's a great those are some great cultural icons that do absolutely combine to equal Bellamy Jack.
I mean,
My idea of Bellamy Jack.
there's not a better way to explain Bellamy Jack than Captain Ahab meets Crocodile Dundee
Yeah.
In an accounting firm.
in an accounting firm now.
Okay. I hate to break this up, but we do have a manor we haven't finished.
There's a
True
minute to
enough.
explore. Anyway, yeah, but outside of that, its monetary value is to occult collectors and everything.
Or fooling a whoever.
Look, obviously it's a beautiful piece. Like maybe it's just a modern art piece. Maybe I sell it that way.
Yeah, it's all about how you present it and what fake paperwork you have with it.
But of course, we're not having this conversation because Bellamy keeps this on the DL.
This is
Yeah.
quiet, kept to myself, slowly considered as he strokes his chin, twirls a little bit of his mustache.
Okay.
Well, Bellamy's probably considering this as a smokestack and Estella. Make their way.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go check in the dining hall and in this room, I guess.
Which way?
This room and this room.
Okay.
Those are the two rooms left.
If you
Yeah.
click and hold that room, okay.
Oops.
As you kind of walk into this room, you see Hattie and Aldrich kind of sitting at each other, kind of turn to you as you enter. Hattie gives a slight polite smile as you walk in. And he kind of sounds like walking pretty briskly past, just open this door, or Smokestack does.
Yeah.
To which, unsurprisingly, seems to be the kitchen and the prep area.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just do a little peeksy poo around, just look at some things, just check to make sure there's nothing odd going on. Step in fully into each room,
Mhm.
look up and down, open some cupboards.
It is a thoroughly used kitchen that you can kind of see all of the prep work for the food going on in the main hall. There's actually a good amount of food, fresh water, everything that one could need here. You can kind of see where Theo has been working hard. It does kind of click to when the doctor mentioned the dining hall in the kitchen area could be a decent area for potentially a third little safe house if needed.
Gotcha, yeah.
With the disadvantage that it doesn't have some kind of bathroom attached to it.
Hey, it's got a sink. No trouble.
No trouble. So Smokestack at this point is going to grab a block of knives. Do they just have like a knife block? I'm
There's a
not sure
knife
how
block.
knife storage works.
Oh.
Yeah, Smokestack grabs that.
In the basement, I would have re-grabbed my throwing knives.
And I
General-
would have grabbed my
General GM assumption is that you are competent enough to retrieve your weapons.
Okay,
In
good.
some instances and situations, I don't. But if it's there, I'll grab it.
This is also very much like if you were in a rush situation, maybe not, but this time you weren't.
Exactly.
Once we grab that, Smokestack on the way out is going to glance at Aldrich and Hattie. You guys better get to either the servants' quarters or the
lodge guest bedroom.
guest bedroom. We're gonna hold up for the night since there's not really another way out of here.
Oh,
Also, there's been more attacks, by the way, so, you know.
Okay, Hattie says. Do you know where Theo's staying?
Nope, not sure yet.
I'll go
General
speak to him.
consensus is, though, it seems like mostly women and injured are staying in the lodge guest room.
Okay, I'll head there then and kind of reassess. Aldrich kind of follows her. Aldrich has seen stuff. So he just kind of is wandering off, and you'll probably figure out what to do with Aldrich a little bit later.
Hey, take a knife. I have a knife.
Who do you give it to?
Both of them.
Hattie takes the knife. Aldrich goes, "Oh, I detest violence," and doesn't
Are you
take the
still
knife.
alive?
I've lived a very long life because I detest violence. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I'm just shocked. I've met a couple of people who detest violence who don't live very long lives at all because they detest violence. If it works for you, though, that's fine. You go ahead.
The pipes change every man differently.
Oh yeah, it's fair, I suppose.
Kind of gives you a smile and a little pat on the shoulder as he kind of walks out following everyone else and kind of heading south.
It's a good thing that guy's not all there, otherwise I would have been offended.
As you walk up to the next door, you do open it up. And as you do open this door up,
A skeleton with a
reveals...
crossbow shoots you.
A skeleton. 2 goblins descend from the ceiling, level 3.
It reveals a long hallway with 2 doors at the end of it.
Yeah, alright. I'll start walking down the hallway.
Okay. As the two of you kind of walk down the hallway, I like how you guys move your characters, and Estella's just like boop right towards the end.
Sorry, guys, I'm not as creative.
Anyway, as you kind of open this door up, and okay, there's 2 doors here. What do you do?
I checked this door.
As you go to grab that door, the door is actually firmly locked with a skeleton key type lock on it.
The handle is very hot. There's a fire inside. Don't open the door.
You can kind of hear clanking and the sounds of a gently running boiler and everything behind it. It's clearly a boiler room to anyone's appearance. You kind of hear that sound, the kind of slow clinking and everything.
Is there a skeleton key somewhere? Maybe we should go see if we can find Theo and just have a key on hand, because we've run into a few of these.
It is worth noting that there are actually quite a few doors that have like skeleton key type locks on them. They just haven't been locked, but this is one of those doors that is locked.
Yeah, we should next time we see Theo. I do think for tonight we should have each group maybe do a chair against the door or something.
Yeah, I was thinking of going into the storage room right around the corner there and breaking down a few boxes.
Great
Yeah,
plan.
that'd be a good idea. All right, I'm gonna open this door then.
The door opens up quite easily into what appears to be a second study. Although you can see that, kind of as mentioned, a lot of the kind of tables and everything, like the research notes and everything, have kind of been pushed off to the sides, and kind of laid way to clear into the center area for some cots and some bedding and various things like that that have kind of been stuck into the study in some kind of attempt to give guests a level of space where they're not so tightly packed in.
So when you say study, is it kind of bare walls study?
It's like books and desks and some kind of displays and everything. It's a much more formal study. This was probably originally the study, with the other room becoming more of like having originally been more of like a storage and mud room. It looks like as this room was kind of used as a more formal study, he kind of started to work more and more in the other one, and they're kind of just a little bit of a mixed. But this one, it does have kind of his research notes and everything like the other study, but it's much more. It was much more cleaner again before everything was kind of moved out of the way to the sides of the room to make way for the bedding. It's kind of hard to see what it was originally, but the
I feel
walls
like
aren't
this.
barren. There's like display cases and they're very well
I,
put together.
I feel like this one probably has bookshelves
Yeah, there
more
are
so
some
than.
there are some bookshelves and stuff in here too.
I should probably say this now. As we're going around sweeping things, noting that there have been a few other like display areas and mounted objects and
Mhm.
things of interest and such. I'm going to be keeping my eye out for any mounted, say, firearms. Knowing that our dear Lord Fenric was at one point a serviceman
Okay.
and potentially a huntsman as well. So anything of that nature. As
Cut the
we're
crap, David. Where's the mammoth pieces? We know the secret puzzle. We found it.
we know there's a secret mammoth skeleton puzzle. Okay,
So
where are the pieces at?
the mammoth skeleton puzzle.
Where's the rest of the skeleton? Okay,
So
huh?
I'm going to say probably more to GM statement here. If you probably would have seen at least at one point in one of the rooms, probably not the study, but probably like the cigar room, there would have
Mhm.
been an old mounted service rifle.
Okay, then I will resolve to circle back around and pick it up. Uh, Knowing there's probably no ammunition with it, but you know,
From what you understand, while he did serve in the military, he wasn't a
unarmed.
he wasn't a hunter.
Gotcha.
So like using the firearms beyond that are give or take.
Give or
Anyway,
take.
but kind of passing through this room, noting that it is going to be well, probably not a good room to have people stay. It gives you the bedding and stuff that you might need for everyone with a bit of
All right.
rearranging. And you kind of open the next door. As you open this door, you seem to find a couple more of the missing house guests is the wrong word, but that's the one that came to mind. The house guests you haven't met before. Kind of opening this up, there's not actually a lot of chatter into this room as you walk in and just see bookshelf upon bookshelf.
Oh.
And another door, from what you give about basic knowledge, probably another door to the ballroom, kind of on the other end. And two people currently sitting there having a fairly light conversation, as you've seen many times before, rather oblivious to everything else that is happening in the room. And as they're kind of sitting there, the two of them, a man and a woman, the man kind of the first thing that you hear him saying is, "No, no, no, you are entirely misattributing that quote to Plato when it was in fact said by Aristotle." To which the woman he's talking to, it looks rather bored, but is very well dressed in a very low cut dress. She's pushing the bounds of what is acceptable to be wearing in this kind of this day and age. She's dressed very revealing for this day and age, looking kind of very bored and kind of giving the guy the very oblivious older gentleman pouty lips a little bit. She kind of looks at the two of you like slightly irritated, but also slightly kind of relieved. Oh, hello.
Hello, lovebirds. I like your dress, lady. Hey, there's been a few murders, so we're gonna be closing up for the night in a little bit of a strange situation, if you don't mind. What are your names?
Uh, I'm Eva. There's been a murder. She kind of like
Oh yeah.
grabs your arm, eyeing down your officer uniform a little bit.
Also, my open coat and
Open
exposed
coat and exposed things.
uh uh ab abs and muscles.
The professor kind of takes a step. They kind of sits up
The
a little bit.
professor also grabs your arm.
Murder, you say? He doesn't grab your arm. But who with? Who of?
Oh, oh yeah, just the Lord of the Manor, Fenric. He's been killed and desecrated, and there's been a few other attacks.
Fenric? He was my star pupil for quite a while.
Really?
Yeah, well, he's about the same as any stiff in the graveyard now. So
I'm sorry to break the news to you this way, but we are trying to get the situation under hand, as it were.
Understood. Eva kind of like leans further against Bellamy. Where do I need to go to be safe? Kind of
Oh,
leaning against the arm.
well, I mean, you could stick by me for a bit, but I'm be rushing about the house for a bit longer, miss. For now, probably you're going to want to be down in the large guest room. There's going to be people there, a few, people we trust to keep an eye over things, all right?
All right. Just promise me you'll check on me later?
Oh, yeah, sure, totally.
She kind of with the professor, kind of heads out of the room. You guys seem to have like a very business attitude about it, but she's like making eyes as she sizes you up and tries to decide. I'm going to use the phrase dollar amount.
He's going to obviously, seeing this, just like, okay, I got a psychology of 50. It's probably easy enough for me to pick up that she's doing that.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think your character knows a lady of the night when you see one. We'll put it that way. You're a
uh,
sailor. You've been through many a town.
I'm gonna wink and give her a subtle flex, but for fun. I'm being cute.
Okay. She kind of gives you a little bit of a like a little hand to the chest a bit as the two of them head out the door, and you kind of turn around the corner where you see another person looking at the walls, particularly at the art. Doesn't look entirely happy to be there. She kind of turns and looks towards the rest of the group. Oh, hello. I heard about the murder. Library. Sound echoes very well. Fenric was dead?
Hey,
Uh,
I want to roll psychology.
On her? Okay.
Pass. Hard pass.
She would qualify amongst many of the people who isn't upset that Fenric's dead.
Okay, suspect.
Yep, I heard what you said to them. Name's Mona. I'm assuming you're probably going to want to ask questions later. I'm assuming you're sending everyone off to night-night?
precisely so.
Alright. I'll head over to the other guest room. I'm assuming you're going to have women in the guest room and injured, given that I'm not seeing the doctor out this way, and probably the rest of the men to where they have been staying.
Yeah, sharp one. Yep, exactly so.
Okay?
Hmm.
What happened to your shirt?
Bandaged up the general.
Hmm.
There's a general here, by the way, General Russ.
We've had the displeasure of meeting.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, he got cut up in just a little bit.
Shame.
Yeah, truly. Don't get into any trouble.
I don't plan to. Say you don't
if you
happen
do
to have.
get
If there's a murderer on the loose, you don't happen to have an extra knife lying around?
gonna be honest, you look like a knife yourself already. I'm not sure if I want to make you more dangerous than you already appear, hun.
I'll just swing by the kitchen then.
Yeah, it's fair.
She kind of gives like a slight wave. It's not meant to be dismissive, and it's not necessarily that you are beneath her. It is just a. This is just turning more and more into something she doesn't have time for, and is a little bit frustrated to be here.
All right. Yeah, she's a weird bird. All
And she
right.
kind of just heads off.
All
Uh,
right.
Smokestack's gonna open this door.
You have finally found the servants' quarters. As soon as I can get my map to work. Okay. As you open up this room and do a good little bit of a, I'm going to use the phrase general sweep.
Mm-hmm.
You find both the living room and, or both the servants' quarters and the attached bedroom. The servants' quarters have been clearly cleaned out for guests at this time, but it is also the manor. Anyway, as you kind of walk in the servants' quarters, you kind of see where all the beds are spread out, and a quick check of the bathroom. There's one little odd thing to you, and it's that quite clearly the servants' quarters doesn't have any it wasn't entirely cleared out. There's like boxes on the back wall where it looks like a lot of the old servant stuff was just kind of piled up neatly out of the way, probably by Theo. It's
Yeah, okay.
pretty obvious as you walk into the room that that's what's happened. And as you walk in, there's one other gentleman in this room. Nope, it's not. He's not supposed to be in this room. Why is he in this room?
Bud?
Bud ran off the other way.
Oh, sorry. I
Yeah.
missed that. So
Nope.
wait, why did he go the other way?
He just followed Eva, probably to kind of go check on what was going with the other guests.
Okay.
There's no one else out this way, so they've kind of all congealed to one end, and you probably have to send them back. But you are alone in the servants' quarters right now.
Okay. I'm gonna give the servants' boxes a little poke through, see if there's anything of use in there. Maybe one of the servants was strapped. Who knows?
Okay, give me a roll spot hidden.
Yeah, okay.
It definitely strikes you as odd that servants that have been slowly let go over time would have
Still have boxes of stuff here. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
servants were fed to the monsters. I'm just going to throw that right out there.
Gotta wait till that's revealed. Come on. That's an 18, which is a hard success.
You kind of dig through, and as you're kind of digging through, you do eventually find, kind of hidden amongst what's mostly relatively unused clothing. One of them has left a journal.
Oh.
You kind of pull it out and start flipping it up. The journal starts out relatively normal. It's for a serving staff that was hired about a year ago. And she kind of starts to talk about how she was hired on. I'm going to give you like the quick summary as your character probably flips through this and reads it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
She was hired on about a year ago, and it had been mentioned to her that there was a high turnover rate for the staff. And as she kind of starts to flip through the book, she kind of starts to mention, okay, this staff member left, the other butler left, this person left, we hired a new person. There seems to be this general in and out flow. The thing that you note, having watched from the outside, is that an in and out float like this would definitely have helped. The Fenric was very, very secretive. There wasn't any information getting out of the manor, let alone signs of trails of servants leaving. And kind of as this very much staff overflow kind of continues to happen, eventually it mentions her being suspicious when someone that she was planning to go into town and do tea and have a bit of a fun day off with resigned unexpectedly. Didn't tell her she was resigning, and then the journal entries end about a week later. Kind of falling silent. And as you kind of read this out to the group, it's definitely further adds to the suspicion. And was that an out loud claim that Gray stated when he made the comment about the servants?
Yeah, no, Smokestack said that verbally.
Yeah, it very much feels to set in given the book, which doesn't outright say that, but lines up perfectly with that having happened.
Well, you hear stories about crazy lords doing crazy things, you know?
Manor wouldn't have gained such an infamous reputation if servants were freely leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we have seen that that little chain room down there. Yeah, no, you're probably right. It's probably doing something demonic.
That in mind, we need to go find Theo before we go in for the night.
Yeah, I reckon as well.
Um, we might even have a key to the ballroom.
Yep.
We need
Let's
to-
break into the boiler real quick just to make sure be extra thorough.
Yeah, fair enough.
How about someone checks the boiler and someone goes checks on Theo and sees about getting into the ballroom?
I'll check on Theo.
All right.
Okay, who goes where?
I'm going to check on Theo with Gray.
With Gray?
Bellamy's gonna try out the boiler room.
Okay. Well, as the two of them head off that way, we're going to start with Bellamy real quick. As the two of them kind of take off to the ballroom. And as you kind of walk up to the door, it is a fairly simple skeleton key lock yet again. As you mentioned before, you could try to mimic it a little bit.
I'll
I have moved Theo, by the way. They aren't at that end of the building. As I see your character tokens running over there. They're all kind of gathered between the two rooms right now.
I know,
I'm
this room is absolutely filled.
Yeah, I will be balancing those out.
Okay.
I just figured. Anyway, what does Bellamy do?
He's gonna do what he did before. He's gonna take off one of his pins and say, "All right, this time I got tricky fingers. I can do this. Gonna make it this time." He's going to attempt to pick the lock.
Okay, give me a roll.
80 failure.
Yeah, you are not a locksmith.
Yeah,
Nor are
all
you
right,
have the
okay.
dexterity to kind of manipulate that little bit of a locking bolt to kind of throw it.
No, probably not. Okay, all right. Well, anyways, God gave me these thick fingers for a reason. And ignoring what I just said, I'm going to kick the door.
Give me a roll.
Strength?
Yes.
Or, okay. Let's see. 62, a regular success.
Okay. Kicking the door hard and with a good bit of force. It's not necessarily a dexterous move, and the kind of flimsy woodwork around the door breaks just enough that it swings open. This door is permanently broken now. You can't relock it or anything.
Yeah.
But it is open.
All right.
As you do step into the room, it appears to be a fairly exactly standard boiler room. You kind of look around, there's a boiler, it's about exactly what you would expect in almost any way. You know, just the boiler's kind of tucked into one corner, there's a couple old pipes and a few other things. The pipes run out, kind of carrying throughout the rest of the house. Houses like this often do have, heated water, pneumatics, various things like that. This boiler room is the heart of all of that. This has a very large boiler. However, this isn't the boiler of a steam enthusiast. The one thing that you do notice, though, after studying this boiler, it is much larger and has a lot more pneumatics than you would expect for what you've seen throughout the rest of the house. Not that that's unreasonable. It could just be janky old technology, but it is significant enough that even without knowing a lot about it, you notice it.
All right. Recalling the words of the butler earlier, I'm going to inspect the walls and check under the boiler for any odd bits. I'm going to press against the crowning or whatever's lining the bottom of the floor, like in the other room. The butler specifically mentioned the boiler room when he was talking about hearing odd sounds in conjunction to where uh, hidden passages might be.
Give me a roll.
Spot hidden.
Yep, spot hidden.
That's a 44, which is a regular success.
You look around for a while, and then you don't notice any fancy hidden levers or anything like that. But there's a slight crack, a slight gap in the doorway, revealing. Sorry. Revealing a bit of paneling that, with some bit of effort, you're able to kind of pull and move aside out of the way, revealing a spiral staircase leading up, attached to the boiler room. Because that's the one problem with this map. When there's a secret room, everyone can tell.
Yeah, I was trying not to cheese it
No,
because
the
it was
boiler room
very
had
obvious.
specifically been mentioned. You're good.
Yeah.
And you did pass your spot hidden. So
hmm
anyway, you do notice the staircase spiraling upstairs. But everything else about the boiler room does seem to be normal.
Oh, there's 3/4 of pizza in here. Hell yeah.
You recover your health.
You cover your health. You gotta
Oh,
roll
underneath the
Constitution. It's
pizza,
old pizza.
there's an elephant bone underneath this pizza.
Oh
Oh
shoot!
boy.
The next piece of the mammoth puzzle.
Okay. All right. As you kind of uncover that stairway, and I'm going to assume Bellamy doesn't take off up it, given what you found
No.
in the prior room without people.
Yeah, probably not without some backup.
Okay. The
But
rest
what
of
he is
you.
going to do, he's going to start heading towards the cigar lounge.
Okay. The rest of you, as the other two of you, kind of walk into the room and find Theo. You walk in and you find kind of Theo sitting in the guest room with kind of a group of other people, as currently Mac, who's kind of acting as, I'm going to use the you when you're not there. You kind of have, he's unofficially been put in charge by the three of you, is
Yeah.
currently assigning, kind of
I have a
figuring out room assignments. Yes?
Mac or Macklin?
Mac.
Okay.
Mac. Macklin is not in this room. Yeah. This is Mac.
Awesome. Hey Theo, come over here for a minute.
Yes, he says, walking towards you.
Hey, come with a walk with me, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, I need to get your opinion on some things.
Okay. You kind of drag Theo out of the room into a bit of a private spot. Is Estella with him? Okay.
Yeah, I closed the door behind us.
Hey Theo, buddy.
Yes. What do you need?
So how long have you known your master was feeding the other servants to the monsters in the basement?
What?
So you've been working here for years, yeah?
I've worked here for as long as my master has needed me. That is right.
Yeah, right. That's an oddly dodgy way to go about the question. So
Well, it's a bit of an odd
you've
question to be
known about
asking.
the right, yeah, it's a pretty specific one. Since you're a butler, you live here, and you would probably, unless you're just blind as a bat, notice when all the serving staff never actually leave and they just disappear.
Okay. Moth, would you mind giving me that role right now for that NPC role you redeemed?
Can I roll psychology on him?
You can roll psychology on him. This is going to be a
Can I
preemptive
roll
roll.
intimidate on him?
You can roll intimidate on him.
A regular
32.
pass.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, you see, you rolled an intimidate. What'd you roll for your intimidate, Gray?
5. I think that's. I don't know if that's an extreme success or not. Hold on.
Might be.
Yeah, that's an extreme success. Barely.
Okay.
As of my increase from last time, that barely put it over the top.
And what'd you roll? You rolled a pass for your psychology?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You hadn't noticed it before, but as he kind of go for this, Gray is absolutely intimidating, kind of causing him to cower, just to cower a little bit. This would buckle and break any other man. What you notice in a split-second realization is that you are dealing with someone who does not have, what is the best way to put this?
A soul.
Anything to lose?
He I'm trying to put this in the best psychological terms without using outdated terminology. He has no emotion, no remorse, and is absolutely stone cold and has been lying through his teeth the whole time. The whole time that you've met him, with
Apathetic.
almost no emotional read. He fears nothing. I want to say the term is probably outdated terms would be fitting according to Moth. He would be classified as a psychopath.
Yeah.
Someone who does not feel emotion or remorse.
Yeah, I kind of nod to.
But I don't know the technical term. But that's the one that is going to impart the best.
Well, I think that the technical term is like.
I don't know.
I don't even know if they have a technical term for it. I actually was doing research on this the other day. There's a lot of dispute as to what that would even mean. Like there's not an argument as to whether or not these people exist or whether or not there's some sort of collective understanding of it, but it's caused by so many different things that there's not really a conclusive answer, at least as far as I could tell.
Yeah.
Anyway, but he fears
Well, then.
nothing, which also gives you just enough of a cue in to let Gray know his intimidation isn't going to work because this isn't a man who feels fear, and gives you enough time to let Gray know, dodge or fight back.
Yeah.
Fight back.
I pulled out a knife.
Okay. Gray, specifically for you, dodge or fight back.
Fight back.
Okay. Wait, oh, fight back, sorry. Roll. And this is going against the 32 that Moth rolled.
Cool. I got a 4, so that's an extreme success for my brawl.
Okay, you're going for brawl? Are you going for sword?
I'm going for brawl.
Okay. As he pulls a knife out of his pocket and quickly goes to stab you, you see the blade coming, you see the signal being made. And
Can I make a request?
Yes.
I grab his knife hand and I kick out his knee, snapping it.
Okay, so you're going more for... I'll allow this to be more of a maneuver rather than going for damage.
Yeah.
As you do so, you easily kind of just take your hand, you knock the knife out, and you hit the knee, and you are holding on to him now. Oh, that's about quite clever of all of you.
Theo,
Very
it's
clever
not clever.
indeed.
Literally not clever. It was pretty obvious. There's a bunch of clues lying around. I'm not that smart. You're just really dumb, bud.
You also didn't quite realize the half of it, but that's not for me to say.
I mean, it could be. You could just say it right now. That could make things really easy.
Also, you were the only one here a week ago.
So, were you the one that defiled the body? I must admit, I'm at least curious.
I suppose there's no harm in saying this now. No. But you're not going to find out who, and you're not going to escape. As he says that last word, he begins to start to shift and swell and grow in size, kind of unnaturally beneath his clothes in this very narrow hallway.
Can I throw a knife at him?
Smokestack staying on his back and wraps an arm around his neck.
He is growing like with a force that you can't restrain it, but you can kind of stay trying to hold it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold on.
Okay.
36. I'm throwing a knife.
Okay, you are throwing a knife. Okay, roll to hit.
Let's see. Hard success.
Hard success?
Yeah.
Okay.
And 4 damage.
Um, 4 damage? Okay. Quickly using the knife and doing a very fast kind of, I'm going to use the phrase, almost reactive lunge at him. The knife quickly, kind of like, you're very close to him, but so it's more of like it's a throw from a very close distance, but the knife just sticks clean into his shoulder, or what was his shoulder, as his mass just kind of starts to continue to grow rapidly. Gray, you don't know what he's turning into, but it's not good. You've seen a lot of things in the rooms. Do you try to restrain? What do you do? It's your turn now. We've entered combat, by the way.
Smokestack draws his sword and drives it into the closest approximation of a neck and shoulder joint as he can find.
Okay. You are holding him. I'm gonna have you roll a fighting brawl just because he is kind of growing and swelling.
19, hard success.
Okay, roll damage.
All right. That is 5 plus 3 plus 3, 11.
11 plus 4. You just plunge the sword in kind of a last act of desperation as the mass kind of swells. And as the sword fully sinks in, the swelling kind of stops and the half malformed body slumps over to the ground dead. He'd grown about 50% in size alone and was clearly not done for this transformation when you stabbed him.
I throw another knife in him for good measure, in the head.
I'm not going to make you roll, but you just thunk another knife into what is the head as the body kind of sits there and kind of starts to slap. The skin having kind of started to slough off a little bit, revealing a thick gray hide like material underneath this very blubberous form. That's still vaguely humanoid, but was starting to rapidly kind of approach just blob of solid mass of fat and thick skin that now lies on the floor in front of you.
Would the word troll or giant come to mind, perhaps?
I would say it would, but it's not the right word.
That's fair. Having said that, Smokestack pulls the sword from his now still body. I think it takes a little bit of work.
Yeah, it's very well wedged in there. This thing would have been very... You kind of take a step back and realize you don't know how well the two of you would have done against this thing had it finished. You attacked when it was vulnerable.
Okay. Smokestack's gonna wipe the blood from his eyes.
Okay.
I don't know that he was in a position to keep himself from getting sprayed with whatever this thing
Not
had.
really.
All right.
So he's likely behind the original murder.
Maybe, I don't know. I have all sorts of questions now. If this was his butler, then
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna drag this guy away though, so we don't have to.
I have another. What if he's not the original Theo?
Maybe it could be. I don't. I'll be honest. I've got adrenaline pumping. Let's finish searching, and then we can talk about our theories as we go. Yeah.
Yeah. We go dump him over there.
Dump him by that's still like not a hidden place if you're trying to hide it from anyone else who's wandering in the halls.
No, we just don't want people. I don't want people who are like walking between.
He's out of the way more than anything.
I don't want people like walking between here and like here to be like, oh, geez, there's a giant dead monster corpse.
Yeah.
What is that?
Create a safe place.
It's wearing
So
Theo's suit.
Out of the way. I feel like people are aware that there's dead things and there's weird crap going on. So they're at least gonna hopefully not get into trouble when we stash dead bodies out of the way.
Okay. Also, I do have some more stuff I want to do before we wrap up the session, but how late do I have you two? Ben and...
I'm good for a bit longer.
I also feel like arranging people into the bedrooms can totally happen after session. Like I'm willing to do that later.
Okay.
So
I was gonna say
the people based on the plan that you guys have already kind of set up.
I have as much time as you need.
Okay. Is everyone willing to go for a little bit longer? Kind of extend the stream out a little bit to keep going?
Yeah. But again, like the people, we'll move them into the bedrooms post.
So, for anyone who wants to move people while we're kind of talking about this too, if you want to, the way that this breaks down is all men head to the one room, women and injured head to the study, along with Mac and the doctor staying in the guest room.
Yeah, I'll take care of it, guys.
As she does that, because it is kind of late at night, Bellamy walks into the room, and you do look into the hunting lounge. There is an old hunting rifle, just mounted beautifully above the fireplace. One of the fireplaces in the cigar lounge.
I'm going to check along the fireplace to see if he happens to have an old box of bullets or anything of the like.
As you do so, you kind of sigh a sign of relief as your hand does in fact find some bullets.
Nice.
You find a .30 lever action carbine. You kind of look that up on the weapon things if you want.
Cool.
Um,
I'll load it on up and
and
put the spare bullets in my pocket and sling it over my shoulder.
you find a full magazine of 6 bullets.
6 bullets. Okay. Let's see, what page is that on?
It's on page 403.
As Smokestack was dragging that thing away, he cut off its ears.
Okay. Okay. I don't know how well this will post, but kind of posted. Kind of posted terribly.
Yeah. To clarify, like Smokestack takes out a knife that looks like it's specifically made for
Cutting
butchering.
ears. Okay.
Cutting ears and tails and things.
Okay. It's probably noticed by Estella. I don't know if she would say anything.
That doesn't really matter. Regardless, he takes the ears off and stuffs them in a bag.
Just so guys, my dog is barking outside, and
Oh,
it's
that's not good.
midnight.
We should go take care of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make sure you quiet him down real quick.
Okay. Well, kind of while we're doing that, I am going to say, your group has just had a bit of a good rough bit there, but with injuries, kind of told. Oh, Bellamy just found the stairs. I'll just quickly do help in finishing arranging.
No, I got it.
You got it? Okay. Oh, there is I was gonna say, with the one exception of also George Walters would be in the room with his wife to avoid any extra drama. Anyway, splitting the room up, getting people to where they need to be. Oh, we're probably gonna say, because you guys had mentioned this, you probably searched Theo for any keys or anything.
Yes.
Definitely. I forgot. I was planning on doing that.
Yeah, you do find a skeleton key, but you do not find a key to the ballroom. Anyway.
Hey, Cannon. Dr. Cannon.
Yes?
You found a key on the late, when you were searching him. Did you find any keys on him?
On
The late
Fenric?
lord?
No, he'd been... Well, to be honest, he was dressed surprisingly spare. No keys, no wallet, nothing, any kind of distinguishing markers like that.
Alright. Alright. Estella.
Hmm.
You don't seem shocked by any of this. You seem, in fact, thoroughly unfazed by pretty much everything we've come across so far. Is that just because you got a cool head, or do you have experience with these kinds of things?
Nothing like this.
Fair enough. It's a bit of a long shot. So you mentioned that might not be the original Theo. I guess my question was, do you have experience with... Do you have a reason to believe there might be things out there that could impersonate somebody?
Yeah.
Is it possible that our Lord isn't dead?
I doubt that.
I don't know.
But we don't necessarily need to rule it out either.
Or just if he could have replaced himself with some hapless servant, made himself look like him, had them killed off. Well,
It's just, I think, isn't it their body can be puppeteered or something?
I have no idea. I know of a lot. I've heard a lot of stories, but I know this much for sure. Something that can control something like Theo and whatever it is we found in the basement, and maybe even that slime thing. I have a hard time thinking they just got killed all of a sudden in their bedroom.
No, I'm sure it's plans for something.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of things tonight, and I'm just not too keen to rule out anything until we have a better idea of answers of what exactly it is we're facing here. I've seen my wounds been healed shut. I've heard stories about that, never seen it myself until I felt it myself, and that was sort of a different experience, let me tell you. I don't know. We've been talking to something all night that can just grow in size, big as a bus, big as an air carrier. I only killed it because I was too stubborn to let it go.
Very strange.
Yeah, real strange mess here. If Theo was experimenting and examining these kinds of things, unless Theo was somehow running the whole thing all along, which I kind of doubt. He didn't really seem like that kind of sort. Then there's somebody else pulling the strings, and
I would have to agree.
yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all.
At this
Hello,
point,
Mags.
oh, you're back. Okay. Yeah, so kind of having started to send people off to their own rooms and everything, you kind of bump into Bellamy coming from the cigar lounge, holding his new 30 lever action carbine as he kind of overhears this conversation.
Yeah, we'd probably fill him in.
Well, I guess so was the butler.
Yeah, it was partially the battle. At least he was definitely involved.
Yeah, no, not really. Doesn't actually. I feel like this kind of doesn't actually answer any of our real questions. Doesn't really
No,
resolve much.
no, it doesn't resolve much, but it gives us a clear picture of what was happening. Our dear butler was helping his lord feed people to the monsters in the basement to do research. And if he's got Theo up here, I have no idea what he's got locked in that basement down there, and frankly, I'm not sure I want to know.
Yeah. Also, there's a tower over in the boiler room.
There's a tower in the boiler room.
Yeah,
Another,
staircase leading up.
another hidden staircase.
Yeah. Hey, given what's occurred with the butler, I think we should, double keep an eye on Miss Hattie.
That's a good idea since Theo brought her in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
Just gonna go give little Mac and Janice a little warning, perhaps. Tell them keep an eye, or should we? He's gonna draw a figure across his neck.
I'll keep an eye on her tonight.
we probably shouldn't just kill her off until we know for sure.
Yeah, all right, I reckon.
But we can
Comes
watch.
to it, the chain's in the basement, I guess. If it comes to it.
If it comes to it, we got options. All right then. Let's check out the ballroom and then let's check out the stairs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I reckon so.
As you walk to the ballroom door,
Ah,
as I've mentioned, it doesn't have a skeleton key lock on it. It's got a different kind of lock.
right. Did we?
Maybe the key's up in that tower of yours, actually, Bellamy.
Did you check the butler's bits?
Yeah, he had a skeleton key. What little good it does us now.
All right. Well, there's that at least. Yeah. Okay. Let's check upstairs.
Well then, I guess I am grateful for one thing. It does look like I was right. He didn't kill the master. But that does give me pause about this. And Smokestack takes out Theo's old amulet that he found in his stuff.
What was that?
Do you think it could be a cover?
No, this is I think Theo was a religious man.
Well, that would add up if Theo's was being possessed or something.
I don't think he was being possessed. I think he just worshipped some fell thing from somewhere or something.
Does any of the iconography on the amulet match anything like that? That bust we had earlier. Any
The
any
statue?
Oh,
similarities?
you can roll an occult if you would like.
I
I
will do that.
I will try just for fun.
Just for funsies.
As you're kind of heading upstairs.
Regular success.
Regular success?
Yeah, no, nothing at all.
Okay. Well, now, Bellamy ain't one to give in to superstition. And this isn't something that he's experienced with because of that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, even when it's not the stuff that you're familiar with, Smokestack studied a lot of this. And the one thing that Smokestack has realized in studying a lot of this is that these two things are 100% related. That symbol, which is benign, is somehow, it matches the style of the symbols on that statue, which is not. Whether it's a old icon that led him down a rabbit hole, or if it was bad to begin with, you're unsure.
Yeah.
But either
It
way,
also
there
could
is
have
a
been a
connection.
charm protecting him from the effects of the statue while it slowly poisoned his lord.
It's hard to
Who
say.
knows?
Yeah.
Anyway, as you enter into this room, you kind of climb up, and it leads to a very odd place. There's a hall leading off either way that you kind of see wind back. There's pipes everywhere. You hear the pressure of steam. You see strange contraptions and displays. His normal displays of, an animal are twisted with amalgamations, skeletons that strike and invoke images of monsters and mermaids, deformed creatures, and odd displays. Just occult permeates, lines the walls. With a door in the center, as you kind of just stare at, just kind of shocked by the amount. You feel like you've walked into a, Ripley's Believe It or Not, whatever the
Oddity.
equivalent, like an oddity, a
Oddity
sideshow.
shop.
It is just lining and adorning the walls in every way possible. You've never seen anything like this before. You've never seen, especially in the manner of a well-to-do lord. It's all a bit much to take in.
Something in that room is taking up a significant amount of power from the boiler down there. A lot of heat.
That's the mammoth puzzle.
Yeah, this is what we need to go find the bones in these amalgamations here and go complete the mammoth puzzle to open up the doors here. If I know anything about dungeon layout, that's gotta be it.
There's anything. All right.
Mammoth.
I guess let's try the doors, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, I suppose. Take a peek at
As
this
you
door.
as you open the door, you kind of reach in and you open it up. And while the outer room, oh, wrong thing, wrong screen. While the outer room is mostly full of displays and kind of like storage and place to carry them, this room is the lab. There are tables, a couple different work tables with half pieced together amalgamations on them. There's a couple jars lining the wall, and weird bits of electricity kind of spiraling off of odd rudimentary Tesla coils that seem to be powered by an array of various kind of steam-driven generators lining the wall. Most of it's still running even in this moment, kind of letting off a slow whirl. Clearly well maintained, not left for years. In stark contrast to the rest of the studies, this is his project. This is what he's been working on. And
I want to look at his notes.
okay, she kind of starts to look through the notes on the side, but the most prominent things that you notice are two iron, I'm going to use the phrase sarcophagi, one on each wall, and a large vat in the center of the room that has been shattered open, leaving that slimy residue that you are familiar with trailing off from this and towards one of the nearby drains.
I'm just gonna hope
Okay.
that's the thing we've already dealt with, rather than thinking something like that's gotten out. I think Jethro, despite himself, Smokestack, is going to step forward and he's not intentionally trying anything. He's just idly placing a hand on the surface of the sarcophagi.
Mhm. The moment that you touch it, I need you to roll a power check.
Okay. Hey. Power check, baby. That is a success.
You are turned to dust.
As you place your hand on it, just a little bit aimlessly, kind of trying to study it, because there's definitely markings on it. You touch it, and it's like touching a burning hot pan. And you only have a second to pull your hand away, which you do manage to pull your hand away just quickly, kind of instinctually, avoiding actually taking any kind of burn onto your hand. But as you do so, it's too late. You start to hear the sarcophagus, something moves on the inside. And suddenly both it and the one across from it just and open up slowly. As they do so, you see two kind of husks slowly kind of begin to move. They're very, very sluggish as they kind of start to move. They're wrapped in bandages and runic markings and all sorts of things. Clearly humanish, but they do remind you slightly of the ghouls you dealt with downstairs. A better way to explain it might be a much more successful experiment compared to the ghouls you fought downstairs.
Hey guys.
Yep.
I've pulled my knives out.
I level the rifle.
All of you have a reaction. I'm going to give all of you a free reaction before we go into combat, as these things are still waking up.
I chuck a knife.
Okay.
My initial reaction is to huck the bush wizard boomerang.
Okay.
Hard success on the knife. 3 damage.
Oh, baby, baby, baby. That's a 7.
Okay. Also, so you rolled 3 What'd you roll, Favorian?
Hard success with 3 damage.
Hard success with 3 damage. Okay. As you throw one of your knives, it kind of flies hand over end in the air. Eventually, I don't have dots on this map. Imagine there are 2 red dots because I wasn't prepared for this.
Oh, I can throw them in really quick, guys.
I would appreciate that.
Just imagine them for a minute. And they're going to be really big as I throw them on there. I don't know why I did that.
Ah, huge mummy.
Giant mummy. He's quadrupled in size.
Oh, we're crushed.
It's
Smokestack.
just our maps are so detailed.
Smokestack is going to draw his mom's pendant and give it a little kiss as he draws his sword and gets ready to engage.
Okay. Well, so you rolled that. Now, what did Bellamy do?
Okay, where are they?
They are one on each end of. Put one on by the Y and one by the L.
Bellamy threw his boomerang. It was a 7 to hit.
7 to hit. Okay, roll damage.
Extreme success, my friend. Extreme
success.
Yeah, baby. Oh,
Okay,
boy.
this hasn't been addressed before. An extreme success auto does max damage.
Nice. That's 12 damage.
Okay, a critical success does max damage plus a dice roll. Those are kind of house rules a little bit on that. So a 1 would do max damage plus a dice roll.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you throw the boomerang. Boomerang counts as a bludgeoning, right?
Let me see. I think I wrote it down.
Is it bludgeoning or impaling?
It should be bludgeoning, probably. That'd make the most sense.
Okay.
Or maybe slashing. I don't know. Bludgeoning or slashing. One of those two.
Okay. But not impaling.
No.
Okay. As you throw the knife, or throw the boomerang, do you aim at the one that just got stabbed with the knife or the other one?
I think I'll aim at the one that just got stabbed with the knife.
Okay. As the boomerang kind of smacks it and kind of slams into it and then kind of bounces off and hits across the ground a little bit. It's enough to kind of stagger it back into the coffin. What does um what does Smokestack do? Is it just the pendant and getting ready?
I think seeing this as an opportunity, I don't suppose there's any way I can shut the sarcophagus doors again that
Oh yeah,
he
hell yeah.
clearly sees.
You can give it a try.
I'll give it a try.
By the way, for sake of clarity, did you guys both aim at the one that was next to Smokestack or the other one?
Yeah.
The one on the opposite end from Smokestack would have been easier to hit because there's not a Smokestack in front of it. But it depends which one you would have gone for.
I probably would have gone to the one that's most immediately threatening Smokestack.
Okay. You said the same one that Estella went to. So what one did Estella go for?
Whatever one was easier shot. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Which one? How about this guy by the Y?
Okay. Do
Yeah.
you want to continue saying that you went with that one, or have gone to the other one?
I still would have gone for the one across from Gray.
Okay. I can just transfer the damage. It doesn't take too long. So you
Okay.
you went for different ones then. Either way,
Yeah.
the boomerang smacks into this guy, knocking him back into the sarcophagus, which actually kind of further gives Gray a chance to try to force this shut with his hands. As your hands touch the sarcophagus, I need you to roll both a strength check and a power check.
Oh boy, doubling up. 32 hard success on strength.
Okay.
And regular success on power.
Okay.
Just barely. I got a 65.
You kind of take your hands and you start to slam the coffin. You can feel the energy and the force pushing open on the coffin. It's not of a physical nature. It is very much of a magical nature as it kind of pushes against the coffin. But as it does so, you do, even with that, manage to push and hold the coffin doors shut. They're still trying to open themselves up, but you have pushed it shut and you are keeping it closed. The energy is very much kind of leeching against you, but you're strong enough to manage to kind of hold it off.
What are the sarcophaguses made out of? Like, what if we just did a stabby thing?
They're iron, like some
Lame.
kind of metal.
Alright, I've got this one held for now. You guys take care of the other one, huh?
Okay. Now, in this
Cool.
moment, as the shambling figures, you recognize the shambling figures as what they are, kind of around you, and kind of that gravity of that sits in. I'm going to have all of you roll a sanity check. It's a bit of a delayed response. You kind of reacted instinctually, you have seen a lot, but the gravity of what you've seen is kind of set in as you try to fight these undead creatures.
Pass.
Let's see. Sanity.
Pass.
Got to roll beneath our current.
Yes.
Ooh, big pass.
Okay, all of you take 1 sanity damage. But no more.
I have a question. Should my sanity
Yes.
have been at full?
Should your sanity have been at full?
Yeah.
You took 1 sanity damage last time, that was it.
Did
Oh,
I also take sanity damage last time?
You did, you took 5.
Okay.
Both you and Gray took 5, but you passed the intelligence and didn't go crazy for a bit, and Gray didn't.
Okay. Good to know. That I still passed with this roll, but
Okay.
just want to make sure I've got the tracker at the right spot.
We are
Because I have
good.
to, rebuild my character.
Okay,
I mean, re-roll my sheet. I mean,
you're good. As Smokestack's holding this one closed, we are now entering into just normal initiative phase, which means Estella.
yeah. I'm just gonna throw a knife at the other one. I don't know if we can get that sarcophagus closed. Not gonna risk it. Just gonna chuck some knives. Oof. I don't pass.
You don't pass.
No.
The knife kind of throws and kind of glances off of the sarcophagus as the figure kind of continues to shamble towards you. It is Bellamy's turn.
Bellamy's gonna level his new rifle at this guy that's coming out. He's gonna step back to this side of the room and say, "Cover your ears," and he's gonna take a shot at him.
Okay. Roll.
It's a 17,
Firearms rifle. That
which
should
is a
pass. It's at least a pass.
Yeah, it's a hard pass.
It's a hard pass.
Yes.
The mummy, which is kind of just staggering towards you, just takes the shot clean into the chest. Roll for damage.
Yeah, okay. That's 9 damage.
9 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. As it shoots into the chest, that's a shot that would have leveled most men. But something about the composition of the mummy as the bullet kind of pierces through it, the bullet kind of travels right through it. It doesn't quite do as much damage as you would expect it to. It definitely does damage. It's just not as much as you would hope.
Okay. Sort of intuiting that. All right. Well,
Bullets would
okay.
work. It's just they aren't as effective as this. It's not a human. It's not going to drop with a single shot.
Yeah, okay. That ends my turn.
Okay, it is now Gray's turn. Are you choosing to keep the sarcophagus closed, like try to buckle down and keep it held, or what are you going to try to do?
Smokestack has never tried anything like this before in his entire life, but this seems like a good time to figure it out, as any. He's going to try and figure out how to seal this thing using the runes that it has, because using raw strength alone isn't working. He's going to try and use his noggin here.
Okay, I'm going to give you a go for this. You're going to... This is going to be a multi-rolled thing. First off, roll knowledge occult.
Okay.
You are aware that this is a very daunting task that Smokestack is trying.
Yes. 31 hard success.
Okay. You kind of start to study the runes as the knowledge kind of starts to fill into your mind with some sense of familiarity, understanding exactly what they are and what they're doing. And as you kind of do come to this conclusion, you can think, it's just like little bits of information. You might know, you might be able to piece together the runes on what exactly you need to do to seal this. Roll a power check.
Okay, that is a regular success.
Okay. Understanding what you need to do, you start to kind of mutter the incantation. You can feel something welling up inside you as you start to understand these runes on a level you haven't before, as the energy kind of starts to surge into the sarcophagus. A good little bit. And... Oof. As that energy surges into the sarcophagus, I need you to roll a sanity check.
Okay.
And how many magic points do you have?
I don't think I've calculated my magic points.
It's
My
1/5
power is
your
70
power.
if that helps.
Um,
So that's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. It's going to be 14 magic points.
okay. Alright, and what did you roll?
I got a 14, a hard success. I don't know if you can hard succeed on sanity checks.
Yeah, you can. As you kind of surge your energy into it, the energy surges. It courses through you like something that you have never felt before. First off, it doesn't seal shut though. You're on the right path, but it just something about it. Like you got that spell perfectly right. But whatever dark energy is trying to open this was just a little bit stronger than you in that moment. You can feel it resisting, vehemently pushing against you, and it's bigger and it's stronger. But you know the right spell. Tick off 1 magic point and increase your Cthulhu mythos by 5.
Oof.
As you've just kind of gained this knowledge. And we will discuss something else a little bit more later. You just unraveled something. They will discuss a little bit more. Anyway. And you are still holding it shut. You do think that if you kind of continue trying to do this, you've gained that little bit of insight, that little bit of knowledge. You know how to seal it. You're just fighting against something very strong inside. In fact, as you kind of sit there with your hands still held against it, holding it closed, I need you to roll a power check.
Okay.
My dice really do not like you today.
I noticed. That's a 1.
That's a 1?
That's a 1.
Oh, it rolled a 2. as as you put your hands onto it, it surges into you. You feel the darkness hit you, and you shut it down. You just surge all of the energy into it, and the coffin just seals shut. Just seals. You can feel all the runes sealed. The seam fuses together into one piece as you manage to complete the spell, kind of taking your hands away from it as that darkness is more or less permanently contained until someone else is stupid enough to try to open it with magic.
Are we still in combat?
You are still in combat. There is still another mummy.
Okay.
But
All right.
this
Well,
one has been sealed.
I'm saying this because I'll forget. I write on a note, touch only if you like want to die, and that will end up being put on that coffin afterwards.
You've made a note to write that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And just telling the GM because I'll forget.
You are totally good. As this coffin seals, then we're going to cut over to the other one. It kind of shambles forward towards Gray, towards Bebeda.
Smokestack.
To Smokestack, knowing that you your back is open to it. Just having closed this one, though, you manage to kind of turn around. You're a little bit on a high as this creature shambles towards you, and kind of just lunges at you with its full weight and strength. Dodge or fight back?
I think Smokestack's gonna dodge on this one.
You're gonna dodge?
Yeah.
Okay.
Regular success on dodge.
Okay, it's not enough.
Oof.
Turning to fight this creature. How much health did you have left?
I got 12.
You got 12?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good on health actually after the magical healing I got.
Yeah.
Oh.
It does 12 damage.
These icons are not.
Oof.
Oh, it slams into you with the full force. It rolled a extreme success.
Oof.
So it does max damage, which is 12 for it. It slams into you. It hits. You take a major wound, first off, and you drop down to the ground unconscious. Just absolutely wrecked by this thing. Both of you see this happen. He's going to need first aid, and he's going to need it quick, as the mummy has knocked him to the ground. Fortunately, it's not going after him any further. But it does. He's not in a good place in this exact moment. Anyway, I gotta double check something, because Call of Cthulhu is really mean. As this happens, though, what does Estella do?
I'm checking a knife at our scrambling creature again. This one passes
Passes.
with 3 damage.
Okay, you throw a knife, putting the second knife of the night into this creature. As it does so, kind of causing it to stagger a little bit and to kind of fixate its attention on you next, moving past the now slumped Smokestack onto the ground as we do approach Bellamy's turn.
Yeah, okay. Sure. He can do that, I guess.
Okay. What does Bellamy do?
Oh, sorry. Is it actually my turn now?
It is actually your turn.
Okay. Bellamy's gonna drop the rifle, pull out the kukri and come forward and barrel into the thing, sort of tackling into it, and he's gonna get around behind it, get like one arm around its neck, and start trying to plunge the kukri into its back over and over again, uh, grappling with it, but still trying to leave it open for her to throw more knives.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Yeah, baby. Okay, that's a 41, which is a regular success. Regular success.
Regular success?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll for damage.
9 damage.
9 damage? Alright,
Yeah.
how do you want to do this?
Oh, nice. I think seeing my dear friend, who I've only known for a few hours, but has become very dear to me, frankly. Very
Oh,
dependable, interesting, down to earth, smoky man. Seeing him being taken down after essentially sacrificing himself to seal one of these for him. Bellamy's filled with that, the rage of an officer seeing a subordinate go down in the line of duty. Oh, I should have been in there fighting too. I should have been wasting my time back here with a gun where it's safe. He rushes in. He starts. He's brawling with this thing. He's putting in a headlock. He's trying to break arms. He's throwing elbows. He's bending it in ways, hacking at it with the kukri, and it just kind of eventually just gets it down on the ground. It just pummeling it with his knife and fists. Uh, Leaves the knife in the corpse, and then walks over to Smokestack. Starts trying to do what he can, compressions, assessing the situation. He's going to try to first aid him.
Okay. As you just eviscerate and devastate and destroy this mummy, you immediately turn your attention to Smokestack. As
I want
Estella
to go
writes... Huh? You want to go help?
help. Yeah.
Yeah. Roll first aid, and I'm going to let you roll with advantage because of the help of Estella. Who doesn't have
Okay.
first aid, but you are both immediately jumping in to try to help him.
It's a 32 with it. Oh, yeah, that's sorry, I rolled a 3 and got excited. No, it's a 32.
Okay.
Which
32.
is let's see, what's my first aid? That is still a hard success.
Okay. As you quickly just get down and start bandaging his dying body, it doesn't take you long before he is stable. Now, much like the general from earlier, he needs medical attention, or it's not going to matter.
Okay. So
Yeah. We
using first aid on him, does that heal a D3,
It
or
does
has that already
not.
happened once today?
It does not because he is dying.
Ah, yes. He's
we
not just okay.
we move him, get him like to the doctor.
Major Russ or General Russ was technically unconscious. Gray is dying. He is
Gotcha.
Oof.
seconds from death. So it's a first end to stabilize, and basically you have an hour to pass a medicine check. So you're getting him to a
Oh dear.
doctor. Kind of quickly taking off the laboratory, just booking it through the halls. Bellamy and Estella both helping carry Smokestack's injured form. You kind of rush to continue until you kind of burst through the door with the doctor, Dr. Cannon, kind of immediately turning to you and gesturing towards one of the open tables he had. Very well kind of prepared for this thing. And as you get to do that, Cannon just says, "What happened to him?" Looking at just the absolutely quite mangled as the mummy claws are kind of ripped through Smokestack. He's taken a beating today.
Just dry mummies, mate. Come on. You gotta fix him up. Same as the general over there. Come on.
Without saying another word, the doctor begins to work, and as Gray has redeemed roll for an
I will.
NPC, Gray gets to roll the own medicine check on this one.
I will.
Taking
I
his
will
character's fate
determine.
into his own hands.
I will determine my fate. One way or another, pass or fail. Let's go.
Oh, oh,
Oh. Well,
Oh, um, he kind of takes a step back and he kind of looks down. He's done a lot. He's done what he can. And Dr. Cannon goes, I can't do more. As he kind of sits there for a moment, and all of you kind of stare at Smokestack, the last little bits of light leaving, Janice
Yeah.
sighs, kind of pushes the doctor out of the way, puts her hands together, and channels the full energy, much like she did before, just channels it into him. As she does so, Gray, you heal. You heal 6 health. But as she does so, kind of like literally breathing as wounds that should not be healing mend back together, you notice on Janice's hands, lesions and blisters kind of start to form a little bit. She was spending power she didn't have for reasons of her own. It's fairly obvious to those of you who watch this happen, but she's very quickly to step away and not acknowledge the doctor or anything after that moment, as she kind of starts to kind of head into the bathroom and wash her hands and take care of it herself without any kind of acknowledgement.
Hey, what's with the long faces?
Hey, Smoke. Bud.
Hey,
Here, lay,
hey, Bellamy.
lay back down. The doctor says, take it easy. I still got some patchwork to do. The doctor kind of
Oh,
does
okay.
continue to patch you up and see what else he can do to help further heal you, as you're doing pretty rough.
You're a good doc, Cannon. Thanks. You're a good doc.
You
Damn,
heal
mate.
an additional 3 health, by the way, just kind of as the doctor's taking it.
Damn, mate. We gotta get you learned on how to use a couple firearms so you don't have to be right in the middle of it all. Gotta get you a couple of shields or something if you're gonna be using a sword like that.
If you're offering to, to teach me some new skills, I won't say no.
Yeah, I'll take you to the range after this, okay?
Sounds like fun, Bellamy. Got
I'll
me
train
there.
you. I'll train you on tin cans like my grandpap did me. All right?
Yeah, that sounds nice, actually.
Good,
Uh,
man.
is how's Janice doing? I felt something, and I think she's the only one around here with that kind of powers. Am I more or less on the nose?
Janice
Yeah.
kind of gives you a light smile. She's not too far by. There's a wash basin nearby. And she says, oh, I might have given you a little bit of a push in the right direction. But let's leave it at that, one practitioner to another.
Aye, yeah, I think that's fair.
Before she's kind of finished bandaging her hands, which is something that you would notice and kind of moved away. You are vaguely aware, by the way, with your knowledge of occult, that spells that don't have enough to draw from are said to draw from life itself.
Mm.
That makes sense.
So,
Bellamy's gonna go to the kitchen and see if he can find enough stuff to put together a little bread and cheese and fruit and wine and such in a basket.
as yeah, there's fairly easy amounts to do that. And as you kind of sit there, it kind of becomes apparent just kind of how late it is. Your group is genuinely feeling exhausted. While you're not quite sure how to get into the ballroom, you're well aware you're probably still trapped here, and that does seem to be the next room you need to get into. But as you kind of just kind of do get everything ready, we are going to kind of enter. This is going to be the wind down point to the session. So, what are your characters doing as you get ready for bed? Anything else that you want to kind of set up? As I do think we are going to wrap up here with everyone kind of going to bed and rest for the night.
I think Bellamy is with the food he just acquired, specifically gonna make sure that Janice gets yourself a quaint little cheese spread and some wine, and some for his friend uh, Smoke as well.
Kind of bringing
Other
it
than
back.
that, yeah. Other than that, he might take a quick little trip to the study and storage and see if he can break down a few boxes, bring some wood, lumber, maybe some blunt objects,
Mhm.
such as hammers and things that could be improvised as weapons, over to the men's room and the women's room. Make sure
Yeah.
there's some.
Bellamy probably stays with the men's room.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Bellamy's probably going to be staying in the men's room. Given your state, Smokestack's in the med room along with
Mhm.
Estella.
Hey, on my way through the cigar lounge, I'll also pick up a cigar when I bring some supplies back to the women's room and sneak one to Smokestack, just see if he, I don't actually know if he partakes, but just
I don't know that he regularly partakes. I think he is going to this time.
Soothe the nerves a little bit. Kind of making sure. Basically, everyone seems to have some kind of weapon at this point. Either whether it's an improvised club or a weapon, just whatever they can. As everyone kind of parts off into the two rooms and begins to try to get what kind of sleep and rest that they need.
I think most of Bellamy's preparations for the night is sort of mother henning, making sure running between both groups, making sure everyone's got stuff, everything they need. Sure, checking cracks and grooves and giving a few words of encouragement.
It's advised that any kind of travel between the rooms is taken with at least another person,
Mm-hmm.
which for you is probably almost always either, well, Wellington, or Wellington almost seems usually willing to go, or even Macklin does seem willing to go with you a little bit. Macklin's a bit more hesitant. Wellington just is like, right, might get to beat something up. I'm on it.
And down here it's probably Max Spriggans.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave the service rifle that I picked up with Mac for the night, since I'm gonna be in the other room.
It was also worth noting that in a act that he considers and makes sure that everyone is aware of is an act of pure charity. Wellington has managed to acquire at least 3 different firearms he had on him to spare.
Oh, nice.
You're
Yeah,
not
that's
sure what he
useful.
was expecting to do here, but he was ready to mess some crap up.
He was ready to open fire on everybody here if it came down to it.
That's Wellington.
That's Wellington. Smokestack, for his part, I think is pretty quiet. I think that's maybe a little. You haven't really seen this side of Smokestack because that's not really been the situation you guys are in. I think he asks. Probably. He's gonna ask. Oh goodness, I'm sorry, I'm spacing on Ben's character's name.
Bellamy.
Bellamy. He's gonna ask Bellamy to grab some books from the library. He doesn't really care which.
Yeah, all right.
I think he's just gonna read for a little while. Just sort of quietly chew on some stuff and just enjoy a book for the evening.
Okay. As everyone winds down, I think that's where we will wrap up our session to begin and resume, hopefully next week. This has been mentioned a little bit before. I'm moving this week. I do not know what my internet situation is going to be. There is a good chance that I will be able to stream from my phone. Worst case, I have a limited internet. I might be able to use it as a hotspot. As this is
I
not,
don't think that would work for a session though.
I don't know if it's the most reliable. If everyone is interested, I might do a situation where I have just either Favorian and Gray stream, if I can do it from my phone itself, which is something I think I can do. Even if I can't directly stream on my own
I
computer.
could also manage the map for you
Yeah,
a little bit more so than currently, if you,
So
because I feel like that would be really hard to try to do on your phone.
Well, I'll have access to my computer
No.
vaguely for my notes, but
Your notes, but like roll 20. Like I
Yeah.
can manage it.
well, I can also connect my computer to my hotspot.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea for a stream though.
I don't know if it'd be good to stream Twitch over, but to access Roll20
Oh,
was my thought.
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you'd probably, I'm assuming you'd be okay if you wanted to even stream on my account from your computer. We could do it that way too, Favorian.
Oh yeah, but I can't get the audio to pick up.
We'll talk about it. We'll figure out what we do. I might even have internet by then. I know my landlord has internet there. Maybe I can borrow theirs for the night if they have a Wi-Fi.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Either way. In the meantime, I do want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. I'll kind of keep any updates on my Discord about the streaming situation with the move. I do plan to try to stream every day as long as I can. There potentially will be a break. I will have access to Discord from my phone easy as pie if need be. So not too concerned about that.
We'll probably post the schedule that would be as if like internet every night, and then we can update it.
Anyway, in the meantime, I do want to thank everyone for joining us. I'm the only one still streaming, right? You had internet issues and had to stop, right, Gray?
Yes.
Okay then. I'll just say goodbye. I want to thank all of the viewers for joining us today. I really enjoy doing these sessions, and I really enjoy having all of you there. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night, and just want to let all of you know we're going to find ourselves a little bit of a raid target real quick. But I want to let all of you know that I love all of you. Any suggestions from any of you? Do you know anyone who's raiding?
Let me check Twitch.
I'm checking.
I got this guy, Tadafid. He's streaming right now.
Oh, no, he sounds a bit like a jerk.
Nah, he's pretty cool.
He sounds hot.
He almost killed my character today, but but a lucky roll from a wizard saved me at the last second. So it's all good.
It's okay. I got Pokemaster Link streaming, with Super Mario Bros. 35. So I think we're gonna just do that.
Sounds good.
Let's raid this. Moth must raid the Daffy fellow. It's not letting me. Apparently, this is what about this about not family friendly enough? I don't know. Too much of a rebel.
Too much of a rebel.
You like this Bruce guy? Oh yeah, we can raid Bruce. Anyway, we're gonna go raid Pokemaster Link right now and go show him some love. Given my situation, I'm not gonna be able to hear him when I first jump into the chat. I'll try to give him a little bit of a heads up. But if some people in the chat can let him know, I won't have audio to his stream for a moment or two. I don't know why I'm mentioning this, but I am. Anyway, either way, I love all of you. Thank you for joining me. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. Get the rest that you need to. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye.
Okay. That is the rating. Okay. Do any of you have any questions for me?
How do you come up with this ridiculous stuff? Because it's dope and I love it.
Magic? I don't know. Planning and my wife helping me out a ton. Who has already belled from the chat, so that compliment was worth nothing.
Stupid. I'm just kidding. I'm only joshing.
Okay.
I don't think I got any questions.
Okay.
I have one question. After we wrap up this mystery, is your intention to continue with these characters, or do
Yes,
you
100%.
have a broader world?
100%. So there are two different aspects to this. This is set up to be very much